Hello.
Hola, we're live. Sci-Fi Sunday. I'm here with Trenchy.
Hello.
And I'm with Trash Picture Show.
How y'all doing?
And we are talking F.F.S.G. That's Farscape, Firefly, and Stargate. That's my intro.
It's a good intro. You can't beat it. You cannot beat it.
So Trenchy just rewatched a few episodes of Firefly, so he's sort of refreshed his deal on that, and I've rewatched the whole thing and recently rewatched both other series, so I figured now was a good time to do a stream on it.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Marty, you're a huge fan of Farscape and Firefly.
I'm a nerd. I have action figures.
I kind of want those action figures. Well, for Firefly at least.
Oh, wait, did they have Firefly action figures?
They should have. That would have been dope.
Oh, they have Serenity action figures, and then there was Firefly action figures released by. Oh Christ! I had a chance to pick them up. They were like down to €7. They were selling them off in Forbidden Planet, and I never picked the fucking thing up because I bought a big fucking alien statue at the time. But I really regret not getting them. You got Kaylee, you got Jane, and you got Zoe, and then there was the Serenity line, which had two versions of Mal, a Reaver, Jane Cobb, which I have. But again, I have very little room at this table. And you had River. But there were two different companies.
Say what, Trent?
I said there's no Buck or like Wash figure or they didn't have the whole crew?
No, Wash didn't seem to get made in any of the series of the runs of figures. The Serenity movie figures were the same company that made Buffy, and the other ones I think might have been Jack Pacific, the company that does wrestling figures. I could be wrong.
Jack Pacific, they're also, I believe, they're handling the new line of Godzilla toys just to be topical as hell right now.
Oh yeah.
But that's kind of weird. They wouldn't put Wash in there because he was a big fan favorite.
The thing is, he was never an action-centric character. You could see Jane beating people, but then again, they made a fucking Kaylee figure, and I love Jules Satay. She's awesome. Like she even made it into Stargate Atlantis, but it's weird that we got a Kaylee, but we never got a Wash, and like it would be cool to have the whole crew, but I suppose like the series, it was just there wasn't that much kind of faith put into it, so
right.
It's too bad. Fox really humped that series hard. You know, they kept changing around its time slot. They didn't like the pilot, so like you can't watch the pilot except if you watched it in syndication later on or if you bought the DVD. But the pilot was the perfect episode to start with. It was a 2-part episode, and much better than the train job, which is the episode they ended up airing instead.
I watched the pilot. It's in an hour version. Both parts are put together on Hulu, and it's brilliant.
It makes no sense that they showed the train job first, because that's putting you into the fucking deep end, like. And the pilot introduces Simon and River Tam and the whole fucking scenario with them, and it introduces Shepherd's book, and the whole dynamic between the crew, and how like Anara and Mal have this really kind of fucking electric sexual chemistry. Like you don't know if they want to kill each other or fuck each other at the start of the series, and you also have Jane, who he's like a character who escaped the search. He's like a fucking Eli Wallach's character in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. He's like he could stab you in the back in an instant.
What a great character, though. That's actually my favorite character out of the whole show is Jane. He's a bastard, but you love to hate him.
He's a loyal bastard. Like, unless if I remember, did he end up screwing them over?
He tries to. He tries to, yeah. Ethel, sorry, I'm fucking crossing you over. Ethel, do you want to explain to Trenchy what Jane does?
Jane takes
it's been a while, man.
But Jane takes an offer to screw them over and turn in River and Simon on the Alliance planet Ariel, which is also the same name of that episode. And of course, he ends up getting stabbed in the back, and it didn't go so well for him. But
and I do like how that episode ends as well, where Mal is like Mal's like, here, Jane, picks up that locker there, and he knocks him out and puts him in the airlock. And he's like, he's going to airlock him, and Jane's like, look, do what you want, but please don't tell the crew. So it shows a smidge. It shows a smidge of compassion. My only criticism is, I would have shown that episode before I would have shown Janestown, because you actually get a bit of empathy for Jane even more from Janestown. When he feels bad over the guy sacrificing himself, like Trinchy, have you seen that one where they go to the mother planet? It's where
that's one of my favorites. Janestown, where it's like, oh, Jane's a hero here. It's like, what the fuck? And then you find out he had this buddy that he like fucked over and shit. It's like,
he's a hero.
Yeah, to get altitude, they dumped all the money on the town, and they ended up becoming folk heroes. And the song, Jane, the man they call Jane.
I like how
I vaguely remember that one.
Well, it's a good one. I like how in his story, when he finally comes clean, he's like, yeah, we threw out the seats, we threw out everything, and then he kicked out his partner, and then he dumped the money.
Yeah, it's like 12 mil, 365 miles above the earth, 0 G, all that money gone, and he's just drinking. And Wash is brilliant. Wash arrives in, and he goes, I want to go to the crappy town where I'm a hero.
And I like Simon's reaction where he's just like, this is what it feels like going mad. Because they have that friction.
It's like a dysfunctional family.
Yeah. That's the kind of I do like Star Trek. I do like the Treks, but the likes of Farscape and Blake 7 and Firefly, they do the more dysfunctional family. It's a bunch of people thrown together. They're not like a quote unquote crew. They're just like misfits and characters who they're in a vessel together. They're stuck in the middle of nowhere in space, and they just have to get on with it. And like the relationships go really sweet, or they're really fucking confrontational. And I think that's what carries over from this show into other shows as well. But I do think actually Joss Whedon salvaged a lot of ideas and concepts from Alien Resurrection and put them into this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The design of the ship and the pirates.
Like, Jane is almost modeled after I forget the guy's name, the guy who drops the knife into
Ron Perlman, Johnner. Ron Perlman's character of Johnner,
Yeah.
Another kind of alien connection And this is for like ye super nerds out there, super alien fans out there. So there's a scene in the Battle of Serenity Valley where Mal is shooting down an Alliance ship and he's using a turret, and the screen, the kind of targeting screen, you see the manufacturer logo comes up on the screen. It's Weyland-Yutani. The gun was a Weyland-Yutani gun, which I like. Did you spot that, Ethel, when you originally saw it?
I did, and I thought. Well, I remember the first time I saw that. I'm like, that can't be what. That just has to look like it. But no, sure enough, it is.
Yeah, it's the Weyland-Yutani logo. So some people surmise that Serenity takes place between Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection, but I don't know. I don't. Sure, fucking Weyland-Yutani gets name dropped in Angel as well. Sure.
I would say that if it had to take place in anywhere in the Alien universe, it would probably be before the movie Alien, even though it's not the same. You know what I mean? Because it's primitive. It's primitive planet travel. They don't really have hypersleep. They're settlers. They're in the old west, but it's the future. So it's almost like they're just getting out there.
Yeah, there's no FTLs in Serenity and Firefly, is there?
No,
there's no like this. Like, I remember one episode as well where like it was a really good episode. I don't think there's any fucking bad episode of Firefly. The one where the ship breaks down and they're like freezing to death and they're running out of oxygen and they have to abandon the ship because they need a part. And it just went to show, like, you know, they're out in space, they're out on their own, they could die. It is kind of like the Oregon Trail in the cosmos.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of Alien, I was just mid-episode of an episode that was very reminiscent to Alien, of the ship they find with the Reavers. The Reavers attack the ship, and they're all that was like, this is like Alien. That's another one of my favorites. So,
like, were you guys disappointed at all when you find out the origin of the Reavers, or were you guys happy with that?
A little bit.
It made kind of sense, but it also kind of undone what had been established, because like the way Mal had explained it in the series was it was just people who had gone too far out into space and found nothing and went mad. Like, and there was a mystery to it. I still like what they did, but it was definitely underwhelming in comparison to what kind of not. It was kind of, they went for a kind of ghost story kind of here be monsters kind of ideology to the Reavers.
And I feel like that gave them so much more menace. If you don't understand where they came from or why they do what they do, they're just, are they human? Are they zombies? Are they vampires? What are they? Are they people? Are they even people anymore?
Yeah.
We don't know. But then you find out, it's just the magic gas and it makes them evil.
I mean, Serenity was kind of rushed, I think. It kind of rushed.
Enjoyed it though. I enjoyed it.
Oh, I did.
It was definitely a nice kind of swan song to the universe. Although again, the graphic novels are there, but I know not everyone wants to read graphic novels. Sorry, I'm listening at work, but you're all speculating that this may tie into Alien. Yeah, there's one or two things, but it's headcanon. I don't know, Dan, if you've ever heard of fucking headcanon, but I'm a subscriber to the idea of headcanon. Like, if you can work it in with your own mind and it doesn't contradict anything. But what was I going to say? Yeah, like that 2-part pilot episode built them up to fuck. It's like, what was it? Like Zoe's like, what a reavers. Simon asked Zoe, what a reavers. Oh, they're marauders who will rape us to death, murder us, and then eat us. And if we're lucky, it'll be in that order. I think that's what she said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said. And what a great actress they got for that. And you later see her turn up in the TV show Angel, Gina Torres, where she plays the godlike demon Jasmine. If anybody recalls that that story arc.
Yeah, was she responsible for creating fucking Angel and Cordelia's son? Had she some hand in that?
In a way, it was Cordelia and Connor's child.
Oh, yeah, Cordelia and Connor, and yeah, that's who it was.
Because it's basically, it's really weird. Like, I almost wish they hadn't made it so galaxy brained on that front, where they're like, oh, well, this demon, she actually orchestrated her own birth into the world by having them get together and all this. I'm like, oh, geez, it could have just been like she used that as a way, but I don't know. I mean, it worked. And I don't know if you guys, if people watching haven't seen that, I think it's season 4 of Angel.
Yeah, it was. I think it was just before the last season where they took over Wolfram and Hart.
Yeah, which is actually my favorite season, is because they're like adults in the adult world, and it's more like, even though they're adults in the other seasons, it just felt like a more adult show. I guess that's just because you got lawyers, even though they're not really doing lawyer things. But I don't know, they're working in the office. It seemed weird.
My friend likes that season as well. He calls it the Boston Legal Angel season.
I could have gone for a season 6 like that. I mean, I know they ended it and they had that big apocalypse, and then the comic books continued it in hell, but which is a good run. That was a good run of Angel Comics. By the way, if people out there read the comics, check that out.
But yeah, Ethel, what would be your all-encompassing favorite episode of Firefly?
Geez, that's a close one for me. I really liked that episode with Early. That's the one where that guy sneaks on the ship, and he basically takes everybody out, and he's got a few screw looses, and River pretends to be part of the ship, and I don't know. That was so cool because, like, I wasn't sure where they were going to go with that. I'm like, well, wait, is she really in the ship? Because this series could do that.
He comes back in this comic, and there's a brilliant fight between him and who is the bad guy in the movie with the sword. You know who I'm talking about. So there's a cool fight between him, and there's also a cool connection between him and Shepherd Book, which, if you get a chance, you learn a bit more. In the comics, there's a thing called Shepherd's Tale, where Book turned out to be he was a browncoat who infiltrated the Alliance, but then he got really good at being an Alliance commander, and he ended up committing a massacre, which even the Alliance were disgusted with. So he ended up drifting off and becoming a shepherd. So if you get a chance, check out that comic, Shepherd's Tale.
Which is good because you never get that payoff of who Book is in the show or in the movie. You never pay it off.
Yeah. They just kind of blow up Book in the movie. They just kind of blow his ass up and he's kind of gone. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I feel like the movie was just too much, too fast. Like they're just trying to get everything they wanted to get in, and they just don't have enough time to get it in.
Yeah. But I'm glad we got something. Something is better than nothing.
Yeah. No, I agree, but like it would have been cool to see more about Book and River, just to follow this crew. They deserved at least 4 seasons. Like 4 seasons, I think would have been good for Firefly. 4 or 3.
Yeah, and it sucks because I remember the previews that Fox was airing before the show started. They're like, "Oh, you like Buffy and Angel? Well, Joss Whedon's breathed new life into vampires. Let's see what he can do for space." And then they showed like all the best clips from the first episode in the pilot. And it's like, oh, this is going to be great. And as I tune in and go to watch it, and it was like preempted for sports, and they did this to the show several times because I guess Fox got into airing football or some damn thing on the time slot.
So, Ethel Jane is your favorite character, right?
Oh yeah, he's got the package. I mean, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Trenchy, what about you? Who's your favorite character?
It's hard. I'd say Book may be my favorite character, but I also really like Wash and Kaylee. I like them all, but I think it'd be like Book, Wash, or Kaylee probably be my top 3.
What was it? R. Mrs. Reynolds. Do you remember the episode R. Mrs. Reynolds? And like Mal is conflicted because Jessica Chastain turns up as like this kind of honey trap, and he's like, oh man, she's all sweet and innocent and stuff, and Mal like really wants to fucking, but the cowboy, the honorable cowboy in him is conflicted, and Book stops him in the hallway and he goes, if you take advantage of that girl, don't go to a particular ruin of hell, saved only for pedophiles, child molesters, and people who talk during the movies at the theater. And it's like, oh.
I love it because, like, when he's about to give in, he's like, "Oh, I'm going to the special hell."
I like it. It's just a great, very well developed show, very well developed characters. I love River too, man. It's just hard because there's so many good characters in the fucking show. Like even the bad guys, like Mark Shepard's bad guy, like kind of con man. He only shows up. I don't know if he shows up again, but him in the first episode.
Badger.
Yeah, Badger. There's so
AKA
many good characters.
Crowley from Supernatural.
Yes, that's why I was like, God damn it. He's playing the same character. He's playing Crowley again. But like a
we have 4 people watching. Has anyone watched any Firefly fans on the chat? Fans of Firefly or the movie Serenity? Have you favorite character, favorite episode?
Yeah.
Oh, Sadie's in the chat.
Sadie.
Hey, Sadie. Well, I'm trying to think my favorite character. Probably Mal, because I'm like, it's Nathan Fillion, and he's great. He's a legend. Hey, Spongy.
Hey, Sponge. Did that speech?
Sadie, Sponge, do any of you watch Firefly? Or are you fans of Firefly? My favorite episode would probably be the one where Mal has to go and duel with the guy. He's trying to be all chivalrous to save Inara.
Oh yeah, Shindig.
Shindig is brilliant. Don't know favorite character though. Well, there's so many.
I mean, that crew is like a family. Like, I forgot about Jane betraying them, but I'm pretty sure if the series went on, he would have had a redemption arc, because that's how that show is. Like, all the characters aren't perfect. They're fucking assholes and they're not good humans, but they have codes as well. Most of them have codes. They're multi-dimensional, which I love.
Like Kaylee, I love how sweet and innocent Kaylee is, but she's also an absolute fucking horn dog. Like in I know it's the movie, but she's like, oh, why did you have to kick Simon off, Cap? I ain't had nothing that ain't running batteries for 2 months. And he's like, Kelly, I don't want to, I don't want to hear that.
I love that she gets him drunk in that episode Janestown, and he finally tells her that he thinks she's pretty, and like things are going so well for her. And Mal comes and interrupts, tries to get them to leave the bar, and she's just like, Captain, it's going well, really well. Do we have to leave?
She's so great, man. I love her. She really
yeah.
does.
I think he's talking about River.
Yeah. For those of you not in that area of Europe, bird is slang for ladies.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah, River.
You never do that. Look at that lad out there. He's on the dance floor trying to pick up a bird. That's an example. But yeah. Trying to think. Have anything else we haven't covered, or any kind of favorite bad guys that I wish had came back? Came in the comics. The blue hand men. Do you know the agents with the blue hands? And they'd open up the little receivers, and you'd bleed out your ears to death. Your brain would melt. They were cool. And in the comic, it turned out that it's an entire suit they wear, because they have some weird issue with their organs. It's weird.
Oh yeah, because the weapon disrupts and liquefies internal organs, mostly the brain.
Yes, that's why they wear the suits.
It's like armor almost, but not really.
But yeah, they were cool bad guys. Jubal Early was a cool bad guy. Like even the chick who in the pilot, she owned the planet, and she had shot Mal, and Mal was like, here, take the, like, he had her dead to rights, and he's like, here's your fucking food, go run your little planet, I'm getting out of here, I don't want anything to do with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, because he's supposed to be a good guy, even though he's not trying to be a good guy.
Yeah, he's honorable.
Yeah, he's like a knight, kind of, but like a pirate knight. You know, he has a code, which I like that. Like the old school pirates, they used to have a code, and the movies fucked that up.
Hey, yo, Sponge, how you doing?
Oh, got nothing.
Okay, I've got like a million versions of the stream up in 2 seconds. I'm coming to the last.
Oh, we also have Deacon.
Mute. And I feel like that should be it. Right, there we go. And I can hear it.
Yeah.
Hey, Sophie, are you working tonight, Missy, or y'all?
No, that's closed because of the Super Bowl.
Ah, cool.
Ah, the sports ball has gotten you.
The superb owl, yes.
The superb owl.
I don't know why I'm asking. I feel bad, Ethel. I feel like I'm kind of hijacking your stream by asking people questions and stuff.
Oh no, go right ahead. I'd do it, but no, you're on top of it. Go for it, man. It's all good.
Wabby, what's your favorite episode of Firefly? I know you said it's too hard to pick a favorite character.
They all kind of blend together. I was thinking about it, and I was like, is this scene I'm remembering from the movie or from the show? And then I was like, fuck, it all kind of mashes together.
Okay, if you tell me a scene, if you tell us a scene, Ethel will be able to tell you what episode.
I'm pretty sure
by what minute it is in the episode and shit.
I'm pretty sure it's from the movie because it's the part where they're at, like, I don't know if it's a brothel or whatever, but I remember the building was just covered in like aluminum foil and there was a really cool shootout.
That's Heart of Gold.
Yeah, that's the end of the season. Towards the end of the season 1.
Yeah, I thought that was a good one.
To the last episode, where Mal gets them finally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's heartbreaking because it's not Anara, it's Anara's best friend, Melinda Clark. Melinda Clark from Xena and One Tree or GOC. Christ.
I can't feel totally bad for Anara because throughout the entire series, she is a complete bitch to Mal.
I mean, 50-50. But yeah, I see where you're coming from.
They're as bad
I mean,
as
he
each
does-
other when it comes to chatting to each other.
Deke, turn up your volume a bit, dude. You're a bit low.
So they have this sort of moonlighting vibe between the two of them, you know, the love-hate thing, but it's just she's just way harsher to him than he is to her. I know he calls her a whore and stuff a lot of the times, but she's a prostitute. What the hell?
I do like how chivalrously hypocritical he gets, because your man at Shindig he calls Anara a whore, and Mal just fucking lays him out, and it's like she's like, why did you do that? He calls you a whore. You call me a whore the whole time. He goes, when I do it, I mean it in an endearing way. He done it in a manner that was disrespectful, and it's like, what the fuck?
She's a whore, but she's a classy whore.
It's kind of like the thing, like, you know, like families, like, I can call my sister a bitch, but you can't call my sister a bitch. It's kind of like that kind of thing.
She
know.
she prefers courtesan.
Yeah.
Have you ever? Sorry, Ethel?
I was just saying, there's a hardly used word.
Yeah, that's way better than escort.
What are they called actually in the universe? There's a particular name.
Companions.
Yeah, and ships need certain ships in certain ports need companions, so they'll be allowed to dock. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, it's supposedly it lends credibility to his operation, which is kind of a weird idea, but okay, cool. I'll roll with it. It's like the Old West. You know, it's sort of like how old Western saloons always had their ladies of the night upstairs. That you'd buy your drinks, and you'd buy your time, and you'd go up there, and she'd light the cigarette, and you got that space of time.
Seamstress.
It was interesting seeing that, like, to be highly regarded. Like it was kind of like, you know, high class to be a prostitute. At least that's the vibe I got.
She's got a special set of skills, you know.
Yeah. Some of them.
I love the bit where like
through a water hose.
I love the bit where like she's like one of the clients comes on board and it's a woman, and she's like, "Are you surprised? Not all our clients are men." And James like, "I'll be in my bunk." Deacon, have you a favorite episode?
My favorite episode is when they have to go and save Mal from Shiska.
Oh yeah, that's such a fucking cool episode.
Yeah, it seems to incorporate all the characters and it sticks to their strengths, but also highlights their weaknesses. It's awesome. It's a nice little one.
It's good because it addresses the relationship Wash has with his wife. You know, a lot of guys would probably feel put out by a woman who takes so strong in the relationship. You know, so it's good to see them address that in the show. That sometimes he does have an issue with that.
Yeah, and he will pick a fight with her over it, but they will eventually make up.
That's also a cool episode where you kind of really realize how badass Shepard Book is. Like when they're going to rescue him, he's loading up a gun, and Zoe's like, "Shepard, doesn't it say something about in the Bible about killing?" And he's like, "Yeah, but it's fairly fuzzy on kneecapping," and it's like, "You fucking mad bastard."
I think the standout scene in that episode, well, actually, there's a couple, but I think one of the standout scenes is when we finally get a payoff that what they did to River isn't just making her crazy or a fortune teller, is they actually make her sort of a killing machine where she can just look in there, take a look at the targets, zero them in, and not even have to look, and just.
Oh yeah.
As Kaylee says, she killed them with math.
Have any of you guys ever heard of Space Cases? It was a kid's show in 1996, and the mechanic chick was on it. And it was also a space-based show.
No.
You should look into it. I barely remember it, but that's how I knew her, because I was really into that show when I was a kid, and I just looked it up, and I was like, that's what it's called.
Space Case. I gotta check that out. I feel
Space
like that's
Cases, yeah. She wears like this weird rainbow wig in it.
It must have been.
Sorry, Ethel, what?
I was just gonna say it must have been on cable because I didn't have cable growing up, so like I only knew what was on network TV.
I think it might have been a Nickelodeon show, maybe.
That'd be why. That'd be why I would know it. But I gotta check that out. That sounds pretty cool.
Nickelodeon.
Sponge, did you watch Firefly back in the day?
I mean, I remember watching episodes of it, but I don't remember much of it at the same time.
So
that's most of us.
I remember the kick-ass bird. That's literally it. And there's another dude that does the voice of fucking Uncharted games. Am I thinking of the right person? Who's the main actor?
Nathan Fillion.
Yeah.
So you might remember him from that movie White Noise 2.
And if you don't remember him from that, you'll remember him from Dr. Horrible Sing-Along Blog.
He's a good voice actor. He's in a lot of shit too, yeah.
Yeah, he was Green Lantern in the couple of Green Lantern, the newer DC animated movies.
He's Man Spider in Venture Brothers too.
I am Man Spider.
Oh yeah, because he was in like Jade Empire games and that as well. He was in like a million games.
Alan Tudyk is another person who does lots of voice acting.
He was in Destiny. That's how I know.
Yeah. That's exactly where you know him from. Yeah.
He was Kid 6. Yeah.
There was also a petition to get him to play Nathan Drake.
Yeah, but like I feel like Tom Holland's a better choice for young Nathan.
If you get a chance, do check out the short movie they made with him and Stephen Lang. It's pretty good.
Wait, Alan Tudyk is Nathan Drake?
No. Nathan Fillion. Sorry.
I'm down for Nathan Fillion. Yeah.
We're confusing the poor Spongy. The poor Trinity.
No, Alan Tudyk, I was saying, does a lot of voices. He was K2SO in Rogue One. He was the voice of Sonny the Robot in I Am Robot. He was the Candy Kid in fucking Wreck-It Ralph. He's done a shitload of voice work. I know Monica Barakan, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. She voiced Black Canary in Justice League Unlimited, and obviously she's Deadpool's girlfriend. She was also in, what was that fucking show? Homeland. She was the wife of the kind of guy who had been turned by the Taliban or whoever the fuck. But yeah, really good cast, really cool crew. Like
I remember watching the movie. I think I remember more of the movie than I do the series, if I'm honest. Because the series wasn't one long, right? It was only like 2 seasons or something.
One season.
Yeah.
One season.
Just one.
One season that they aired out of order.
Fox really screwed them hard on it, and that's probably the major reason why it only lasted that one season.
Yeah.
And they didn't even get all their episodes in.
Yeah. They're supposed to be slated for an entire 24-season run, and they got cancelled after 13 episodes.
Damn.
And,
So it's literally only 13 episodes. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well-crafted episodes that were aired out of order, and it ruined the story. People who would tune in week by week wouldn't know what was going on.
And the network actually requested that they make because they had this great pilot, this 2-hour pilot, and it explains everything. It sets everything up for the whole season. And then Fox was like, no, we don't like this. We need a different episode to show first. So then they did Train Job, which ended up being the first episode aired, which everybody was already in their roles and already established, who they were as the crew and in the story. So it's like you go and you've never seen it before. You're expecting to be explained everything, and you just drop right in it.
Yeah.
This may be why I never watched it, if I'm honest. Or I don't remember watching much yet.
Yeah,
it was on Sky One, Sponge. If you watched it, it was shown in our side of the world on Sky One.
I definitely remember watching episodes of it, like at some point. I just don't remember watching much of it.
Yeah, because of how it was handled, how it was aired, it didn't garner the audience that it deserved, and because of that, it got cancelled. It's not your fault you didn't watch it, it's the studio's fault for being idiots.
A lot of people didn't watch it until after the whole thing came out.
I mean, I did watch, like, bits and bobs. I just don't remember shit, mate. Like, I smoke too much to remember shit. Like, that's my biggest problem. Like, if I cuss.
It reminds me.
And my memory was shit before.
I was just gonna say, and it's in addition to being aired out of sequence. I already mentioned this, but like they preempted it a lot for sports, because at the same time, Fox over here they had the rights to air. I think it was football or baseball, or it was some sport with balls, and they preempted. And you'd be tuning in to watch it, and it wouldn't be on. It'd just be a bunch of men in their pajamas. So you change the channel, you check back next week.
That's crazy.
Fox fucked Whedon up the hole multiple times. He got screwed on certain aspects of Buffy, but luckily enough, he fucking clawed his way back. But Dollhouse suffered the same fate. At least Dollhouse got 2 seasons.
And Dollhouse was great. Like, it is a crime that Dollhouse was also screwed over.
I mean, they do that a lot.
They got to finish it, but it was really fucking truncated the way they fucking wrapped everything up. But at least they did get to finish it.
Yeah, at least it did get a conclusion.
A cool thing about Dollhouse is I think it's the season 2 box set, which isn't really a box set. It's one of those DVDs you buy it and it's got the multiple discs in there and they're on swingers. But it came with a little comic book that explains what would have happened in season 3, basically.
Yeah, I got the box set secondhand and I didn't get the comic, so I must try and go online and find a comic. Have we covered all the angles, Ethel, on Firefly and Serenity, or anything else we've kind of missed?
Another noteworthy thing as far as actress crossovers, and everybody will know because they probably already know already thinking about it, Summer Glau, who played River, ends up becoming the Terminator in the Sarah Connor Chronicles, which is fantastic.
That's the crazy bitch, right?
That's crazy.
The crazy bitch.
Oh, also,
my knowledge is on point.
6 degrees of separation. You have 2 queens from Game of Thrones who also played Sarah Connor. You had Lena Headey, Cersei. She was Sarah Connor in Sarah Connor Chronicles, and then you had Daenerys.
I don't remember her real name either.
Oh, Christ on a pogo stick.
And then Lena Headey played Cersei.
Amelia Clark played a young Sarah Connor in Terminator Genesis with a Y. Just a bit of a tidbit there for you.
The last fun thing about Firefly, if nobody else has anything to add to it.
The only thing that I can add to it is they took the design of the bug from the Brazilian they took the design for the ship from the Brazilian Firefly.
Which is fun. The thing I wanted to add was if you get the box set, which I happen to have right here,
Ooh, a sexy box set.
They did it right. They did the right thing. If there's any studio people watching, which I know there aren't, but we'll just pretend like I'm more popular than I am. But they did the right thing. They went with the slimline, individual DVD cases. So when you put this on your shelf, you can put it out like this, and then you can just visually see, oh, what episode do I want? I think it was towards the beginning. Oh, well, I want disc 1 or I want disc 2. And then you can pull it out, and then they did the really nice thing, and they put the description on the back in case you don't remember. So
That's quite cool.
We didn't get that for European edition. I had the exact same box set, and it's one solid box with a booklet to tell you what's on it.
I hate that. It's like, why bother with the book? Would you put the slimline, put the information on the outside of the individual discs, give it to me. I will pay extra for your box set.
The slimline is much nicer than opening up the whole thing with 4 discs in it.
Yeah, because you go to open it up and it's a mess. And then like sometimes
opens my browser.
Well, sometimes it's hard to get out the disc. Like, you'll break the disc trying to get them out. It's like, what the fuck?
Are you okay, Deacon?
Yeah, I just sneezed, and that was a lot of air going between my fingers.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought that was,
It doesn't sound like it was going through your fingers.
Yeah, I thought you were cutting the cheese. I thought you were cutting the fucking cheese, dude.
Clapping cheeks.
there's the flatulent feet.
If
I'll
people
make
are
her
still
set the
want
same
their like season 2 or season 3 of Firefly Fix, check out the graphic novels. It shows how Zoe has her baby and raising it, and they have to break Zoe out of a prison because it turns out she's wanted for war crimes. Also, the Jubilarly and a couple of other bad guys come back and go after him, but we also get some bad guys who end up helping the Serenity crew. And it's written by Josh's brother, Zach, so it is fairly well written. And we also get to meet Jane's mother and what her obsession in making hats is. So you get a chance, check out the graphic novels.
I know, and it's weird how his hat has become iconic with the series, even though he only ever wore it in one goddamn episode.
Yeah.
It didn't even
Hey, a
appear in
man
the movie.
walking down the street with that hat, you know he's not afraid of anything.
Yeah, he's not afraid of anything.
I remember the first time I saw that hat getting sold in Hot Topic, and I was like, what?
It's a badass's hat, Sadie.
In Wisconsin, it just looks like every other dork in Wisconsin's hat, though.
Now, if you need to cosplay him, that's the only. You only have to put that hat on, and people go, "Oh, you're Jane."
You're the man they call Jane.
You gotta put that hat on and put on about 100 pounds of muscle. And
I can do one of those.
I can put on 100 pounds. Might not be muscle.
Dude, the line about the leaf in the wind always made me sad. The thing when the pilot dies or whatever, that was always punched in the heart.
I am a feather on the wind.
It's funny. Josh says the reason he killed Wash in the movie. Spoilers. Sorry if you haven't seen Serenity. I probably should have said that first. But it's the same reason why he took out Xander's eye in Buffy. It's so that you feel like everybody's in jeopardy, and he wanted to hurt the audience in a way that they'll feel something.
I think that's the reason I didn't watch Firefly for a long time. Because Nathan Fillion's the bad guy in the end of Buffy, and I was still mad at him about Buffy.
What a great crossover that was! I'm glad you mentioned that. I forgot to mention that he was in season 7 of Buffy as the bad guy.
I just remembered.
I think he was the preacher, Caleb. And he like fucking stuck his thumb into Xander's eye.
Mhm.
And he was
He says,
pretty
"You're the
cool.
one who sees everything. Let's see if we can't do something about that." And he just right out.
Did Buffy beat him up with a sidekick?
She did, into a wine barrel.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken.
No.
That's how she deals
No.
with most of them. Sidekick steak. Sidekick steak.
It's the fact that she throws the worst punch ever. Like, you think after so many seasons of Buffy, you'd think she would have learned how to throw a better punch by the end. Like, I mean, her sidekick's pretty bang on, but like her punches are horrendous.
Maybe it's just she has small fists.
Dude, I've got small fists. It's no excuse.
They needed the fight choreographer from the Highlander series. That's what they really needed.
Ooh.
That series has some of the best fight choreography on television.
What season? What series?
I've never watched it.
Highlander.
Oh my god! If you guys haven't seen the Highlander, that is a classic.
I've seen the movie, obviously.
Oh,
I've seen a lot of the movies.
Great.
I don't think I watched the shows.
As a cousin. He's a cousin.
Of course he's a cousin.
It's what a great, like, I could do a whole stream on just Highlander, and we'll probably do that at some point since I'm going to be doing this.
Only if I'm allowed to come along and destroy their fucking Scottish accents because they're shite. They got the great Scottish guy. What are we going to do? Make him Spanish. But we've got a Scottish guy. What are we going to get the Scottish guy? Get the Canadian guy to play him.
See, I want to see Spongy do a review of Braveheart. That would just be awesome.
Dude, no you don't, because I hate it. I hate Braveheart with a passion. I despise Braveheart. It's so wrong on so many different fucking levels. It's ridiculous.
That movie is so historically incorrect. It would make more sense if I told you that fucking Vader and the Empire came down and fucking and enslaved Ireland during the 1960 Rising.
It's literally it's the same difference. Like like Darth Vader trained Emperor Palpatine for then to be trained by Vader. It's literally the same shit. Like there's like 90 years between them for a start.
It's like
Nowhere close. The average life expectancy at the time is like 30-ish.
Thanks,
so like
Brad.
there was no chance of them getting even close to each other.
Enjoy the Super Bowl, dude.
Like
Robert the Bruce was like like just fuck off with your shit fucking story.
Wasn't the Queen that he ended up shagging 11 years old?
Something like that, yeah. It's something like that. Yeah.
They frosty bread.
Like it's like, dude, honestly, it's just so wrong. And then like you watch Braveheart and was like, wow, that's your story of Scotland. And then like you go to school and you're like, you're an arsehole. You're like Braveheart's wrong, is it? That's not even cutting the line. That's how my history class went. You're an arsehole. Okay.
So the Scots did not brandish their buttocks in the actual battle.
I
I mean, that is a tactic we did employ. And we probably wouldn't have brandished our arses at them. We probably would have just been bollock naked.
Yeah.
No one wants to
They wouldn't have
fight
done it while they had fucking archers.
Yeah, the thing is, Sponge, right? If you watch a YouTube channel called The History Buff, he goes over it, and they were more the kind of Scottish kind of freedom fighters were more in line with the Scottish Picts from the time of the Roman fucking occupation. Yeah. Whereas at that time, the Scottish, the Highlanders would have been wearing fucking plate armor. They would have been wearing chainmail and armor and shit. They wouldn't have been like fucking about.
They would have been up with the times.
They're not going to be standing there with their fucking holiest of holies pointing at the enemy like, hey, oh look, they've got bow and arrows. Let's give them a target.
Yeah.
Let me catch it between my cheeks.
They're like, hey, I got your bullseye right here.
Yeah, like, aim for the brown patch, 20 points.
Also, like the fucking Gibson having his face half blue. That was fucking the Picts as well. That was the fucking the Scottish Picts At the
And to
time
be
of the
fair, it
fucking
probably
movie.
wouldn't have been painted as blue like that, like a solid blue line anyway. There'd been
Yeah.
some stupid fucking pencil design or something. Probably would have even been tattoos. That's why they got called the Pics, because they were painted. They painted
Yeah.
people. So yeah, like they completely shat all over Scotland in the whole movie. And then they got Mel Gibson to play our fucking famous son. And Mel Gibson that can't do a Scottish accent. And then they thought, you know what will make this better? Let's take this movie. We'll go film it over in New Zealand. Like, fuck off!
But everything gets filmed in New
Yeah,
Zealand.
they filmed it over here as well, and they used fucking Irish soldiers for the
Yeah,
fucking
they did use some of it. But then, yeah, like, it's just shit, though. The whole thing's shit.
I think
It's
it's
just
because they
shit.
realised if they filmed it in Scotland, you would have rebelled.
Hollywood's just looking at Ireland
Well,
and
dude,
Scotland.
technically, I'm in Edinburgh, so, like, we were in the city that they were trying to free. I was already here. So I would have been cushy. I wouldn't have gave a fuck, mate. Like, I'm a lowland. I was scum to them anyway.
But yeah, so in summation of this conversation, Highlander, great fight choreography, good series. Check it out.
Decapitation everywhere.
Yeah.
I never knew there
Shall
was a
we
TV
move on to
series.
Farscape? Because
Yes.
I'm riling to fucking.
Dude, I started watching Farscape today.
It's so good.
Again. Like, I remember watching it when I was a kid because, like, I can't remember what age I was. I must have been maybe about, I don't know, 10 or something, maybe a little older. And then, like, I remember, like watching it, like, on a Sunday. It was a Sunday evening for some reason, but, like, I just to rush home to watch it. And it would be like, this is fucking amazing. And I started watching it today and got so hyped at the same characters at the exact same bits when I was like fucking 6 or whatever age it was. I was like, yo, look, the big dude. It's like just so nostalgic. It was ridiculous.
I ended up coming by it on BBC 3 at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Yeah.
For some reason, the BBC just wanted to fill out the blocks. So it's like, oh, we'll put on this show. And I'm like, this is fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
It was fucking great, man. Apart from
That's how I
Virgil.
found Lex.
Is it Virgil? The wee green bastard.
Rigel.
Which,
Rigel.
Rigel.
I was close.
Rigel.
Yeah,
That fucker.
like I'm not gonna lie, like he did not withstand the test of time very well. like the poor little green fucker.
Come here. I love puppets. That was.
I love puppets as well, dude. But like it's he looks rubber. There's quite a few scenes where he's just like.
He's meant to look rubber. He's a kind of like froggy type species.
Yeah, it's like a toad. He's
Yeah,
got
I know.
like-
I had a toad, and that's not a toad. no,
you're
but like,
ruining the illusion, man. You're ruining the illusion. You're taking
dude, my name is Fun Sponge. Sucking the fun out of everything since '87.
It's the
Yeah, bastards.
they got how good was that pilot puppet though? That's some great puppetry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I liked the big tentacle dude. I can't remember his name for the life of me.
Gargle.
Like but the big tentacle dude, he is the shit, mate. I wanted that big tentacle dude, man, when I was a kid. Like I was like, I want this guy, man. This guy's the shit, man. He's like fucking wicking people in the neck and stuff. Like look at that. Like, I was doing that today. I'm not even gonna lie. I was jumping about like fucking check that shit.
Yeah, it technically took 4 puppeteers to get Pilot to move all of his limbs and everything.
I can see that.
That's not surprising. Like it'd be like one like somebody's got his mouth, somebody's got his eyes, a couple of arms each.
And
That's crazy.
the guy who plays Trace, Lanny Tupai or Tupai, I can't pronounce his name, but he also voices Pilot. So
Yeah.
I never realised there was so many like auto tuning over all the like alien species and that. They've all got like sort of voice mods, like an echoey voice mod thing over when they speak. It's just the aliens though. Garbo's got like a bass thing going on behind his voice. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. I think it was a conjunction between an American and Australian studio, and it was that's why you had a lot of actors and actresses like Claudia Black and Virginia Hay, who you might know from Mad Max 2. She was the warrior woman who kind of gets killed near the end. And just there was an awesome crew. A lot of Australian actors, famous Australian actors. The guy who played Martin Joe turned up as a villain in one episode as well.
And Claudia Black also was in the movie Pitch Black, if anybody recalls. Very briefly, though.
Yeah.
It wasn't in for very long.
I loved Pitch Black. I loved that movie so
Mom
much.
loved that movie too. So Claudia Black, the main chick, the scary one with the big eyebrows?
Yeah, she was. Okay. She was Erin. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember. I never remember seeing her in anything else ever.
Oh,
Robbie, did you play Gears of War 3?
No.
Okay, shit.
Yeah, but she was also in the later seasons of Stargate.
Yeah, she was also in. She was Nathan Drake's ex-girlfriend in the later games as well.
Marty, who was she in Gears of War 3?
She was the chick that kind of had a thing for Bird, but he couldn't stand her.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And as Deacon mentioned, she does turn up in Stargate as at first a guest star, but then she ends up becoming a main cast member, and that's in season 9 and season 10 of Stargate SG-1.
How many fucking seasons are there of SG-1? Holy moly!
10.
A lot.
Wait, we'll get to that, Sadie.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to that can of worms.
So, for anyone watching, what's the basic plot of Farscape?
All right. Well, the basic plot is you've got astronaut John Crichton test flying a spaceship of his own design, and there's a weird astronomical anomaly in space, which actually turns out to be a wormhole. And he just flies right down it, and he gets shot out right in the middle of a big space battle. And unbeknownst to him, the battle is over a prison ship, which he gets brought aboard. And prisoners think he's one of the law enforcement agents, one of the peacekeepers. And so they bring him aboard to try and get information out of him, not realizing that he's not even from this neck of the woods. And hijinks ensue. Oh, and he also kills the leader of the peacekeepers, at least the leader of this regime, this unit, for lack of a better word.
Banner Chris's brother, right?
Yeah, he kills him by getting into an air collision when he arrives. So he's there for literally 2 seconds, and a spaceship flies right into him. Spaceship goes careening off into an asteroid. He gets brought aboard a prison ship, and they think he's one of the bad guys. And Crace finds out, he kills his brother, and this guy just goes completely AWOL, hijacks his command carrier and all the troops and goes chasing John around the universe.
Oh,
hey,
shit.
John.
Oh, hey, John.
Hello.
Hello, Johnny.
Yo.
So, Ethel, favorite character from Farscape?
See, that's another tough one, but I gotta go Scorpius. He doesn't come about till season 2, but I gotta go with Scorpius. He steals the show.
Yeah, he kicks ass. My friend nicknamed him the Space Gimp.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, he's the creepy bad guy that's like in S&M. Okay, yeah, that blew my mind.
The question is, do you like the Scorpius outside of Crichton's brain, or do you prefer the Scorpius that's inside Crichton's brain?
Good question.
Harvey. Yeah. I don't know. I like them both as separate characters. Like, I always think of them as different people because even though it's the same bad guy, they're just, one's really wacky and one is really serious. And it's just, I don't know, pick your flavor.
Right.
Do you want to see a gimp doing something silly, or do you want to see a gimp doing something sinister? Make your choice.
Well, you can go to certain brothels and probably see both. Like, you know.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you
Um,
can go to certain brothels and pay for both at the same time.
Deacon, who's your favorite character?
Oh, I do like Rigel. He's just a selfish little arrogant bastard, and he doesn't change pretty much throughout the series, apart from getting a little more lighthearted. But if push comes to shove, I would have to sit there and say best character of the overall series from start to finish, Pilot and Moya.
Yeah. Sadie, you.
Huh?
Okay, we're good. No. I was hearing an echo. Who's your favorite character?
Well, so far you guys picked like the ones that I really like. I did like the blue chick, but that's just because I remember her quite well, even though I remember her character being kind of annoying.
The bald blue chick or the one with hair?
The one with hair.
Shiana. Oh, I love Shiana. Shiana's like a sexy cat lady.
Yeah, I think that's why I kind of liked her.
She's like her movements. She's like, hell, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. She's adorable and sexy.
Her main rules are if she can't lie, sneak, or shag her way out of it, it's not worth it.
That's like a fun character to play. I'll have to remember that.
Oh, she's brilliant.
Oh, in my game that I run with just my IRL buddies, I've got a character that's playing Chiana, and I've got a character that's playing the granny cook later on in the series. Yeah, but he's playing a male version.
Is she a Tricloptian kind of character? Has she a third eye in her head? Yeah.
A third eye that allows her to see the emotional pheromones being released by people, so she can influence how they think and feel.
That's a new take on an aura.
I love Shiana, but actually I gotta go with John because despite being trapped in another end of the galaxy or universe, he's so cool and he's so down to earth and he takes everything in his stride, and even when they're insulting him, because like his vision is weaker, his hearing is weaker, he can't do it. But he seems to always be the one who saves him at the end.
Yeah, he might be the inferior one when it comes to most of the physical attributes, but when it comes to his intellect and problem solving, he's the more capable out of the group.
And that's actually highlighted in the episode Trail Ticks, where everybody is more affected by the mind control of this weird alien that makes everybody turn on each other, makes them super paranoid. But because John is human and his visual cortex is less receptive, and he's got Scorpius in his brain, he can withstand it a little bit better.
That just makes me think of Futurama with Fry being so dumb.
There's another episode where the ship gets divided into different sensory fucking elements, where like color becomes sound, and sound becomes color, and light becomes vibration, and it's fucking up everyone. But because kind of Crichton isn't as well adapted, his fucking nerve endings and senses aren't getting fucking shredded. So
the only one that really messes with him out of those, because there's 3 universes. Actually, technically, there's 4. There's the normal realm, then there's where the ship diverges off, and you've got yellow, blue, and red. And yellow makes everybody silly and laugh, and basically tears away their inhibitions.
Yeah,
blue is.
I was about to say,
blue is
basically makes them drunk and stupid.
Blue is just a universe of really loud noises and harsh sounds, and red makes everybody sick to their stomach, and it's hard to see.
Is that also the episode where he dresses up like a really bad fucking RPer or cosplayer, where he dresses up as a bad, like he uses parts and he ends up looking like a bad fucking kind of high school production of a knight. He used to wear a helmet and he's got
that's Traltix. And the standout moment from that is when he's got a flight helmet on that Zan coats with vomit to prevent from getting burned, and he's got like a cape, and he's got a shield that's made from Aaron's Prowler, and he's got Dargo's Qualta blade, and he stands there with the sword in the air, and he goes, "Humans are superior."
There's always one. They let in the humankind.
I don't know. I really like when space shows try to show that there is some benefit to humanity, even though now that I think about it, I think that's just us trying to make us feel useful.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, if you were to put us into a universe such as Star Trek or Firefly, or, well, not Firefly, but Star Trek or Farscape, then humans would be the minor slave race that would be used as food.
I think it depends on how developed.
We'd just be fed to all the calcivores.
I just don't see a lot of other places in space seeing like empathy and arts and sympathy being like admirable traits. I don't know. Maybe it's not as harsh as I assume it to be.
Sadie, there could be a flip side. We could go to a world and we could come across as like Neanderthal-esque savages who don't fucking embrace proper culture.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but what's proper culture?
Science!
The science!
And then we'll stick a wee Earth flag on it and be like, "This is ours now."
Well, I mean, we sure try.
Proper culture is only what the people in charge says it is.
Say what, Trenchy?
I said proper culture is only what the people inside, like the people in charge or the majority says it is. Like that's only,
Yeah.
That's usually how it works.
Yeah.
Whenever I hear somebody say science, all I can ever think of is that episode of South Park where the otters are like hyper evolved and they're like, "Oh, our science will tell us."
Yeah, for some reason, all those otters are armed with pulse rifles as well. Did you notice? Did anyone else notice that the otters have pulse rifles from aliens?
Did not notice that.
It's like, what the fuck? Why are they carrying pulse rifles? But one thing I liked about Farscape is, and it's different to Firefly, there was definitely a will they, won't they between Aaron and Crichton, but they didn't drag it on, and it was a very sweet kind of relationship, and it had its ups and downs, but you genuinely felt that these two were fucking mad about each other. Like, there's this episode where they're on a ship, and they find another kind of peacekeeper officer, and the ship is under attack by frogs that vomit out fireballs, and like Crichton. Yeah, Crichton is flirting with the younger officer, and Aaron is just getting really, really fucking wound up about it, and it's kind of cute. She's like, she won't admit that she likes him, but she's getting really fucking irritated at what you're on, and it's really nice, and the chemistry between Ben Border and Claudia Black is fantastic in this show, and it's carried over to a certain extent to Stargate, but I think they really could have exploited it a lot better.
I just want to add to that, the episode you're talking about is the episode titled PK Tech Girl, if anybody wants to check that out. Available on Amazon Prime, I think.
Your memory is stunning, Ethel.
Especially if you like your short blondes. Watch that.
I need to be on a quiz show, a sci-fi based quiz show.
Right?
You should actually, Ethel. You should host a sci-fi based quiz show. Some night. So you should do a quiz show and just.
So you can be so frustrated in all the shit we don't know when you're sitting there like, come on, you guys, come on.
You stupid motherfuckers!
Yeah, you can literally say, "You're wrong! You idiots!" Oh, we've lost.
I try to bring it back. Try to make use of my my photographic for television and movies only memory. Ask me to do long division. I'll be sitting here all day. But ask me what episode of Star Trek had the rock monster in it. I could name you 3.
I'm the same. I have trouble trying to remember some street names in my town. Yet I can tell you a particular line from Star Trek: The Next Fucking Generation and what episode it was in. Just it's weird. Select.
Yeah, Trenchy disappeared. Trenchy vanished.
Trench.
That was weird. I clicked on Trenchy and it was like edit display name, and they were going to let me change your name, Trenchy. I wasn't going to do it. They tried to get me to change your name.
Should change it to King Dong.
Any note? Ethel, what would be your favorite episode of Farscape?
Ooh. Oh, geez. I'm not sure because,
Will I go around and come back to you?
Yeah, come back to me. I got to think about it for a minute or two.
Deacon? Because I know you're well versed in the series as well. Even if you can't think of the name.
My favorite episode is technically a 2-parter. It's the one where they go to the planet where they go back in time. Well, it's one episode. I'm thinking of a different one. It's one where they keep on going back in time and they have to redo something because they keep on fucking up the future.
And any standout moment in it, or any line or character moment?
I think my favourite standout moment is where they are literally... I can't remember his name. He's the one who has to wear the mask.
Oh, the guy who is his face covered. What's his name, Ethel?
Stark.
Yeah, it's where they're using Stark as a portal finder just by dragging him around the place and pushing him into places and just seeing his reactions. No, yes, no. Whenever he says no, you're getting closer. No, it's a nice dynamic because that's when you realise that, Stark is at the bottom of the totem pole at that moment. He has to earn everyone's respect.
Yeah. My favourite one, I was telling Ethel about it earlier on, is where this all switch bodies. There's these kind of sexy like aliens, and Rigel ends up in Crichton's body, and Shiana ends up in Dargo's body, and the two of them are thinking of fucking off in the ship because they're getting annoyed and they're flirting, and it's like Shiana in Dargo's voice just says, "Oh, Rigel, what do you think we should do?" He's like rubbing up against Crichton, and it's Rigel's body. We could do anything we wanted. It's just so fucking silly to see the two characters. And I think does Erin end up in Moya?
No, she doesn't end up in Moya, but she ends up in Crichton, and Crichton ends up in her. And I believe she ends up in Pilot, but not Moya.
It's
yeah. There's one. Sorry, Ethel, go on.
I was just going to say, it's funny in that episode because Aaron checks Crichton in Aaron's body, looking at her.
Yeah, he starts jiggling him. He's like, "Come on, man, they're right here."
And at the end of the episode... Oh, after you, Ethel.
Go ahead. You're going to say what I'm going to say, so go right ahead. I know exactly what you're going to say.
And at the end of the episode, Erin turns around to Crichton and says, "I was in your body too." Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like you were in my shirt. I was down your pants.
Yeah. That was really, and they go play chasing each other, or play fighting at the end. And again, it's just a really kind of sweet moment between the two. Sadie, can you remember any kind of favorite episode or?
Not anything in particular. I just remember being really tripped out by the idea of a living ship, because at that point I hadn't really watched anime yet. So that was a new idea for me.
I can see that. And the biology of Moya is really weird but fun.
Sponge, can you remember any episodes that had you enjoyed, or anything that happened, or?
I can literally remember like the first 2 episodes because of what I watched earlier, and even then, I'm fuzzy.
Okay.
Of course you're fuzzy. You have a beard.
He doesn't mean that kind of fuzzy.
So, I guess coming back to favorite episodes, I think I've got a good one. One that sticks out a lot in my memory is the episode titled "Scratch and Sniff," where Pilot actually gets angry and kicks both Dargo and John off the ship onto a planet, and they ended up having a wild night, and Chiana gets drugged and kidnapped, and they end up having to infiltrate it, and it's just a really silly episode.
Isn't that where they like wake up? Like it's like the hangover. They wake up in a window and like they're missing their clothes. But yeah, that was a great episode.
And at the end
Yeah,
of
is
the
that
episode,
Oh,
sorry.
I was
No,
gonna
John
say
Steele
that
says we should have kept going.
Oh, John
Sorry,
Steele, keep going. Oh, I was going to say that episode features Ben Browder's wife as the kind of weird alien that goes, ah! Which is the second time Ben Browder's wife has been in an episode of Farscape.
Farscape.
First time would have been when she was that calcivore alien that just ate the bones.
I eat bones. I need bones. But yeah, the end of that episode was really, really good, especially when they're trying to explain to Pilot what happened and why they're exhausted and why they're still arguing. It's like, I don't believe you. Either shut up or get off the ship again.
Yeah, John. Ethel, I'll let you take this because I think you were going to say as well the other person who was in it.
Yeah, not only was Claudia Black, who plays Erin in Stargate, but also Ben Browder ends up getting into Stargate and becoming the main character to take over for Jack O'Neill, Colonel O'Neill, which is cool. It's a good replacement, I thought, and it's kind of weird having those two be opposite each other as lead characters yet again.
There is a great moment in that season as well, Ethel, but I'd say we should save it for talking about the Stargate.
Yeah.
Another kind of funny tidbit for anyone is Ben Border shows up in a movie about a crew of space misfits. He turns up in Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2 as one of the sovereign commanders. He turns up in that.
And Ben Browder also shows up in an episode of Doctor Who.
Yeah, Gunslinger. That was a great episode.
The only thing that I can add for Farscape is the episode where the dimensions, where Moya gets broken up into the dimensions, and they've got the octopus creature reaching out from all sorts of places. In the part where they're in the pilot area or in the engine area getting ready to do stuff and a tentacle comes out of the ground to go and grab them, because of the smoke you can actually see the puppeteer's hand holding onto a stick and making the tentacle move with a bit of string.
Damn you, HD.
It's a nice thing to point out.
It's good though because there's not a lot of goofs like that in the show, which you'd think there would be more show with lots of puppeteers and practical effects like Stargate Farscape was. See, now I'm going to mix the names up as I say it.
No, but yeah, I agree with you. I've watched the series multiple times, and that's the only hiccup I have seen. So they did a really good job, especially out of nearly over 50 episodes. They did really good.
And that's the thing that sort of stands out about that show is it did a good job of blending the more modern CGI effects, or at least the budget television CGI effects we had back in the late 2000s, early 2000s, and the practical puppeteer effects that were on their way out, which sadly they shouldn't be.
Yeah, I like practical effects.
Yeah, the only really bad CGI effect in there that I always nitpick at is when Rigel's going to have a conversation with the Hive Queen. You know, when Moya gets taken over by all the bugs, and he's trying to crawl at that. Yeah, and he's just, when he goes to CGI, he just looks. It looks like a CGI model that someone hasn't actually colored or textured yet.
In the made-for-TV movie, there's some pretty bad CGI of Rigel where he's underwater collecting the bits of Aaron and John.
Yeah.
But they seem to love that CGI because not only was it featured for way too long in that episode, but it's also featured on the DVD menu for that special mini-series episode.
Oh my god, I feel sorry for the people that have to keep on seeing that over and over and over again. Give us Rigel in his full puppet glory.
But yeah.
Again, like with Serenity, if you want to get your fucking Farscape fix, there is like a future kind of series comic book written by Rocky S. O'Bannon, and we find out a bit more about wormhole technology and how Aaron and John's child actually has particular powers as a result of the wormhole. So definitely check it out. Boom Studio Comics. Artwork it's okay, but the writing is really what saves it. So if you get a chance, check it out from Boom Studios, Farscape. So yeah.
It was a good run, but when you were collecting it on paperback, it was hard to get every single issue as it came out because it was one of those things where the fans that were out there in force, and the comic book stores, at least mine locally, weren't exactly ordering it regularly. So you'd go to pick it up, and they might only have 8 issues. And if you weren't one of the first 8 people to find it on the rack, it was gone, baby, gone.
Yeah, it was a niche comic. I don't think a lot of stores would have had it in bulk. So that kind of sucked. So will we move on to Owl Stargate, or is there anything else?
If nobody else has anything to add about the wonderful series Farscape, I suppose we could go to Stargate.
Going.
Okay.
Going. Gone.
Bananas.
All right. So at Stargate, boy, there was a lot of Stargate. There was 10 seasons of SG-1. Then you got 2 seasons of Stargate Universe and 5 seasons of Stargate Atlantis, and not in that order. Plus, you had 3 SG-1 movies, but all made for cable movies, not like big budget movies like the genesis of the whole thing.
Fun fact: Ronald Emmerich, probably due to jealousy, hates the fucking TV show with a passion. He despises the TV show.
That's his loss. It's a great show.
Oh, we got Art in the chat.
Oh,
hey there, Art.
Hey, Art.
How you doing?
Hello, Art.
Yeah, the other night I went back and rewatched the first episode of Stargate, and it's kind of the opposite of what you were saying about the first episode of Firefly, how they kind of throw you in and don't really tell you anything. They did a really good job being like, hey, we know what happened in the movie, and we're gonna fucking tie all that into this episode and move on from it.
One thing I was shocked with the pilot, and it was only my friend pointed out, well, I noticed it, but he said, come here, watch the pilot and tell me if you noticed one thing. And I'm watching it, and then like the guys, is it Apophis, or who's the first bad guy in the first season?
It's Apophis.
Yeah, Apophis comes through, and he kidnaps a female fucking soldier, and he brings her back to his harem, and her and these other chicks undressed, and full frontal nudity. Full fucking frontal nudity.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
They edited it out of the Prime version.
Yeah, no, they're like, you got the mountains and you got the bush, you got the whole shebang in that first episode, and I was like, wow, what the fuck? Why didn't they keep this going?
It's kind of like the pilot for Kung Fu: The Legend Continues, where they go to a strip club and there's full nudity in that, and it's like, well, wait a minute, this was made for like CBS. What the hell are they doing? I mean, I wasn't complaining, but what the hell are they doing?
CBS changes to chicks, a chick's boob stacked.
Like, good God, man, this isn't Showtime. What's going on here?
Well, technically, it is Showtime now.
HBO, more like HBO. But yeah, no, I was just shocked by that. But how do you get from Kurt Russell to MacGyver? Someone explain. I'm not giving out, but how do you go from Kurt Russell to MacGyver?
Lack of options?
Lack of
don't get me
options.
wrong. I loved Richard Dean Anderson as Jack O'Neill, but
he's Jack O'Neill for me now. But
actually, I prefer the casting in the show versus the casting in the movie. I might be in the minority on that one. And I wasn't even a MacGyver fan. Like, I can't stand that show. But Richard Dean was awesome. He was awesome as Jack O'Neill. And I liked him better than Russell.
Was the science guy the same guy from the movie?
No.
No. That was James Spader in the movie and Michael Shanks in the TV series.
Oh.
But he looks... That's one piece of casting I think that really looks like James Spader.
Yeah,
I don't
they
know.
did a bit of good casting there, getting someone who looks similar.
If you look at the movie, like, especially if you look at the back of the case, Spader looks really pudgy. Like, let me see if I can zoom in on this.
Yeah. He's got like Dumb and Dumber hair.
I got bullied a lot in high school. Look.
I don't know, like maybe he's got an allergy. He got stung by a bee, had some shellfish. I don't know, but he looks really puffy.
Can you just imagine? He auditioned for the job. He got the job. They contracted him for the job. They took him on set, and it turns out he's allergic to sand.
But no, great casting in that show. I will say there's a couple things in the pilot episode that bothered me. First thing, the Apophysis soldiers, when they kidnapped that woman, that airman, they bring her back through an inbound wormhole, which this show clearly establishes, and the movie, you cannot go through a wormhole. It is one way only. You can go there through it, and other people can follow you from that place, but you can't go back through it. They make that mistake. And then I thought Teal'c's betrayal of Apophis was kind of sudden and just didn't make much sense. But other than that, yeah, good shit.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah. Dude,
John Steele says James Spader, he hadn't started Weight Watchers yet.
He wasn't on that deal-a-meal plan either. He was a little bit early on that.
But the thing was, Ethel, he always played the preppy dick in 80s kind of rom-com movies. So it's like, okay, well, it's kind of a big change in the character. But that's neither here nor there. I'm with you on kind of Christopher Judge's character, Teal'c, changing. Kind of, he does. It's like, hey, he's a false god, and it's like, wow, that's all it took to convince you.
Yeah,
Can we just say that the snake armor was shit though? Like, how ineffective is that big dumb helmet? It was like something for fucking Spaceballs.
It's intimidation factor. It is.
Take it from someone who does LARP. Wearing that type of thing is totally impractical.
I'm with Sponge in that I preferred the armor in the movie. Obviously, they didn't have the budget, but the heads could move, and it was like it wasn't just snake heads. There was like, what's the name of the fucking dog?
Anubis.
What is it?
Anubis
Okay,
is the
yeah.
dog one.
So why the fuck didn't he have? Why didn't these men have dog head fucking armor instead of snake head armor?
Yeah.
No, because it goes by the god. In the movie, it was Ra, so they had those eagle head dog things. And then later in the show, they actually did a callback to where they had the eagle heads, but it wasn't Ra, but they were Ra soldiers. And they said, why are those Ra soldiers? So it all depends on which god it is. There are snakes in the show for most of the time, because most of the time they were fighting
Apophis?
And that was his animal, was the snake, which is why Teal'c has the snake gold tattoo, as well as the other Jaffas.
Jaffa cake.
Yeah, I didn't like the helmets. Like, I felt like nobody fitted inside them. Like, it just like it didn't matter who you had. Like, they all looked ridiculously tiny inside this giant head. It was like fucking Spaceballs when Rick Moranis lifts up the big helmet.
And unless there's technology on the inside that's actually going to send sensory input from where the eyes and the ears are on the helmet to where they would be on the human face.
Yeah,
to be fair, even then, like, you can clearly see, and like, I've got a picture here of it's a side view of the helmet, and like, you can clearly see that they're supposed to see through the mouth of the snake. They can't see through no mouth of that fucking snake unless they've got like a head that's like 5 inches, like a good 12 inches tall.
Fucking head.
Yeah, and even then, you've got it sits on the shoulder pads, so you're talking, it's already up here, and then you're supposed to be looking at what up here, like come on. I just like the idea of them all. That's why they've all got those big sticks. It's their blind staff.
That's how they find a way around.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm telling you, we're on it.
I thought they had a heads-up display like in Iron Man.
I mean, it would be awesome if it did, but no one who ever wore the armor on the SGT team ever said that the armor contained that capability. Even the tech guys didn't say it had that capability.
Never said it didn't.
So we have to take it that they are just blind helmets.
Maybe that's why they kept on missing the SG-1 team.
That's what it was. Nobody could see shit, mate. Even stormtroopers had a better go at it.
Maybe it's why the SGT. Maybe it's why the team was taking them off.
They were lousy shots, and I will say that the weapons' effect on inanimate objects was fairly inconsistent throughout the show. Like, sometimes they'd hit a rock wall, and it'd blast right through. Other times they'd hit a rock wall, and it'd just sort of singe it.
And other times it would do nothing. It's kind of like, what? Show us consistent physics!
I always assumed that, like, the longer you held the back of it, it would charge up and then fire it, because I know that there was the little pistol one that if you shot a person once, you'd knock him out. You shot him twice, you'd kill him, and you shot him a third time, you'd disintegrate him. So I assumed it was some kind of thing that, like, how long you held it or how many times you hit the object or the person would affect it. I don't know.
I would agree with that, but they have the capability of repeat and consistent fire. So there's no charge rate.
I think all things considered, I'd rather have the FNP 90 myself, but yeah, that's just me.
Yeah, that was cool. Do you remember fucking one episode? Teal'c had a kind of fucking smart gun version of the staff blaster. He blew up a fucking ship, and it crashed on top of the Stargate as he was going through, and he was stuck in the wormhole. I'm trying to think.
Wasn't it a weapon that he salvaged from one of the gliders?
I think, yeah. He converted it into a handheld kind of weapon. Do you know who was really good as well? Amanda Tapping. She was cool. She wasn't like, oh, damsel in distress. She knew her shit. Like,
Yeah, and the cool thing about her character, even though they did overplay the loves the science and the feminist angle, was that she was just another one of the soldiers. She was just another airman, only smart.
and they didn't really do a kind of like I gotta give them kudos. They alluded to it, but they never pushed a kind of will they won't they between O'Neill and herself. Samantha Carter. That's the character.
That would have been fraternization, which they can't do. Can't do that.
Against all military regulations, even in the British Army.
You get a dishonorable, or at best, you get transferred.
She was in X-Files as well.
Yeah.
Amanda Tapping.
Yeah, she was a slab. She was on the slab.
What?
The table. The dead table. Yeah.
She was a corpse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I know she was in an X-Files like show called Sanctuary, where she looked after mythical kind of creatures, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Helen Magnus.
Yeah. That was a good series. It's a shame that they didn't get the budget that they needed for CGI, though.
I feel like that was just an issue with like all the shows back then.
Oh no,
they're TV shows. At the end of the day, guys, even the best fucking even Game of Thrones had some shonky fucking CG, and like that was HBO, and they were bucketing money at that. But at the end of the day, if you have to make a continuous shot of shows for a particular block of time, you only have a particular amount of time to do the effects, get the effects processed, put them in the show. So, like, even if you have the best effects company ever, if you're being rushed or if you have a limited timetable, the effects aren't going to fucking they're not going to look 100%.
Walking Dead did that with Shiva, the tiger. Like you only showed the tiger in a couple of episodes or something, but to save money on the budget for CGI, you see like a flashy fur instead.
It's you also got to keep in mind typical American season, 22 episodes. So you've got a fixed budget for that season. You have to dole out per episode. You've only got if you're on an hour-long episode, you've only got 45 minutes. You've got to film that. You've got maybe 3 episodes or 4 episodes in the can before they start airing. So I mean, you're under hella time constraints and financial constraints. You go over budget too many episodes, you're not going to have a very good season finale.
Yeah.
I feel like that's where Netflix comes to an advantage now for TV series with the budget and that, like, special effects and that seem to have got better in TV shows and that now than what they were, like, say, a couple of years ago.
Definitely, but they're still, like, yeah, they're better than they were, but by Christ, they're still not feature film quality, like, and the fact remains, this is good. Well, for the time, the effects I think were good. Like that was any TV show, even the fucking X-Files. Like I love the X-Files, but the effects for that have dated badly.
But the problem with the effects in Sanctuary is the fact that it was a Canadian production funded by the Canadian government for their broadcast, so it should have had a good fund. And it's not the CGI in season 1 or season 2. It's in season 3 and onwards. The CGI takes a deep dive to the point where it's worse than computer games.
Deacon, what would it do? But here's the thing. Maybe the ratings were dropping, and as a result of the viewership dropping, the budget for the shows, the budget for the series dropped as well. It could be that.
And you got to figure, you don't know how they're allocating that budget. You know, they might have X amount of dollars that they're given, but you know, every year when they get a new season, when they get renewed, those actors and actresses, they've got agents that are renegotiating contracts if they're not a specific 2-year, 3-year, or 5-year in some cases contract. If they're year by year, season by season, then you're going to have renegotiations. So they've got to make sure they got the money to cover that, and not to mention guest stars, because you've got to have at least 3 a season. Rule of thumb.
Was that no when we had like the writer strikes in that as well? Was that not roughly like the same time? Remember we had like all the crazy writer strikes and like all the TV shows just ended up like getting shafted.
Yeah, a lot of series ended up getting fucking absolutely bollocked over the writer strike. You probably noticed a couple of series actually took maybe a year or 9 months of a break between when they continue. Like if you were on season 8, it might be if you were on season 8 and it was 2007, it might be 2009 before you saw season 9 or whatever the fuck, like, you know.
And then you had ones like fucking Heroes. Remember Heroes did the half season, like just a really terrible half season. That's just been somebody back at home being like, that's easy. Didn't need the writers. I've got this.
That's when all that TV started popping up.
Robbie, you're a bit quiet.
Deacon, favorite episode of SG1?
Oh, favorite episode of SG1. Oh, that's kind of hard to discern.
10 seasons, I suppose.
Yeah, I think if I had to put a thumb on it, I'd say it's the episode where they bring back the artifact that allows people to see things that are just out of phase with our reality. Where they start seeing all the creepy creatures crawling around.
Yeah, that episode is actually like a nod to the movie From Beyond. If you look at it, there's so many close relations. I can't help but think that they watched that in the writer's room and they're like, we got to reference this.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite episodes, I think.
Mine would be, it was a very Alien-esque episode where they're on the ship with the replicators and it crashes into it's a two-parter, it crashes into the ocean and the replicators start to assimilate a submarine. It's like so fucking cool. It was like, fuck, the replicators are on Earth. And like, again, maybe I'm fucking taking a stab in the dark here. A lot of people call the Borg the zombies of Star Trek. I call them the xenomorph. The Borg are like the Star Trek's answer to xenomorph. Whereas for SG1, the replicators are like the bugs, the xenomorph kind of species.
And the bizarre thing is, whenever you chat to someone about these series and the replicators come up, if you try and give a description, the best thing you can do is turn around and say, possessed Meccano.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. These metally kind of spy. Ethel, did you guys have Meccano over in the States?
No, not that I can recall. I don't remember it.
It's like Kinects, but made out of metal, and you use nuts and bolts and stuff like that.
Trenchy, do you hear of that show?
Oh no, it's not a show. It's a toy. It's a toy. Meccano,
yeah.
a toy.
It's like Lego, but like metal bars.
Basically,
yeah,
right,
it's like
say your father is like, hey, you're reading too many comics and playing those video games. Here, fucking play with this. It's basically shards of metal with nuts and bolts and a couple of wheels and socket wrenches and fucking.
They were razor sharp. You'd always cut yourself on the side of them.
You'd fucking reef yourself.
Like,
like
a paper cut with metal.
Think of it as
we had a Rector set. We had a Rector set.
Yeah, they're pretty much like a Rector set where you have to build models, but with the Meccano, you were able to build whatever you wanted.
You've seen Toy Story, right? You know how the fish is it? What's the one? Like there's the doll's head. Yeah, the baby's doll's head. It's got the legs that are made of the claws in it.
Yeah.
That's Meccano.
That's Meccano. That's basically what Meccano is. I don't know if you've got an equivalent.
Toy Story.
Yes, that's a Rector set.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's our version. We've got a name brand. Fuck you guys.
It was essentially the toy your father would give to you if he thought you were turning into a pussy. He was like, here,
play with these man toys.
I had mine taken away because I made a thing that could slip onto my arm, and it had razor claws at the end. So when I yanked on it, it acted like a bear trap to whatever was inside the front of it, so I could grab fruit and just slice it in half. And he's gone, no, you can't have this. You can no longer have Meccano.
Only you, Deacon.
Yeah.
I was a Skeletrix kid. I had to build a Skeletrix kit myself. Like, fucking, it was all up around my walls and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Once again, not allowed. I hit a ramp really hard and managed to get the car into my brother's mouth and he knee-choked.
Oh, dude, I yeeted the car out the window. Like, right out the fucking open window. Like, yeet. Like, oh, shit. Like, crazy.
Okay, so
Here, play with an open electricity source. Don't worry, kids.
Please.
Have an open electricity source that's got a direct current straight to your hand. Well done. We got away with so much cool shit when we were kids, man. They ruined it.
Yeah.
Sponge, what have you watched Stargate in the past?
Yeah, right. I don't know if it's Stargate, right, or I might just be completely tripping balls. But is there something to do with the Wizard of Oz? Did they have something to do with the Wizard of Oz at some point? Like, I swear to God, I remember the big fucking dude with his big pointy stick dressed as the Tin Man. Like, I swear to God, I don't. If I'm tripping balls, then I've lost it, and I'm out.
The episode where they were trying to come up with a plot line for a movie, the nerdy guy, the one that also references Farscape.
Yeah, I don't know if they came up with a Wizard of Oz scenario. They might have, but I remember that episode.
I'm Googling it, because if I've made this shit up, I am out, and I'm just going to leave.
But
it says 200? Yeah, 200. 6 episode. It's on Wiki. If you just search it, you'll find it.
Yeah, because we're all fucking dancing.
Season 10, episode 6.
Like, that's one episode that sticks in my brain, and I'm so glad I never made that up, because see, if I had made that up, that was me. I'm just like...
actually, you know what? That's starting to sound kind of familiar to me. After Wabi was talking about it, that is starting to sound kind of familiar.
Yeah, because they did, like, I think there was a couple of things in there. I don't think it was just like Wizard of Oz. I'm sure there was like a couple of things.
Yeah, it says it's a lighthearted parody of both Stargate SG-1 and other sci-fi shows, as well as pop culture like The Wizard of Oz.
It's got to be that episode where they parodied Farscape in there.
We are watching this episode when we get done.
I love the bit with Ben Boulder, and he's like fighting zombies. He's in the base, and he's just like fucking mowing it. And he's like, what? Why zombies? Everyone loves zombies. And then there's the episode, then there's the segment that myself and Ethel absolutely love, and I'll let you take it away. I am disappointed with one bit, but Ethel, you explain that segment.
All right. Well, it's in season 10 or season 9 or the tail end of season 9. No, it is season 10 because you said it was
episode 6.
Episode 6 of season 10. They've got both Claudia Black and Ben Broder now. They're both cast members, full-on cast members. Claudia is no longer a temporary member, and they actually just straight up parody Farscape. And they use some flash from it and everything. It's great.
I just wish they had Border as Crichton instead of Michael Shanks. He ended up being Stark instead. I think it was a last minute thing. He was going to be. I was like, oh man. Oh.
I bet you that Ben requested that. I bet you he requested that because he's probably like, hey, look, I was Crichton for 5 seasons there. I want to be somebody else.
I'd want to be one of the ones that's got one of the crazy cool makeup jobs. Like, you'd want something badass. Like,
The thing is, Sponge, he was playing Stark. He just had a piece of metal kind of just fucking tied around his head. It was, oh man. I was just like,
I know, would you not want to be like Darbo or something? Like, I want something fucking cool. Like, I want tentacles, man. Give me tentacles, God damn it.
Also, Ethel, another brilliant thing is you know the way they keep on mentioning the third race called the Furlins, and then like is it Jack imagines what the Furlins are, and they're like Ewoks. They're like these teddy bear Ewoks who blow up their planet. Sadie, have you a favorite episode?
No, that's another show. They all kind of blend together. I can't think of any. It's been so long.
That's my problem. I think because when I watch shows like in a winner. Like, I'll blast through them. So, like, episodes in that are just like, they're all the same. Like, I don't even watch the credits anymore. Miss the credits, miss the titles. What are you doing, Trench? They're all watching you now.
For a second there, I thought he might have taken us in the bathroom, but nope, that's a couch.
It would be gas if he's just there sitting on the job, finishing one off, and he totally forgot.
That little kid's with Lady Frankenstein.
French, you okay, bud? I think his sound is gone. Trenchy!
Trenchy, boy.
Can't hear you. Can you? I'm guessing he can hear us because he's clearly answering.
Toronto, I believe your microphone isn't picking up your voice because we can't hear you.
He's telling us he can hear us, yeah.
You see. What's that, Trenchy? Timmy's down a well?
He'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
He'll be...
What other episodes of Stargate SG-1 do you guys like? Ethel, what's your favorite episode?
I really like that one where they decide to let Teal'c live off base, and he's got like an apartment, and he's trying to fit into society, and he can't just be a regular person and not get involved in other people's lives. Like, he steps in and he helps out these kids that are getting bullied, and there's a purse snatcher, and he picks up a can of peas and throws it at the guy from like 50 feet away and knocks him out cold.
I guarantee Richard Dean Anderson directed that episode, because there's an episode of MacGyver where MacGyver does the exact same fucking thing. He takes out a fucking mugger in a department store with a can of peas.
It could have been Richard Dean. It might have actually been Christopher Judge himself, because he directed a few of the episodes in those later seasons. They let him do some directing, which is cool.
Who would have thought Assault with Peas would have led to peace? Give peace a chance.
If you want peas, prepare for war. Trenchy!
Yeah.
Yay! We can hear you.
Have you a favorite episode of Stargate SG-1?
I never seen it because I didn't like the movie, but I was only here for the Firefly talk. That was the only thing I could contribute. I've just been listening and stuff. But good conversation. I mean, I don't know anything like about like Stargate or Farscape or anything. They sound cool though.
Trenchy, do you think there is a correlation between the looks of Kurt Russell and Richard Dean Anderson? Do you think MacGyver looks like Kurt Russell?
Little bit. I think not exactly, but a little bit. I can see that.
If Kurt Russell kind of like lost half his body weight
After 10 beers, mate. Anybody's Kurt Russell.
Is it? Maybe Wabi can answer this, but she might know. Is it just me, or did Richard Dean look better in Stargate than he did as MacGyver?
Oh, I definitely agree with that.
That's because
he got older. He got fucking fine. I'm sorry.
And he got Silver Fox. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a silver.
Are you kidding me? MacGyver and his mullet I swear to God, I fucking turn gay in a fucking minute. I grab that fucking hair and I fucking plow into him. Swear to God.
But that's
I
only
was like, he's like,
because
do you have protection? I have a paper clip and an elastic band, and that's all we fucking need. That's
the only reason you'd really, really go for him is because at the end of it, when he's unconscious, you just scalp him, put his fine, fine hair on your lovely head, and walk away.
What fucking pull a maniac? Are you fucking mad?
Yeah. And then you get comments of, "Stop freaking out."
Sorry, I like some of that.
Deacon always comes up with the weirdest answers. It's just like, wouldn't it be really hot if you just sort of cut him open and just sort of climbed inside him?
Like a tauntaun? Yeah.
It is a fantastic skill that Deacon made me saying I want you to anally take Richard Dean Anderson from behind to seem normal in a same kind of conversation.
Good point.
Favorite bad guy.
Just out of curiosity, Deacon.
Sorry?
If he did that, if he scalped him and put that on his head, would that technically be a skull cap?
Technically, it would be a pseudo bald cap. But
Okay.
if you took it at night, it will be a night cap.
We just call them a condom in Scotland.
Yeah, cheeky bastard, Deacon. You cheeky bastard. Favorite bad guys? Any favorite bad guy from SG1?
I can't think.
I just always really liked all the Egyptian stuff. That always got me.
When it comes to the bad guys, they all tend to blend together, unfortunately, unless you can distinguish.
I liked the replicators, and I liked what were the big reptilian dudes that they like? One had a symbiote inside him, and it was trapped in the temple. It was a prehistoric. It was one of the earlier holes. Unis.
Yeah. The what? What was that?
The Unis? Well, was it the Unis?
The Unis.
They were cool.
I liked Ball personally. I thought Ball was a good villain. He clones himself.
Ball was cool.
He had like 20 versions of himself, and he's like, "Oh, I just want to be a regular person now. You know, I want to rule the world, corporate like, but I want to be a regular person."
It's like if Donald Trump was evil. Oh wait. Deacon, what about yourself? Favorite bad guy?
Oh, I'd have to sit there and say I'd have to agree with you with the replicators. They're a very good villain. And just because he was more of a one-off, the aquatic villain that keeps Daniel captive, saying, "You will teach me the secrets."
Was that an alien? Was that the alien kind of the fucking? He was another prosthetic, non-human species alien.
Yeah, one of those.
Ethel, do you remember there was another one where this child came through the Stargate, the Iris, and it turned out they don't know how the Iris got activated, and it turns out there's these kind of insectoid-like aliens that can camouflage, and the child was cloned. What the fuck were they? They were cool. They should have come back. They wanted to wipe out Earth because they were afraid that the system lords could use the Earth as more hosts, so they wanted to wipe them out. Trying to think. Were they ever given a name? No.
I don't think so. At least I don't recall, which is weird. I should remember that. I didn't. I rewatched it not that long ago.
And if Ethel doesn't know, it probably doesn't have a name.
Well, that's not always true. I get my facts mixed up sometimes. Sometimes I forget things. So, it happens. It happens.
I know. We're
I don't believe it.
Of your knowledge.
Don't want to hear that crap.
We're basking in the glory of your knowledge. Do not besmirch it.
But
I made that conversation come to a grinding halt.
there was I was just thinking there was another good.
Ethel, they were called the Ritu.
Oh, that's see, I do forget things. I forgot that, but he's right.
Pardon me.
I was gonna say there was another good bit. They did this for an episode, and they actually ended up bringing the character back later, where they find a girl on a planet and they bring her back to the Stargate, only to find out she's got a bomb inside her, and that was kind of a cool plot point.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she had a little gem in her head. She had like something like a mark on her forehead or something, like a black gem or something.
No, she had like a piece, like basically some sort of bomb that was made out of the same thing that the Stargate's made out of. And if you brought,
it was an aqueduct bomb. Yeah,
an aqueduct. If you brought it closer to the Stargate, it would count down faster. So they had to get her away from the Stargate so she wouldn't explode. And if she blew up, it would like take half the planet or something with her. It's crazy.
I think it was a booby trap meant for the System Lords. And who was the Doctor character that died later on in the series? She ended up adopting her, I think.
Yeah, it was Dr. I can't remember her name now. To give me a minute and I'll remember. But yeah, no, she ends up adopting her, which that seemed kind of convenient, but it was basically, I think that was a way so that they could have basically have a kid in the show once in a while, once in a great while, and not have to tie down any of their primary actors.
They brought back some of those characters. There was an episode where it was a training exercise, and they brought back, I think they even brought back the young Jack O'Neill. I'm trying to think. Do you remember? You'd think it was a conspiracy and the base was taken over, but it turned out it was a training exercise for new recruits.
Yeah.
But
then they had that other one where they had a virtual reality chair, and it was a training simulator that was supposed to be ultra real, and then like Teal'c gets locked inside of it because he didn't want to lose or something like that.
Oh yeah, you had to want to give up in order to like log out or whatever, but Teal'c was so stubborn he couldn't fucking get out of the Matrix.
Oh jeez.
He plugged himself back in. Was there a bad guy that looked like Jabba the Hutt in a hoodie? It was like just this big thing, like it looked like it. I can't remember what it was, man. I swear it felt like it was just like a big thing in a hoodie.
Yeah,
they were the Asgards, John Steele. But there was he wasn't Jabba the Hutt. He was basically like a ring rate sponge. He was
I just remembered him like a big hoodie. That was all it was, and it was like Jabba the Hutt's eyes. So that was all it was.
He was one of the System Lords that had ascended, right, Ethel?
He half ascended. He ascended, but then they kicked him out. But he found a way to be half ascended, so he sort of had all the powers and was quasi incorporeal. But yeah, and they had trouble killing him, getting rid of him, and that was a whole season where they did that.
Yeah,
but
it's not just like exorcism. You have to go through the whole process.
Yeah, The cool thing, John, about the Asgard aliens, where it's a direct reference to the Roswell aliens. You know, the typical gray aliens with the big eyes, the big heads, and the tiny bodies. Also, it's a reference to the Gould in the film, which weren't worms in the film. They were actually that style alien that would inhabit your body.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, was the fucker in the film a Asgard who had some fucking kind of yoke majig in him? Although, no, he was human. He turned fucking human. Okay, I never got. Oh, then again, the continuity between the movie and the series has never been fairly solid.
It's weird because like the series would tie itself directly to the film as much as possible, but like when it came to the Gould and the stuff about the aliens, they wouldn't really stick too closely to that lore. Like they even had the locket thing from the movie in the series.
Yeah.
See, my thinking would be a parasite managed to get inside of a grey alien. The grey alien's dying, then took over a human. The human's dying, is looking for another human. That's how it works in my head.
No, but when the ship blows up, though, Deacon, it turns back into Ethel. It turns back into the kind of grey form, right?
No, when the ship blows up, it destroys the alien because he was on board the ship as a nuclear device.
Oh no, I know that, but I mean, as the ship is blowing up, in the movie, the human form goes away and it turns back into the grey form.
Well, like in the movie, it seemed like the alien was inside the body of the human in sort of like this fashion where he's wearing it as a skin suit almost.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, I can kind of understand why they didn't want to go that route. I feel like the series went the snake route as the direct inspiration from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, where they had the Trill with the worm in their belly.
Yeah.
It makes more sense to have a organism that can fit inside a human body instead of having an alien, which is about the size of a human being, wearing them as a suit.
But the film used the gray alien as the main bad guy because of the Roswell stuff, because of the Chariots of the Gods theory.
Eric von Daniken. He was the dude who wrote that book. He turned around and said it was all bullshit.
Actually, it's a fun thing on this DVD, which is the ultimate edition for the movie. They actually have a special featurette called "Is There a Stargate?" and they interview these people talking about it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, and it's basically like if you ever watch that show on the History Channel, Ancient Aliens, it feels like you're watching an episode of that." They're like, "Oh yeah," and then they built the pyramids, and you could see saucers and
Ancient aliens.
Who's that mad fucker with the hair? What's his name?
George Pollock and Icos or something. The guy's a Greek name.
He's a centauri-looking motherfucker.
It's fucking hilarious.
I know what I'm about.
I can watch that show, and it's always about, like, you watch that show, and, like, literally the first 25 minutes, you're like, this could be believable. And then it'll come up that wee guy, and it'll be like, or was it ancient aliens? And you can, that's all gone to shit now. Like, your argument's just been shot right out the water. I was with you right up until that point, buddy, and then you fucked it.
I watched it just so I can talk to conspiracy theorists on their own terms.
I tried to watch that show a few times back before I lost my cable and my fabulous apartment, and I couldn't make it through like 15 minutes of it. I just was like, I'm like, okay, all right, so you're proposing that maybe they did this, and then they're like, and the aliens had the hyperspace technology, and then I was like, oh, for crying out loud.
Every time.
Okay.
Every single episode does that to me.
And this is
Guess
where
it's
It's
they
like
go,
they
about
have
20
you
minutes
up
in.
to a point, and then they pull some shit out of an episode of Star Trek, and it's like, where's the evidence for this?
Yeah.
I
It's
saw
just like
it last week in an episode of TNG.
They said they were
those
talking about big metal
people-
birds. Did they mean spaceships? I think they were. All right. How do you know what they were thinking? We know. Okay. That's my argument, fucked in. You know.
I mean, I might be more receptive to that show's premises if it wasn't on a channel called the History Channel, where they also do like documentaries on like Hitler and the
Yeah,
foods that made it.
myself and my friend now just call the History Channel the Hitler Channel, because like every time we turned on, Hitler's fucking circle of evil, Hitler's master plan, Hitler's missing testicles. It's like, the fuck, man?
I remember this one called Hi Hitler, where they were just talking about how he was on this crazy cocktail of methamphetamines and all sorts of stuff. He had his own private pharmacist, and it was just. I'm
He
watching
drank
it and I'm thinking,
teenage boys'
yeah.
piss. He drank teenage boys' piss.
he was a real whacked out noodle, obviously.
To say he had a screw loose would be an under fucking statement.
no, he had 2 screws loose and the rest were on the ground rolling around.
Yeah. But
Let's move on to something a bit more cheery, shall we? Because if we go down this dark path, I will start going with dark facts.
Atlantis, the lost city of Atlantis, or Stargate Atlantis.
We gotta move on. We'll talk about Stargate Atlantis, or I like to call it the show where every other episode they take over Atlantis and you got to take it back.
Yeah, that was the entire first season. How many times did fucking Atlantis get fucking besieged or fucking taken out?
I mean, I didn't even make it through season 1. Like, I'm still trying to get through Atlantis, and like, I can't do it. I can't do it because every other episode they're trying to win the city back, and I'm like, you just did this episode 2 episodes ago. You just did this.
Is it like different people taking it over, or is it the same people taking it over? Or is it different
Oh well,
people?
the rate act the bollocks, and they get involved. And we missed the one thing I didn't like about the last season of SG1 was the Ori. I was really, really disappointed. I thought they were shit bad guys. The Ori were crap.
They were way overpowered, and they never really delivered on anything, you know. And it's supposed to be like, okay, so these are like bad ascended aliens, and they're basically Satan, but not really.
They're basically the Qs with no sense of humour, but no will to use their bloody powers.
They were wankers. They were just a bunch of wankers. It's like, no, the Q were endearing. Like,
really?
Yeah, there's some like these guys were like your maths teacher that was just fucking devoid, an absolute fucking void of fucking entertainment in life. You just had a fucking issue with everyone. They were cunts. They were wankers. Sorry.
He seems to be frozen on us.
Dredge.
Last known photograph.
Last known photograph before they found his body.
He's back.
Am I still frozen? Oh, okay.
No, you're not frozen anymore. We can see you. You move. He's alive. He's alive, people.
The only cool thing I remember happening with the Ori was that the guys took out a Wraith ship. It crashed through a satellited Stargate ring, and went into an Ori ship. And it's like, yay! These guys killed these guys and saved these other guys because they fucked up a ship. It was pretty cool.
Like, I think the only interesting thing that ever came out of it, at least from where I stand, is the giant space Stargate that they built.
Yeah.
That was a cool concept. That I liked. But I mean, other than that, there was a complete trash character that they were building up from that episode where they introduced the what the hell you call them stones, and it was awful. It's awful.
The Stones of Destiny.
Was that what they were called?
No, it's just what I think they should be called because
the
it's
body
just a
switching
common-
stones.
The Power Stones, because Thanos has to turn up everywhere.
They had a name. They had a name. Can't remember what they were called.
Anonymous, I think John Steele has them. The Ganstas wanted to gather.
Ganaxis.
Oh no, he's saying he's had to spell Nazis like Nazis because of YouTube and their policies probably.
Oh yeah, flaggies.
Fucking YouTube.
But, yeah, he's right though. The Nazis did want to gather rune stones as well as other occult objects to try and win the war because Hitler was really big into the occult. Just as
I'll tell you one thing. It was a good thing Indiana Jones was a shit archaeologist because the Nazis. It's a good thing he destroyed everything he went looking for, or the Nazis would have fucked us over.
Yeah, because the one thing that was top on Hitler's list was the spear that pierced Christ. Because allegedly,
Spear of Longinus. I love that name, Longinus.
Because apparently, whoever holds it, their inert power is increased tenfold.
Longinus.
I mean, Hitler was like, he was in the magic, he was in the science, like that. That dude was into everything. He just wanted to rule the world.
Trenchy, did you ever hear about the time he had a mech suit and he fought a Jewish guy called Blaskowitz in a fucking castle? And Blaskowitz stole about 30 metric tons of gold. Did you ever hear about that?
What movie is this? This is not. This did not happen.
It's not a movie. That happened. This lad called B.J. Blaskowitz, right? He fucked off with a rake of gold and Hitler went after him.
Wait. Wolfenstein. That's fucking Wolfenstein.
I saw the History Channel. It was on right after fucking Ancient Aliens.
We seem to be going down. We seem to be going down World War II again, so let's go back to Stargate. Because otherwise we're going to be sitting here all night, and I'm going to be spouting out all the horrible shit.
Yeah, no, totally.
Sorry about that. That's my fault.
Back to Stargate and the awful Ori that, what the hell? What the hell?
You're awful Ori.
I feel like they should have just stuck with what the premise of the show was: is aliens pretending to be gods, and they're pretending to be different. Like, I thought they could have gone so many different ways, and they went that way.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's like a microcosm of the imperialist nature of Britain back in the day. We have conquered your country. Now worship us like gods.
Well, like the whole premise was supposedly they got more power and strength from being worshipped.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Whereas I think it would have made more sense they were just zapping people out of victims, and that's where they were getting extra power from. So they need a massive pool of slave race.
Like most politicians.
Yeah. Or lawyers.
Or parasites.
No, parasites are blood-sucking.
Well, I said politicians.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, you're right. That's all encompassing.
So we covered SG-1 and Atlantis, the city that gets taken over quite often.
The city that never sleeps because
the
it's been
city-
constantly invaded.
The city that should have stayed sunk.
What
Yeah, you know,
wasn't Samantha Carter like the lead of that show for a while?
For a little bit, yeah. And then she went back.
they had that.
So,
Sorry, Trenchy, go right ahead.
No, Ethel, you go ahead.
Well, what were you gonna say, man? I can hold it up here. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say. So it's kind of like Taken, where his wife just he can get him back, but they can't keep it. You know, it's kind of like that shit.
Yeah. It's like King of the Castle.
The SG Atlantis team are Liam Neeson, and the Atlantis station is Famke Janssen.
Yeah, all Atlantis got to keep from SG-1 was that annoying Canadian scientist guy who kept hitting on Samantha Carter.
Oh yeah, Rodney, aka not Quentin Tarantino. He looks like a fat Quentin Tarantino.
And he starred in The Cube.
Yeah, Deacon. Not only he starred in it, he was one of the writers. He was one of the writers of Splice.
Yeah, he's quite good at the writing and the acting. It's just a shame that he usually gets cast as the grumpy ass.
Someone needs to slap him for Splice.
I enjoyed Splice.
Splice is 50-50. Great to watch with people.
He sleeps with her father.
But watching it on your own, it's a bit near.
It wasn't even human to begin with, so
I don't know. It still horrified me. I'm like,
it went from female to male to Corruptura to some fucking weird thing. I don't know.
That is a wild movie.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming when it happened, and I was just like, oh god.
I don't think anyone saw that coming.
Except Adrian Brody.
Hi-oh.
But okay, so good aspects of Atlantis, Ethel. What do you think are the saving graces of it, in your opinion, or characters or elements or?
I liked the concept that it was in the Pegasus Galaxy and it was an underwater city, and that it was hard to get to. That was the cool part of it for me. I'm really reaching here, but they unsunk the city, which I don't agree with doing that. I think they should have kept it underneath the water. That would have made it more like imperiled.
I like Jules Satay. She was cool when they brought her in. They started a relationship with her and Rodney. Jason Momoa, he was essentially a sexier version of Tilk. Would you agree or disagree?
I'd say it's about the long and short of it.
I think we can all agree.
No spin-off.
Yeah, I think we can all agree. Atlantis, it was just it existed.
Would you call Atlantis the Voyager of the SG series?
I can watch Voyager, so I would probably categorize it as the Star Trek Enterprise of this franchise.
It's been a long road
Star Trek
getting from
Enterprise
here
Season 2.
there.
Definitely.
It's been a long time, and my time is almost ready.
What were they thinking with that? Jesus, don't give the theme song words. Don't do it.
Studio interference. They came up with a brilliant idea to try and make an original series before Kirk and the studio turned around and said, "No, you need to throw this in and this in and this in to make it Star Trek."
Yeah, sure. At the start, they only called it Enterprise And then I think season 2 or season 3 they added on the Star Trek moniker.
Season 3
I never
is when
watched
they
it
added
like this,
the
at all, I
Star
don't
Trek.
think.
Actually, Ethel, we still have to go over how far did we get? Did we get to Voyager when we were discussing Star Trek? So maybe the next one we should discuss the like maybe Enterprise and the Kelvin timeline
And the episode
Picard.
of the last episode.
Yeah, I think we touched on Deep Space Nine and Voyager, and we didn't really touch the rest of it with a 10-foot pole past that. But this is usually my reaction to Enterprise and the like. But
So the next stream will we do the shitty treks or the less like treks? What do you think?
we could do that. I might have to add a couple things on there because I think that might be a short stream. Like I've seen a few episodes of Enterprise, but it's one I just did not watch.
So you're going to be doing a comical breakdown of how shit the ugly offspring of Star Trek is. So you're going to be doing
bad spin-offs.
Yeah, Trek.
Yeah.
The ogre of it, the Trek.
Bad science fiction spin-offs. So we covered Atlantis pretty well, I think. I mean, unless there's anything else anyone wants to add before we go to Stargate Universe.
No, I think we kind of covered everything. One thing I thought was interesting was when they tried converting some of the rate. That was interesting, and that kind of led on to a bit of a soap opera thing because wasn't your one the redhead chick? Christ, I can't remember her name. Carrying one of the former Wraith's babies. I'm trying to think.
Was this in season 4?
I think season 2 or 3.
What's
her name? They converted him back to human, and she started a relationship, and like it was like, who the fuck is this dude? And then we realized, oh, he was a wraith, and now she's having a baby, and he's headed these. He has caused a viral outbreak that makes the wraith even more intelligent than they were.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the new kind of problem they had to deal with. But bar that, not really much else happened.
Just sort of there. So it's Stargate Universe. I watched this one twice over actually because the first time I started watching it, the first episode I wasn't too keen on, and I'm like, who is this guy who's supposed to look like Jonah Hill? What the hell is this? But as it was going on, I liked it, and it had 2 seasons, which surprised me, and I watched them both twice. So yeah.
It went for a very same kind of look and feel of Battlestar Galactica, the newer series, with the kind of shaky cam and it was a lot more gritty, and they were it was like Voyager, except it was like the Year of Hell episode of Voyager.
Yeah, they're on this old spaceship that's incredibly advanced. They don't know how to work it. They don't know how to fly it. They don't know how to fix it. There's only one guy who knows what the hell is going on. Jonah Hill there, or at least his doppelganger, is real good at math.
And to make matters worse, you have another scientist who's played by Robert Carlyle, and he's a shifty motherfucker. I mean, like, you don't know what's his fucking deal.
It's Robert Carlyle, so of course he is.
Sponge, have you anything to say in defense of your fellow countrymen?
Nah, man, he played the bad guy well, let's be honest.
Yeah.
He's the reason I always get the blame for doing shit.
I'm not shit talking Robert Carlyle. I love Robert Carlyle. He plays the best villain and anti-heroes.
Have they not just did like a new cartoon version of Star Trek? It looks a bit like Family Guy.
Oh yeah, Lower Decks.
Star
Yeah.
Trek Lower Decks, yeah.
Worst Star Trek show, Enterprise. That was the
I'd
that
argue
was
Picard. Has anyone seen Picard yet?
No, I kind of
Oh,
refuse to.
I
stopped at
prefer
Enterprise because everything that came after looked worse. But
It's
if
fair
we're throwing
fucking
Picard
rough.
in there,
Oh.
Picard's my vote for worst.
Like even Jerry Ryan returning a 7 and 9. Like that's cool. And Riker, we get to see Riker and Troy having a family. That was nice. But by and large, it's like, oh man, of all the characters, why? It's basically a show about people escorting an outlaw around the galaxy.
John's right here. Star Trek had a cartoon back in the day. It was very different. They things that they didn't do on the show because of budget constraints. Like they had an actual alien crew member as one of the bridge crew. But the cool thing is they had the voice cast from the original series do the voices.
Oh,
And it's
nice.
very good.
Yeah, Filmation. It was made in the 70s by Filmation, the same crew behind Masters of the Universe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And the animation kind of reminds me of that Planet of the Apes animated series that was also out in the 70s, which I'm sure John probably remembers too. But I can get into that in April because it's Go Ape in April when that comes around. I want to do streams. We have a whole lot of Planet of the Apes to talk about in April.
And I will have an excuse to bring out the librarian as much as possible.
Hey, you're still going doing the Alien crossover with me, right, Deacon?
Yeah, I'm working on it now where everything got wiped. I'm having to reconstruct it. But hopefully I should also have a new avatar within next week that will make it a bit easier.
Sweet beans. So yeah, Discovery was good. You had a lot of characters, interchangeable characters. A lot of cast were killed off and brought back, and like you had Lou Diamond Phillips. You had other people I recognize. Just a lot of those people. It was nice for a change as well, because they even joke about it in Stargate that in this series every alien world didn't look like a forest in Canada. It was like how many
Point.
I just I want to answer John. Yeah, there's room for the ape in April. You want to be on the panel for some of that, dude?
Yeah, I'll be
You
tuning
totally
in
welcome.
I'll be tuning in to watch it.
Because I plan on doing that in between episodes of the watch along series that I'm doing. Because every April, you guys probably know this because you've all been following me on Twitter for like ever. But every April, I go and I watch every Planet of the Apes movie, the animated series, the TV series, and then I watch all the ape movies I can fit in before the end of the month. So like I watch all the Kong movies, and I watch Congo. I watch everything. So I try to ape it up in April because you got to go ape in April.
Oh, when you watch the Congo, I'll be interested in being on the panel for that. Oh, Congo's a good
I
movie.
don't think about watch-alongs because you can't show the movie, but I definitely could. I could do a couple watch-alongs with that if I.
Dude, if you do a watch along for the original old Planet of the Apes, that one I'd love to join.
I have that on DVD. The original.
DVD. If you don't have it on DVD, you're a fucking communist. That's my fucking.
I have.
Dude, I
Don't come
barely
at me
have
like that. I don't
DVD.
have any DVDs.
You
It's
fucking commie. That's why your beard is red. You prick.
I have 3 copies of that on DVD.
I lost all my DVDs a long time ago.
Same.
How'd you lose your DVDs? They're not a set of car keys, like.
You know, I had a crazy ex, my friend.
Yep, shitty X.
Oh.
Same thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Stopped collecting shit. Yep.
Everything disappears. Yeah, I lost
Once
everything. I lost so
you
much shit.
lose a collection of 2,000 DVDs, you sit there going, "There's no point in trying to collect anymore."
That's pretty
Yeah.
much like me. I had like cupboards full, and then it was like they all got tossed. I was like,
Oh man, hold
not
on.
going to start again.
Yeah, that's why
Especially when
now
everything's online now.
it's like now the only thing that I collect are books and skulls and models.
And
Like,
soul.
I've got too many fucking skulls. Not even like they're like shit skulls. They're like ones that are like fucking like graffiti skulls and everything else. Like so, the graffiti one's pretty cool, but some of them are just shit.
Ethel, I know you hate CGI, but are you going to watch like the new series as well, like that trilogy they made for Planet of the Apes?
Yeah, I have that. Rise of Planet of the Apes and
Dawn and War.
Planet of the Apes. I didn't get War though. I still have to pick that up. But and of course I don't have the Tim Burton version because that's like almost unwatchable.
Watching the gorilla jump off the bridge and through the helicopter is impressive. The way the thing just yeets itself. Like, how's that even possible?
But yeah, I don't class the Tim Burton one as a Planet of the Apes movie. It's more of a guy who goes to an alternate reality where
fucking Abraham Lincoln. Abraham fucking Lincoln.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Believe it or not, it's supposed to be in the same universe as Rise, Dawn, and War.
John, more like Marky Mark and the Monkey Bunch. Am I right?
God.
Am I fucking right? Fuck.
That one's weird.
See that Planet of the Apes movie? It's just bananas.
Oh Christ! And Paul Giamatti is an orangutan, and fucking Jesus Christ! Oh God! Christ,
See, we're
I'm
chatting
in
about
pain
this
thinking
movie.
about it.
We were chatting about this movie, and it's driving trash tape.
Fuck that movie. Fuck it.
Say they made some questionable choices in that movie is giving it too much credit.
Don't get me wrong, the prosthesis is awesome.
Yeah.
The prosthesis is cool.
That's the only saving grace to prosthesis, the armor, the horses. They did everything well. It's a spectacularly looking movie. It's just a shite movie.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
the apes don't look
I'd shag Chimp Helena Bonham Carter. I genuinely would, but just because she was in that movie, no.
See, now we know. Trash has got a little thing for
mullets and monkeys.
Furries. Monkey furries. He's got a thing for monkey furries.
And Wabby, that'll be my biography.
Mullets and
Monkeys, the kinky life of Martin Green.
Wait, Marty, are you saying one of your ancestors created AIDS?
What?
That's a stretch.
Trenchy, where did you get that from?
Family Guy. That's a Family Guy.
Remember the joke that people were saying that like AIDS came from fucking monkeys?
Jesus
It was
Christ.
pirates, fucking monkeys. That's how AIDS came about. That was a whole rumor. That was ages. I remember when that came out because like I had to tell so many people like they were stupid for that.
If you ever watch Republic Italy as well, it's things you hear in a bar in the 80s, and it's just two lads, and it's midway through a conversation, and well, some lad fucked a monkey, and now Freddie Mercury has it. That's just.
It's kind of like that's not how it worked. That's not how it worked.
Yeah, my bad joke. Bad joke.
That's okay, Trench.
No,
That's okay.
It's just where we were sitting there, kind of like, and you're saying Marty invented AIDS. It's like what?
Just for the record, anyone watching, I do not have Hep B, despite what Trenchy says.
Despite his love for mullets and monkeys, he has not contracted nor added to the contraction of any of the following diseases.
Yeah, the only thing he's got is genital warts. That's it.
I'm so glad Neve sleeps like she has fuck all time to stay awake. She sleeps. If she saw this, she would kick my hole.
Oh, Trenchy, that was an awesome joke because it led to a lot of humour.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you worried I'm annoyed and offended, Trinchy?
No, I don't think you are. I just don't want. I don't know. That was a bad joke.
Dude, there are no real.
I thought it was fucking great, mate. Bash on.
There are no bad jokes, and eventually we got there, and it ended in laughter. So, dude, don't stop. Say jokes. It will cause laughter eventually.
It made me think of that Republic of Telly sketch. Yeah, and some lad fucked the monkey, and now Freddie Mercury has it.
Exactly.
Butterfly effect. Yep.
The butterfly effect. A cabbage explodes in a field somewhere, and all of a sudden, we have COVID.
Sorry, guys, I had to reload.
That's all right. You can't leave the chamber empty.
But has anyone seen the short-lived Stargate TV or Stargate cartoon series that's on Netflix?
Oh.
No.
No, I heard
It's 100 years in the future. Tilk is the only surviving character.
Oh, that one. And yeah, they've got things coming through to our world, and they have to try and send them back.
Yeah, it's Stargate Infinity. Is it Infinity? It was okay. I think it's the same crowd behind the ones that done Extreme Ghostbusters. The same animated crowd behind that.
What the
Is
fuck
it the same style or? Oh, sorry, Wabi.
I just don't know what Extreme Ghostbusters is.
Oh,
Extreme Ghostbusters came out in like the early 2000s, and
Wabby,
it was.
When this ends, I'm introducing you to Extreme Ghostbusters.
It's
the
the
one
shit.
with the girl Ghostbuster.
Oh.
It's just shit. If it's not the original, it's shit.
No, that fucking cartoon was class, man.
I like the old one.
Don't shit on Extreme Ghostbusters. That shit was amazing.
There was one really good episode where these kids had vandalized the synagogue, and the rabbis, they thought it was the rabbi, but it was his son, summoned the golem to fucking go after the guys, and they had to stop the fucking golem. It was really fucking good. And you find out one of the guys is friends with one of the Ghostbuster members, but he's like, oh, why are you working with this dude who's different than us? The guy was African American, and he was like, he was giving his friend shit for hanging around an African American. It was a really good on the fucking nose episode about like fucking discrimination and stuff.
Is that where the monkey rockets off the screen?
Yes, with the baboon, Shakma.
Shakma, he rockets right up out of the frame of the screen there.
Shakma Casbah. He really doesn't like you. Shakma Casbah. I'm very sinny tonight. I don't know why.
You're taking my job.
Yeah, I'm enjoying Trashioki.
Oh, Wabby, can I copyright that? Can I take that?
You can have it.
Always change the lyrics to Rock the Casbah to Rock the Cat Box, but that's just me. Rock the cat box, rock the cat box, scoop all the clumps, rock the cat box, rock the cat box.
The cat doesn't like it.
You should be writing jingles, Ethel.
Yeah, they gotta hire me for that Arm & Hammer cat litter commercial. It'd be much less creepy than the giant cat suit looking characters.
Agreed. I'd rather listen to Rocky Cat Box.
Fuck the cat. But yeah. It's John.
Army Hammer in a Catbox commercial eating shit.
I don't know if these are these popping up as slow for you guys as they are for me?
Yeah, on the screen they are, but not on the actual chat.
Yeah, like I click on it and I swear it takes like 20 seconds for it to pop up on the thing and then 20 seconds to disappear.
Yeah, there's a delay for sure.
I realize my maybe it's my internet. My internet must be really slow. Other people.
Oh, it does it the same for me too when I'm doing it.
Yeah, there's always a delay, Ethel. So don't worry about it. It's nothing you can do about it. It's not the internet. It's StreamYard's being stupid.
Sorry, folks. We haven't the technology.
I will never remember that it's called StreamYard. It will always just be Stream Duck to me, or Duck
You're
Stream.
welcome.
We are going to use Duck Stream.
Damn you, Gerald.
Damn you, Aqueduct.
Aren't all ducks aqueducts?
Oh no, but there's a toilet cleaner over here that's called Aqua Duck.
Over here it's Toilet Duck.
That's so you don't confuse it with water and try to drink it.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Because the way I remember it is when my mum was kind of like cleaning it, she'd go, when you're shit out of luck, reach for the aqueduct.
I mean, that would be a jingle too.
I always like the commercial with the little duck. It's Toilet Duck to the rescue. Wah, wah. See, like a little tank. He's tough on stains.
And the bizarre thing is, I've actually heard that some people refer to going to a number 2 as dropping the ducks off at the pond.
I mean, I've heard dropping the kids off at the pool.
Yeah.
No, I'm here.
Close.
I'm dropping the kids off at the pool. Why are they little shits? Yeah.
No, I'm just making myself a cuppa.
A cup of what? We don't know.
That's what I wanted to say, but I kept it in.
What?
A cup of what?
A
cup of what?
cuppa.
I know, but I'm teasing you.
I made a cuppa. A cup of what? A cup of soup?
Yeah, now I kind of want tea, but I don't have any milk or creamer.
Do you have ice cubes?
Yeah, but I like putting milk or something in it.
Oh, you can
Does-
make it sweet.
Does anyone remember the old RoboCop TV show that came out briefly in the 90s?
I remember the car.
Yeah, yeah, and he had his friend Cable. Or something. He had his friend had a stupid name.
It was a great show. He had a Mustang cop car.
They must have really put a lot of suspension in that Mustang because RoboCop weighs a ton.
Right.
That's why if you see the movie and every time he leaves the parking garage, the bottom of the car always bottoms out. It's because RoboCop's heavy.
At least they got the continuity for that.
Yeah.
Which is nice. It's a nice touch that they added that in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's those little touches that make it a bit more realistic. So instead of watching a movie, you feel you're watching something happening.
Well, for the people that think like logically, yeah.
There was also a RoboCop cartoon as well.
Yeah, I watched that.
I had the game RoboCop versus
Ah,
on the
I had
Sega Genesis.
the regular. I have the regular RoboCop game for NES.
I used to have it was on the Genesis. Like you were RoboCop and you had to run around as RoboCop, and you had to fight the big Edie robot as your first boss, and then like randomly all of a sudden it turns into Terminators chasing you. You're like, how the fuck did that happen? No explanation. It just shows for like you're fighting Terminator now. Oh, okay.
No. That's Sponge. It's actually he's the mid-level boss, and then later on when you climb the scaffolding, that's the first time you fight the Terminator. Is that the one for the Genesis?
Yeah. I don't remember much. I just remember I had it and it was hard as fuck.
Well, they are made of metal. They're supposed to be hard.
It was actually based off the comic that was released by Dark Horse, and it followed the comic very closely. Which
I was 4 at the time, dude. I didn't know what comics were.
Did you guys have the sweet arcade version?
No, I didn't have many consoles growing up, so these games go right over my head.
Oh well, no, it was like actually an arcade, a stand-up cabinet, and it was awesome.
There were no arcades near me growing up either.
we had an arcade in my town, but it only lasted about 5 months because people started dealing drugs there. So they shut it down.
Game over. Please insert more drugs.
I was lucky
like 10 minutes for an arcade.
I was lucky because they had it at the local bowling alley, so I used to play, in between rounds. So it was a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, the big machines never made it big over here. So trying to get an actual box unit you have to special order them.
Bummer.
What? No, now you don't, mate. You can get them 10 a penny. They're like $200. You can get them with an emulator built in, so you can put whatever you want inside them. No, in fact, Toys R Us, mate. Toys R Us, actually, it's Toys R Us or Smith's. One of them. One of the toy stores sell like the arcade cabinet of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and you can upgrade it to have the 4 controllers with the original, so you could play with your 4 friends. Like, who the fuck's got 4 friends that's allowed to come into their house to play games nowadays?
Dude,
fucking COVID, god damn it!
They have that cabinet at the bar that has a bunch of old arcade machines here in my town. They have that exact. They have the Ninja Turtles one. They have a bunch of them where you all play 4 together.
Yeah, like it's like a half-size cabinet as well, so you can stick it on your desk and shit.
Oh, yeah. Much nicer.
I'd say arcades weren't big in Europe because while America had the video game crash, we didn't really. The likes of England and Ireland never really suffered from it. In fact, England benefited because a lot of companies ended up spawning from kind of teenage programmers in their bedroom. A lot of fucking games. Yeah, a lot of games spawned from that. Like fucking Bandersnatch came from that was an actual game, not only just based on the fucking Black Mirror episode. That was an actual game.
Yeah, it was.
And the Bandersnatch is also
so
a
you guys didn't have like full-size cabinets and pinball machines like in your local sandwich shop, bars, pool halls, places like that.
We've got an arcades that's like on the beachfront, like it's got like the slot machines and all that shit, but they've got like all the arcade machines there, so like we had shit like that.
But if you lived off the coast, anywhere off the coast, then no cabinets whatsoever. You were lucky to see a pinball machine. The things that were most common were fruit machines.
That's rough. Like we had them everywhere. Like there was a sandwich shop and they had like 2 pinball machines and 1 arcade cabinet. I forget what the game was. But
my local corner shop's got a slot machine now. Like the corner shop, you can go and buy your paper and play the puggy.
It was pretty cool. They had Mary Shelley's Frankenstein pinball, which was great because you could get the bonus ball and you'd bring Frankenstein to life.
We had Hellraiser. We had a Hellraiser one. We had a Pinhead one, and my local one, and we had just like whatever movie was out at the time. There was always like one with your latest movie on it.
Yeah, the most technologically advanced thing we had in my local area growing up was a dartboard.
Blade Runner was the last one I played.
Was it real dartboard, Deacon, or was it one of those BS electronic ones?
Oh, proper dartboard where you have to throw the razor pointy darts into the board, and yeah, I wasn't allowed to play that after a while. I started throwing them at throwing knives and seeing if I could get them to board.
Keep Deacon away from objects.
We had a condom machine in our bar, but that was about as fucking excited as it fucking got.
At the end of the day, at least I make tough water balloons.
Someone stole it for a finish. Someone literally fucking jacked the Johnny machine out of the fucking men's.
An infomaniac who couldn't afford the condoms anymore.
Oh, jeez.
Or a
Either that or a
klepto.
klepto, yeah.
It's more like a klepto. Yeah, see that machine? I'm going to get that by the end of the night.
Take the whole fucking thing.
my friend had, we've got like a Mexican bar called Chiquitos, and they had like a big sort of, it was like an Aztec fucking statue thing, like a big wooden, like a totem pole. It was like a wooden totem pole with like Aztec shit on it, and fucking like my friend's dad stole it, right? And I remember when it went missing at the time, I was like, who the fuck would steal that? Like, what fucking idiots? And then I went to my friend's house to pick up smoke and sat down to roll a spliff, and then sitting right under his fireplace, like, you know where the fire should be, was the totem head. He kept the fucking head off it, like just the head, like fucking like 10 years later or something. And I'm sitting there looking at it going, that looks fucking familiar. Where did you get that? And then he stole it when he got pissed. Absolutely wrecked and stole the wooden totem pole and got the head off it somehow and kept the head. I was like, man, I want stories like that when I'm an old man. I want to have a fucking wooden totem head and being like, let me tell you the story how I got that, son. Imagine just being a wee old granddad and be like, right, you let me granddad tell you what we used to get up to when we were younger. Wooden totem poles, that's mine. It's so much fun. Fucking epic. Ah, shit, I've just set myself on fire.
There was a fucking street preacher. There was a mad fucking street preacher that used to be at the height of the town, and he had a whiteboard, and myself and my friend went out for his fucking 21st birthday, and we got fucking slogged. And I woke up next morning, I had the cunt's fucking whiteboard in my room. I have no idea how I got it, what I did, what fucking happened, but I ended up with this fucking whiteboard in my room with the words Jesus saved, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Sign from you.
That was a save point, buddy. That's what happens when you find a save point in your life. Jesus saved game. Oh, mate, that's fucking fantastic. My favourite was when I found genuine line for in my zip. My jacket zip. Let me clarify. Got absolutely wrecked and ended up in a posh guy's house. And then found the line got ridiculously stoned smoking off his balcony in this really posh house. The dude's mum came in and started yelling at him at like 4 or 5 in the morning. And there's like 30 people in his living room. And so we're all fucking howling. And it was like this massive house. Like, I've never been in a house like it since. It's fucking huge. And they had like a proper bona fide lion rug. Like a stuffed lion rug, like the thing you see in the movies. So like I stole some hair out of it, and then try to show it to everybody on my way home. You know, in that drunken stumble you do, like line for just waving at people going to work at 6 in the morning, drunk.
In other words, that night you had a roaring good time.
Oh, dude, I tried to steal their dog. I tried to steal like their fucking 90-year-old dog. This dog must have been about 100 years old. Like, I got absolutely blitzed, and then I decided that like they had it sounds terrible, but they had like a shrine up to like, it must have been, I'm guessing, their granddad or something, maybe somebody for one of the wars, and they had like their army hat, like their flat peak hat, and I was like, guess what I'm doing? Hey, running about fucking saluting people like a fanny. And then decided that I was taking the hat and I was taking the dog and I was going home. So I took the dog and the hat and tried to get in a taxi, and the dog wouldn't get in the taxi with me, obviously, because the dog didn't know who the fuck I was. So I then gave the antique hat to the dog, and then gave the dog a wee pat on the ass and sent it back up the road. like back up the driveway with the hat. So I don't even know if they got their hat back or anything. Like the dog could have wrecked it or something. Like I'm a horrible human being. But man, I ended up with lion fur, nearly had a dog, and I had an antique hat for 5 minutes. It was great. And then woke up in the morning with like 30 spliffs on me because I had been rolling lots and not smoking them. I was just rolling it and then sticking it in a different pocket. When it worked stinking the next day, and they were like, "What the fuck happened to you?" I don't know, mate. There was a lion. They're like, "What?" Like lion fur. And then I lost it and was really sad. Got really
Someone
upset.
probably thought you broke into a zoo and fucking sexually assaulted a fucking
Oh, dude,
lion.
mate, I was so see when I lost my lion fur because obviously I was that pissed. Like I must have lost it at some point, and I was really upset that I'd lost my lion fur. This kid walked to work like, man, I had a lion fur and lost it, like proper like in a huff. Absolutely wrecked and hungover. Best night ever. And then had to mash potatoes onto the floor because I forgot that I needed a basin to put the mashed potatoes in when I was mashing them. Just mashing everything right onto the floor, like beasting it out like a maniac. And the boss is coming freaking, like waving his hands about and yelling and screaming at me. And he's like, "Look what you're doing, you fucking idiot! What are you talking about? It's fine." And he's like, No. What are you doing, you fucking idiot?" He was like, "Did you even go home?" No. So much good. Best times when around everybody's reeking. Don't remember shit. Or you remember bitsy stuff.
Yeah.
Like remembering bitsy stuff's the worst because you're like, did that happen? And then somebody will be like, "Mate, do you remember that last night?" You're like, "Thank fuck it happened."
Oh, fuck.
You're right there, Trish. Or is it because
Yeah, I
it's
know,
getting a
just
bit
mean
late?
you're pricking me neck. Getting old.
You're getting old.
So, what sci-fi franchise do you want to tackle next, Declan? Like
Well-
in next week's episode, or what one are you thinking of hitting?
Well, I was thinking we had something with the bad spin-offs, the bad sci-fi spin-offs. Because there's quite a few, isn't there? There's that awful spin-off for the Stargate Atlantis, which we've already covered. There's Star Trek Enterprise, Picard. Trying to think, there was another one I had on the tip of my tongue. I've gone and lost it now. I was listing off those things, but
Honestly, it was Red Letter Media's critique of Picard that made me just not even bother watching it.
is it that
really shoddily done.
So I heard that the Tremors spin-off was pretty bad, even though it's a spin-off of a movie and not a series.
That one was fun. I actually enjoyed that one. Christopher Lloyd was in it.
I haven't seen it. I was told it was really.
The Tremors series, the best thing to do is take it as its own thing. It takes place in a parallel dimension that is similar to the Tremors franchise, but just different enough so they can get away with it.
Well, Tremors is crazy to begin with. Like, Tremors already is insane. Fucking ass blast, man.
It's hard to warm up to the concept of the ass blasters. I will say that throughout the sequels, it's like once you get to ass blasters, it's just like what are we doing? I came here for giant sandworms. What are we doing?
I mean, Shriekers is my favorite. Is the second one with the Shriekers.
Yeah, that one they up the ante.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That
but
one
there was a
was-
very small kill count in that one. There was about 3 people that were killed. That was it.
I like
Yeah, it was more-
I like the innovation of hunting the graboids, where they had the remote control cars with the C4.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it. I thought we got enough graboids, and then we got a new creature that was pretty cool.
And I love the scene when the
also-
car's coming over the hill with the dynamite on the back, and you think, "Oh my god, that's a lot of explosives!" And you pull back into a little car, and it's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, and I will say it was also kind of kind of a cool Peter Pan reference there with the graboid that swallows the radio stuck on the Mexican station. You can hear him coming.
Christopher Lloyd in the TV show, there's a bit where it's like, it turns out he worked for Area 51 and he was trying to weaponize the graboids. And like, he's been brought away in a police car with this other guy. And he's like, you worked in Area 51? Hey, buddy, do you think there's any such thing as time travel? And Christopher Lloyd's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's just...
So when we get done here, folks, heading over to John's channel. He's going live. So I'd point that out because yeah, John Steele.
I'll be over.
John, it's alive.
John Steele.
But yeah, so I think there might be something to do with that. That might be kind of fun. I also was thinking maybe I'd do a stream on Sliders since there's quite a few episodes of that series, and it did go.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh. What a promising show.
Sliders.
You notice how halfway through, I think it's the second season, they changed to having the guy who does Sliders. They had John Rice Davies do it instead.
Yeah. Just sounds different, doesn't it? It just does take you out of it, and then you sit there going, that wasn't the same.
I love Red Letter Media taking the piss out of it, going, John Rhys Davis, yeah, he loves sliders, and it's just him with some sandwiches, because there's a term for sandwiches called sliders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
he ate all the sliders.
William Brown was a bit chunky, but hey, he still got it down there. It was the professor that gave him trouble. All that fat.
Sliders. Who doesn't like White Castle?
We don't have it over here.
You guys don't have it?
Yeah, no
Sorry,
White Castle. No White Castle.
No frozen White Castle?
No Wendy's, no nothing.
It's because I think technically in Europe they're not classed as food.
Yeah.
I know that we've got a Taco Bell. We've got a Taco Bell in Scotland.
We don't have a Taco Bell.
The only place brave enough to have a Taco Bell, Scotland.
Scotland. Glasgow, mate, Glasgow. They've got to build one here. Like, they had success in Glasgow, so they're going to build one closer. So I don't have to travel an hour and a half to get a Taco Bell.
Come here. I won't go into Subway after a particular time, because I remember I came out of Brandon's. I was like, fuck it, don't want chips, I'll get a sub. I got into an altercation where some cunt used to display bread and hit me in the face. And that fucking tin had been left there for quite a while. It was like getting a fucking truncheon into the fucking schmog. I swear to God, if I had been sober, I would have taken that fucking bread and shoved it clean up his fucking hole, man. I swear to God.
Why did this guy beat you with stale bread? Like, this doesn't normally happen.
It
does over here, mate.
In Subway, in Subway sandwich shop. Basically, the counter, there's the big glass counter, and on the counter, they have like the 5 different types of bread, and some guys...
Oh, the menu bread. The menu bread. Yeah.
Some guys, some lads like, "Oi, you fucking culture," and I'm like, "What you fucking call me, you fucking four-eyed prick?" And your man was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking slap you," and I go, "Fucking try it." And he grabbed the bread and just fucking hit me across the face, and I started fucking squinting. And I swear to God, the dude was trying to fucking flake me across the head with this now broken piece of fucking Italian herb and cheese, and I'm like, dude, if I get that off you, that's going straight up your hole. I swear to God.
Yeah. I've never had that happen to me in a Subway.
Fucking prick.
It doesn't happen here.
I'm not gonna lie. I've never been in a fight in a Subway. Burger King, McDonald's, Five Guys, but never Subway.
They were open until 3 o'clock on a Saturday night. You see.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Oh,
Dude, like, but see, we don't even then. Like, I don't know. Like, we have respect for each other when it's 5 a.m. in McDonald's and when you're in the food place. Like, there's a respect. Once you get outside that door, you're fucked. But inside, it's okay. Like, we don't fuck with your man when he's eating.
the cunt called me a culchie. The fucking prick called me a culchie. I know I'm a culchie. You don't have to fucking call me that. Fucking dickbag. Fucking him and you're a cunt.
I used to work at a Subway once upon a time, and like the worst thing that ever happened to me is that late at night when I'm by myself closing, I used to have rude people come in. I used to have all the Somalis would come in and they just grunt and point and everything, and sort of look at you like they wanted to shank you. That's the worst that ever happened to me.
I got reverse mugged before. That was pretty cool.
Reverse mugged.
What?
Reverse mugged, mate. Like, it was weird as
Someone
fuck.
put something in your pocket.
Tried really hard. Like he came up and he pulled a knife on me. Dude, he pulled a fucking knife on me and was like that. Do you want to buy any fucking meat? No. And it completely caught me off guard because I wasn't prepared for this situation. I thought I'm standing there like, what?
Why are you
Like,
threatening me with a
like,
knife and
what?
asking me if
I was
wanna
like-
buy weed?
Yeah, if you want to buy weed, not, give me your fucking money, dick. You're like, no, do you want to buy weed, bastard? I'm going to stab you. Fuck off. I grabbed him and pinned him against the wall, like slammed him off the wall like as hard as I could, and then fucking was like, now what? I don't even know what to do in this situation. Like I'm just like, now what happens? Like, are we good? Are we no good? Do I take the weed off you now? Do I take my purchase? I feel like I should have the knife to do this situation.
How does the transaction proceed? It's like, what kind of weed have you? What kind of weed?
Honestly, because he had a knife on him, like I automatically just grabbed the knife hand and slammed him off the wall, and then was like kind of just like stuck, like just I didn't know what else to do after that. I was like, like. And I was a busy city centre as well. Like, it wasn't like it was anywhere quiet or anything. There was like people walking past and shit, and I'm looking at them and they're looking at me like, you fucking horrible bastard. I was like, he stabbed me. Like, he asked me if I wanted to buy weed, and they're like, yeah, okay. Like, I'm like, that's what happened. Oh, in the end, I never took his weed. He looked like a Jakey, so I was like, nah, better not. But like, it was just like, it was the weirdest situation I've ever been in. I was like, why you got to stab me to buy your weed? Like, just ask me nicely.
Right? Don't you know how this works?
Yeah, just say, do you want to buy some weed?
Yeah.
If it was his first day on the job as a drug dealer, he's usually the guy that enforces like fucking paying back, but he obviously got demoted or some shit. He was like, nah, look, you're too rough when you're taking money off people. They're not buying stuff off me. You're too aggressive. You're going to be a dealer now. But he's still locked into the fucking the hired thug.
Oh, dude! Like I don't like. There's like I didn't even like. I was just like I kind of went home after it and was just like sitting on the bus on the way home. Like, what the actual fuck? I phoned my mum and was like, "Yo, you ever been reverse mugged? Like, how weird is this shit?" Fucking weird, man. Weird as fuck.
Imagine he's like, "Hey, dickhead, do you want $1,000? Do you want $1,000?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, there, fucking keep it."
accidentally choked out an autistic kid when I used to work at Krispy Kreme as well. He tried to grab me. Remember when everybody was doing the whole Randy Orton thing, that RKO out of nowhere, and we're just jumping at people like fannies? Dude, he done it to me, right? And I've got really bad anxiety, like terrible anxiety. So if you jump me from behind, I'm going to hurt you badly, and then I'll find out what happened after. It's just the instant reaction, can't help it. So this little dude just fucking run and grabbed me by the neck, so I just kicked his legs out and like just choked him out, and then realised what had happened and panicked and tried to pick him back up to his feet as he's fell down again. Like, oh shit, I broke him. I was like, I never got sacked for there, by the way. Like, I tried really hard to get sacked. Krispy Kreme's the hardest place to get sacked for him. 3 months I tried. I left for 3 months, and they still sent me a letter saying, we'd like you to come back.
Wow.
Sponge, your stories after reminded me of your prior story. Of an article I read there this week. A dude who was doing a prank. He has a quote-unquote prank YouTube channel. He was shot by the police because he was going up to people with a plastic knife, pretending to mug them, then going, "Oh, it's just a prank, bro." He done this too many times, and unfortunately the cops were called, and they unloaded on his stupid fucking ass. Darwinism at its finest. It's just his dying. I can imagine his dying words being, "It's just a prank, bro."
Tune in next time.
It's his funeral.
That's crazy. Like, I don't understand why people want to do pranks like that. Like, have you seen the one where it's like, it's this black dude, and he's like a fucking big muscled guy, and he'll go up to people and randomly grab the cigarettes out their mouth and then bitch slap them.
Oh my God.
And being like that, "Stop fucking smoking."
No.
And you're like that.
Stop,
But like, it's funny though, because like at first they'll grab the cigarette out and they'll throw it on the ground, and you'll see some of them will be pretty like, "Oh, okay. Like, I won't smoke no more." And then other people are like, "Yo, buddy, I will fucking wreck you." It's like, why does that feel like it's a good thing to do to people? Like, yeah.
Do that to one person, he's gonna get shot.
Yeah.
I'm linking the article here. Of all the places, it was Texas. Man shot in Nashville while making prank robbery video for YouTube. Timothy Wilkes apparently approached a group of people while carrying butcher knives.
Oh my God.
While carrying while carrying
In fucking
while
Texas.
carrying
No
butcher
wonder you
knives,
got riddled
he
with
was shot
holes.
dead.
Oh, the
But to be
dumbass.
fair, at some point, like it's usually the case would be like, "Yo, drop it, or we're fucking going to fire." So at this point, he's still holding said knife and being like, "Yo, buddy, it's a prank. Look, let me show you." What the fuck?
It was
that's
a real
fucked up.
knife, though, right?
Ah,
It
this
wasn't
is
no
there.
fake knife.
Here we fucking go. Let's check this shit out. Urban Air Trampoline Park in Texas, guys. Fucking shout out.
Like, was it like a rubber knife, or was he like a real knife? Like,
Oh,
It
fake
doesn't
knife.
say.
Probably
This is
fake
carrying
knife.
butcher's knives.
Oh, if it was real knives, then no wonder they took his ass down.
It would have been because,
Yeah.
like, it would have said if it was a fake knife or something, because that would have made a more of a scene of it.
If it looks real, then I mean, you justified. They don't. Someone coming at you with a knife, and whether it's fake or real, if you think it's real, I mean,
If you see something shiny and silver flashing towards you, it doesn't matter what the fuck it is. You're gonna react.
yeah, of course, you're gonna react, of course.
someone come up to me with a knife like that, I'd probably shoot him too.
Mhm.
Damn.
Yeah.
This is why we don't have
I
guns.
feel
over
bad because the guy who shot him. Oh no, he's all right. He's not being charged. That's all right.
Okay, he better not be charged because that's some bullshit. Like,
You got the thing is, if you shoot somebody, you got to call the police right after.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, but he is the police, so like I'm assuming they'd have like procedure in place for shit like that.
There's another incident where I was watching where this couple, they were shot because they went shoveling snow into their neighbor's driveway.
oh my God.
It's like, what the fuck? He shot them both in the leg and then came out with an assault rifle and finished the job. He really didn't want snow in his driveway.
He had
What
enough.
There are so many stories.
I told
like that.
I told you I cleared this yesterday. What the fuck? God damn it! This is why I'm never coming to America, guys. Just so you know.
Well, Texas is a little extra shooty patooty, but
Shooty patooty.
Oh, Texas, we'll get back there someday.
You get that orange pair of shoes.
Oh my God, pesticide lady, I will visit you again, my friend.
Come on, Alpha. How weird would that be when you do go back to Texas someday and there's just an orange old pair of shoes sitting in your new apartment?
Like,
Oh,
no,
God.
it'll be like those. It'll be like all those old films in the 90s where there was always a pair of trainers up over the, like, hanging up somewhere, like in a ridiculous,
it'll be a
in like
good
a random
time.
place.
What do you mean in the 90s? That's the signified parts of town you don't go into in my fucking location, dude. That's okay. Yeah, there's trainers hanging from a telephone line. Let's walk another way to my
Dude,
mate's
what are you
house.
talking about? That's where I lived when I was a kid. We thought that was the no-go line. We thought that was the line where we had to stay in.
No, yeah, it's the fucking opposite for me. That's territory for fuck. That's dealer territory.
Yeah.
Well, we were. I was on the wrong side. I would gather then.
Like,
You were with the dealer.
I remember I was walking through an area and my friend said, "Oh, look at the telephone lines," and then I'm like, "Do you want to end up in an episode of The Wire?" No, neither do I. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, like we had like I grew up in like the lesser parts of Edinburgh, shall we say? Like I've actually grew up where all the scum are.
I thought Dundee was the fucking real low-life part of Scotland, man.
Dude, there's a low life part of Scotland everywhere you go. It just depends on where you are. Like every city's got like it's shady parts. Like Edinburgh, where I am, like its shady parts are like it's crazy. Like where my wife grew up, she fucking they used to call it Little Bosnia because of all the shootings and shit. Like I'm not even kidding. Like used to call it Little Bosnia. It's not like that now. Obviously, like it's they neatened up their act a little.
Ennis Clare used to be grand, but then the government cracked down in Limerick, which is a neighbouring county. The biggest fucking drug dealers in Ireland lived in Limerick. And the government cracked down, and they're like, "Yay, Limerick is clear and safe of drugs." They fucking
They moved next door, dude. That
They
happens
just
here too.
over.
Literally happens here too. It's intense. It's crazy.
It's rough. Yeah, I didn't know the thing about the shoes. I thought that just meant they were really into that movie Wag the Dog.
No, it's a sign that there's a drug dealer in operation.
I think for America though, is it not somebody that's died there or something like that?
No, it's drugs.
Is it drugs?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw one of those once, and we used to throw rocks at them because we would see shoes hanging from telephone wires, so we would throw rocks at the shoes.
Some dude called Tyrone comes over. "Hey man, what are you doing to my sign?"
I mean, sometimes it's just somebody being an asshole too.
Yeah, kids playing pranks seem to be most often the case.
We did. We used to do the rubber tires on lampposts, like bike tires.
Oh,
Like the rubber part of a bike tire, you'd somehow throw it up over the lamppost and get it stuck around the base of the lamppost.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get it out.
That's what she said.
Did you ever put
Keep
traffic
dreaming.
cones on main roads? Did you ever steal a couple of traffic cones, and put it on a main road or a bypass?
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
crack.
And then what we used to do, if we were dicks, we used to take like a few of them, and what we would do is we'd put them round somebody's car. Like they were like they were blocked in, and then like the police would come along and that and like tow their cars and shit because they just seen all these cones and that, and they'd be like, "Oh
Because
shit!"
they're not supposed
And
to
just
be
move the
parked
car
there.
because they're not supposed to be parked there.
Oh no!
We-
I
we-
just told them. I never did anything like that.
Do you remember the old cars that where the handbrakes were bad and you used to be able to bump them? You used to get like
Yeah.
two on the front, two on the back, and bump them. We did that to my
And-
mate's golf. My mate's dad, his golf, and we moved it to the bottom of the road. And he called the police on us saying we'd stole his car. Like, what are you talking about? It's locked. It's sitting there where you parked it. You drunken fuck. Just made him out to be an alky.
Do they have small feet in Amsterdam?
I mean, yeah. In fact, I don't think I think they've got like they have got pretty small feet, even though they're all freaky tall. Like, I've never met so many tall people when I was in Amsterdam. Like, honestly, like, they're all fucking big bastards. Even the women are fucking huge. You're like, what the fuck is going on here? I mean, what am I? I'm a 10. So, I mean, yeah. 11's pretty big.
What was the cosplay you were doing, Sadie, with the jacket?
It was an Assassin's Creed jacket.
Oh, the kind of hoodie one.
Yeah, and I ordered the first one in like an extra large, thinking, oh, that'll be more than enough. And it came, and I could barely zipper it. And yeah, I had to go back and order a 3XL. And it was just like, are you kidding, China?
Yeah, no, that's the thing. When you order stuff from Asia, make sure it's like triple or twice the size. Neve orders kind of Sailor Moon kind of clothes and stuff like that. And they're a smaller race of people. That's the only way to put it. They're like fucking tiny. It's like they come over here. It's like Land of the fucking Giants. I mean,
to be fair, Wabby is like Land of the fucking Giants. She's fucking massive.
See, now I want to know how Trash knows that he has to get extra large sizes for a Sailor Moon outfit.
You never said him. He said Neve.
It was Neve.
Yeah, not him.
You just hearing what you want to hear, Deacon.
Yeah, you just want to see Trash in that Sailor Moon outfit.
I mean, my imagination made it happen as soon as he said it. So
he's going to be Sailor Uranus.
That's exactly what I thought.
Thanks, Sadie. Thanks.
Be happy I can't do fan art.
Now I want to see a version of Sailor Moon with Marty voicing every single character.
Do the speech.
It'd be like Irish Exorcist there.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Which
Sailor under the Irish Moon.
No, do
it.
Do which? Do which?
Anyone, I don't even care. Do the Sailor Moon fucking transformation speech. What's that shit she says?
Neve is the fucking fan.
Mate, I know for a fact you have got a laptop sitting right there with Google on it, my friend.
I'm not doing it.
The power of the moon compels you.
Fine. Fuck you. If Neve watches this, she'll kill me. I don't know. She'll never want to watch Sailor Moon again. Anyway, actually, do you want to hear something really terrible? It was like, oh, for Halloween, are you taking a dress as a Sailor Moon? She said, maybe. And I was like, oh, I could dress as Tuxedo Mask. And she was like, really? Really? And I'm like, oh, okay.
Never mind then. Yeah.
Oh, that would have been adorable, though. You guys could do some
now you gotta dress up like some other one of the Sailor girls just to fuck with her. You were like, you said I couldn't be Tuxedo Mask, so
who's our favorite sailor? Just pick the favorite one and being like that. Who wore it better?
You've destroyed my childhood.
Welcome to the world of Fun Sponge.
You surprise her with it, dude. You surprise her with it. Just come into a room and just be like, I'm here to make your dreams come true.
Wait, dude, you need to do the classic. You need to do the classic pose. The classic pose. Feet on the arm of the chair. Foot up on the arm of the chair.
Sometimes I wish I didn't have such a good imagination.
If I had shit like that, I would well do that shit just for the shits and giggles. I can't help myself. Like if there's a wind up in it, I'm all for it.
I think I'm gonna have to learn Photoshop just so I can start making all these you guys into sailors.
No, not gonna lie. See if I can get a photo of your head. You're fucked because I can do this shit. I made Radcore into a pink Power Ranger. I can make Trash into a Sailor Moon.
It's super easy. Just download GIMP.
I use GIMP as well. Like this.
Turn me into Sailor Moon.
Oh, it's great.
Sailor Moon Crystal.
I think it's time for some payback.
Ethel, can we have Trashed on full screen?
You guys turn me into lots of things.
Which sailor do you want to be, Trudgy? Let's see. I think
I want to be. I want to be the. I don't remember what they were. I want. Wasn't there a purple one? I don't remember.
I don't.
That's
think
Sailor
so.
Uranus.
Is that? I thought. Oh, Pluto's blue. That's right.
Oh, yeah, I want to be Pluto because that's a planet. I'll
Yeah,
fight
and
for
Pluto's
Pluto
Uranus.
planet. Or I'll be.
Excuse me.
I thought
Venus,
Pluto
I'm fine
wasn't
with
the planet. I thought Pluto was the one that got demoted.
I'm from the school where
Planet.
Pluto was
Stop
still
with
a
that
planet.
bullshit. It's a planet.
Me too.
No, it got
Don't care.
declassified.
Don't care.
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah,
So when weed gets made legal, you won't care because it's still illegal.
Just because it's a midget planet doesn't mean it's not a planet. It's just
Well, here's
little.
the thing. Here's the thing about Pluto. It's classified as a dwarf planet. What's the word in that title? Planet.
Planet.
Just because it's a little planet doesn't mean it's any less of a planet, you guys.
Yeah, that's like
stop picking on the little ones.
So
Fuck the little
yeah.
Yeah. Don't treat Pluto like Deacon treated fucking
Change it.
name. No. Warwick did. Don't treat Pluto like Deacon treated Warwick Davis. Don't treat Pluto like the way Deacon treated Warwick Davis. Did you wish him happy birthday yet?
Isn't it more how Warwick Davis treated me?
Good point. Good point.
Whose birthday is it?
I mean, I feel like these are just like
No,
he's need
no,
to
I
put it
didn't
behind
say
you
happy
now.
birthday to him.
I feel like you need to put it behind you, Deke.
Yeah,
We need to get over this anger at Warwick Davis.
I'm trying to, but Trash brings it up every time. It's kind of like, yeah,
It's a brilliant story. I just like the fact you came to blows with wicked fucking Warwick, man. It's like fucking, you nearly killed the leprechaun. That was fucking brilliant, man.
I almost kicked the wax ass.
You teach him to be short with you.
Hey.
Oh no.
A little temper goes a long way.
You just wanted a little respect. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reason for him to be short with me.
I mean, it wasn't any call for any slight on his part.
This could be its own game show with you guys.
True, especially from my angle.
I mean, it's just
okay, right.
Situation.
Trash just sitting there, okay, let's move on to something different.
I'm now
Still waiting for his
No,
finding in the
no.
Sailor Moon
No.
speech.
It's not the speech, but right, I'll give it a go. I'll try and do a Shanachie accent, right? I'll try and do an Irish Shanachie. Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight. Never run from a real fight. She's the one named Sailor Moon. She will never turn her back on a friend. She's always there to defend. She's the one who we can depend. She's named Sailor Moon. Sailor Venus,
Moon,
Sailor Mercury, Sailor Mars, Sailor Jupiter. 3 powers so new to her. She is one named Sailor Moon. Fighting evil by moonlight. Winning love. Fuck off, you fucking advert for alcohol. Oh,
dude, it sounds like you're doing the safety video at the start of like a concert and that. Guys, the exits are here and here. And now to start off our show, we've got our local poet. He's going to come in and read us some lines.
I now have
Frozen by moonlight.
I now have the strangest urge to hear Shatner do this.
I sound like Shatner.
We need. I see Sean Connery, man. I like Sean Connery doing stuff, especially when it's got lots of essays in it. It just makes me laugh. Like because when I get really stoned, I always end up slurring my essays like Sean Connery, and it just gets stuck in Sean Connery.
You've definitely done that before.
I mean,
I have done that many times, many
bring him
times.
back from the dead, like zombie Sean Connery doing that would be like the weirdest shit.
Okay, guys.
Brange,
pick a
Mish
cartoon
Money
intro.
Penny. Brange. Shaken, not stirred.
Pick a cartoon intro.
Transformers.
Okay. Okay, this is gonna be fucking weird.
Either that or it was Transformers or Smurfs. I couldn't decide.
There's no lyrics to the Smurfs, is there?
I don't know, but like you singing La 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 could be quite
Yeah.
funny.
La la la.
La 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 la.
I know what song we need to get to do. The Gummy Bears.
I was
Oh, fine. I'll try and do Smurfs. Try and do fucking Smurfs.
Gummy Bears with their super crack potion. Fucking ridiculous. Take some of this magic potion, kids, and you too will bounce off the ceiling. But it doesn't last too long because you'll crash. A pen said Gummy Bears as well. Fucking yes.
Right. Hang on, I'll give this.
Thundercats. Oh. Dude, you've started a whole.
Yeah,
you've
give
opened
this
a whole
a go.
can of worms here. This is a whole can of worms you weren't prepared for.
Me. La 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 la. Fucking hell, there's a lot of whistling in this. Next time you're feeling blue, just smile and begin with tins. Will come to you. So what the fuck is this? Fuck this.
I don't remember this swearing in the Smurfs. They would have went Smurf this.
It was
Yeah.
What the Smurf?
that was so like
I never see why you get me to do this shit, Wabby. That's quite funny, and it's somebody else. It's shit to be in trash shoes.
Fine. Pick out something else.
Gummy bears, mate. The
Pick
gummy
out
bears.
something else for me to try and fucking
The
do
gummy
this.
bears.
Fine.
Gummy bears. It's came up 3 times.
Gummy bears.
It's winning in
I'm
the
not
votes
doing
and
the
then
fucking gummy
second.
bears.
You are. You asked, and you shall receive.
With gummy orange juice.
Gummy bear song. Right.
No, not the gummy bear
Oh,
song.
shit.
The gummy bear theme. There was a gummy bear song which was like, "I'm a gummy bear.
That's,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm a funny bear." But that's not it. That's not
Wait.
the gummy bears. Was Disney.
Look up the theme tune for Gummy Bears, the cartoon series.
Yeah, dude, just Disney's Gummy Bears should come up because I remember it being Disney. Because I thought, why are they always taking super crack on Disney shows?
That's
That's how bad my childhood was. Why are they all on super crack?
Okay. I think I have it. Right. Dashing, daring, courageous and caring, faithful and friendly, with stories to share. All throughout the forest, they sing out in chorus, marching along as their songs fill the air. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. High adventure beyond compare. There are the gummy bears. Magic and mystery is part of the history. What the fuck? Where are you gone, you cunt? Come back, you fucking bastard. Part of the history, along with a secret of gummy bear juice. Their legend is growing. They take pride in their knowing. They'll fight for what's right in whatever they do. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. What the fuck? Come on. Oh, fucking come back. Bouncing here and there, adventure high beyond compare. They're gummy bears. Fuck off, you dirty gummy bears. There you go.
Bravo.
Are you happy?
Yes,
I'm not sad.
Yes.
I feel like extremely happy right now.
Ah, shit, dude, that's fucking great.
Frenchie,
She does it to me all the time.
Yes,
does it fill you with the magic of gummy berry juice?
Jesus Christ, Finch. I'm here with that one.
You have to squeeze a lot of bears to get the juice.
Indeed.
You're just not squeezing them in the right place.
God damn it.
You gotta grab them by the gummy worm.
I used to do fucking Shani Key versions of metal songs, but been a while since I've done it. Trying to think, is there any?
I've just got one of those stupid, like, when I start reading shit out, and like, it's funny because, like, I'll go, like, depending on what it is, like, if I get myself into that Scottish thing, like, it just sounds ridiculous because, like, obviously I overemphasize my R's and extend my S's, and then everything just sounds like one big rolling. That's brutal. Or I can't say words, I just can't say them at all, and just like, bleh.
I want to hear Warwick Davis sing the Gummy Bear song. That's all I can think.
And dress him up as a gummy bear.
You'd have to pay him a lot of money, I feel like, to get him to do that.
Who? Me?
No,
Phone booth.
basically get him to dress up as Ewok, as a Wicked, and then get him to sing the Gummy Bear theme tune.
Because Wicket is an Ewok, not a gummy bear. What would be the?
Bears.
I mean, I feel like that's a far stretch.
Then ask him to do the gummy. Then fuck with his head and ask him to do him dressed as an Ewok. Ask him to do the gummy bear stare.
You know how you do it? You just trap him under a laundry basket, Deacon. Just sit right on.
I feel like Warwick Davis is hosting a TV game show in like middle of the afternoon in the UK now, so I feel like it wouldn't be that expensive to get me dressed up as a gummy bear.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we could zhuzh it up a bit and tell him it's for a charity or something. We'll trick him into being a gummy bear. That's the plan.
Rude to Deacon once, and we just shit on Warwick Davis till the end of time now.
What kind of animal is the same size as Warwick Davis?
A Labrador?
Lawn
Honey
jockey?
badger.
No, something bipedal. Would it be about the same size as a chimpanzee?
Yeah, probably.
Could you dress him up as a chimp and get him raped by chimps? It's like
Probably.
Yeah, but
What do you
then he
What
might
about that,
invent
Deacon?
a
How do you
new
feel about
form of
that?
Oh no, I
We'll
think
do a Tiger King skit and we'll call it the Tiger Cub, and we'll have Warwick Davis dressed as Joe Exotic.
Oh, no, just for the hell of it, get him to dress up as Wicket, stick him into one of those big inflatable human-sized hamster balls that bounce around, and just roll him down a hill, and then you can shout out, "There you go, you fucking gummy bear! Bounce all you fucking want!"
Or
I mean, I feel like you're being too nice to me put him in a Zorb, because I've been in one of those balls and they're pretty fun. Like,
Oh,
he'd have a whaley of time rolling about in there.
Not
Sponge,
if I pushed him to the top of Mount Everest.
I'm terrified. Sponge, have you seen that video where the Zorb goes off the cliff?
No, I've not.
yeah.
But then I feel like that's natural
terrifying.
selection at work again. Like seeing a Zorb ball and then seeing a cliff at the bottom of the hill, thinking, "Yeah, we're going to roll you down there uncontrollably."
No,
That's fucking
he
fantastic.
wasn't rolled. He was going one way, and just the wind caught the bastard and put him straight over the fucking cliff.
Did they get fucked?
Oh, dead. As a maggot.
I feel like that's probably what would happen in that situation. But that's what I mean. Even then, though, still, like, anywhere near a cliff, you'd think maybe not. Like, I mean, I do like a health and safety checklist in my head before I do anything that's probably going to result in some serious injury, and calculate up my risks. And seeing a cliff, thinking, well, that's my chances of death just quadrupled because I'm a fucking idiot.
Mm.
I'm not going to zorb around on a fucking like near something dangerous, man. Like I went on a trampoline and got stuck underneath it.
I know, it's pretty much like going bungee jumping over a lake that contains crocodiles.
With no strings attached.
Oh no, with the strings attached, it's just every time that you bounce, you're risking having your head literally snapped off.
I mean, I feel like it would be fun for the crocodile. It's like one of those big cat toys.
Sponge, since I was singing in my Irish accent, is there any requests for Sponge to sing anything?
You never sang, you spoke.
Oh,
You
did he
Eminem that
do
shit
the
out.
Chowder opening theme?
The what? I don't know what they are. Like, I'm probably not going to know it, but I'll bash in. Fuck it. What Land of the Lost theme? I don't even know what Land of the Lost is.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Did not make it.
Land of the Lost trailer. Land of the Lost. I don't want the trailer. I want the theme. What one is it? Because is it the Will Ferrell one?
No. It's the old one, the 1970s one.
Is it something that people are going to recognise, or am I just trying to find lyrics for something?
No, they recognize it. You should recognize it.
Here we go. Let's see if we can find that. I'm not getting any intro with lyrics or anything, so I'm not going to be able to do it because unless I know the words or I can see the words to repeat them. So you have to give me something else. Unless someone else can find it.
Here, actually, Sponge, duet with me on "Memory Remains."
Memory Remains.
Yeah, by Metallica.
Yes.
So what am I doing? I'm not singing. Like, I'm not a singer. I will.
Dude, you could just make rock noises.
I don't know the song. So like it's. I don't.
I'll send you the lyrics. I'm sending the lyrics.
I've got the lyrics. Yeah. Just don't know said lyrics. Like I might know the song when it starts. Maybe. Is it going to play the song? Is it going to give me volume? Nope. Cause yes. Alright, okay, fuck me. That's bullshit. Fortune, fame, mirror vein, gone insane, but memory remains.
No. Okay, no. Go back to start. I'm gonna try again. Fortune, fame, mirror vein, gone insane, but sure the memory remains. Heavy rain on fingers wave, another star denies the grave. See the nowhere cry. Fucking hell. You try singing something and it just fucking comes out like you're trying to do an incantation or something.
yeah, but it is when you do it. I think it's your accent, dude. I think you've just got one of those chanting voices. Unless there's like a pentagram around your feet and that it's not going to happen.
No. Like I've tried to I stick me fingers into my eyes. It's the only way to slowly stop the pain. It takes from all these things I can't explain. Jesus, it never ends. It pushes way inside. And if the pain goes on, sure, I'm not going to fucking take it at all.
See, it sounds like you're doing a song for a xenomorph. It goes deep inside.
See, I've just not got. I don't know shit. That's my problem. Like, I don't know the words of shit in that. Like, and even when I do, like, it's like, like I'm better. Like, reading shit out in that I can do. Like, it's a lot easier to read something out than read lyrics out to a song that I don't know the tune.
But like, you never went to a pub and just went fucking mad singing or anything?
No, dude, I don't drink.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm too high to get into the pubs. They're always like, "Are you on something?" Maybe.
They're like, you seem real relaxed. Keep going. Keep walking.
It's like,
Yeah,
what have you been doing? Fucking shit, honey, weed, mate. It's like, come on. Oh, shit. Like, oh, it's so funny. So funny. Oh, man, that cracks me up. See, when I'm reading shit out, though, everything just sounds dirty. Like, Scottish accents make everything sound filthy. Like, it doesn't matter what it is, it just sounds kind of sinister and probably dirty. It doesn't matter what. Oh, it's pretty.
Like McFishy biscuits.
McVeigh biscuits.
Yeah, that sounds fucking horrible when you say it. Get your McFishy biscuits.
I'm gonna eat all your McVeighs, son.
Swallow them down.
Brett.
Munchies and crunchins and all that jazz. Oh shit, man, my fucking stomach hurts. Oh shit.
Okay, because you guys done it before. Trenchy, try and do a Scottish accent.
Got a Scottish accent.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to start. Like,
Just roll your R's, dude. Roll your R's.
I can't do that. Key Scottish phrase. I can't do that.
So, wait. Say what he said.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that? I'm really bad at this. Okay.
I can't do that. I'll use it in a sentence. I can't do that.
I can't there that. Oh fuck, that didn't come out right.
I can't.
Right, Sadie, you're up next because you're always putting this poor lad through torture.
I was half prepared. No, I don't think I can do that. No, I can't. Nope. I can't say purple burglar alarm.
You sounded French.
I couldn't do that, baby.
Oh la la! Je suis tout appel. Oh. Deacon, give an old Scottish accent to Blashed.
I cannot do that.
That's not bad. You sound like you're from up north. You sound like weirdly enough, you sound like my granny.
Let it.
I'm not even kidding. She's got the great best voice ever.
Go on, Ethel, give it a go.
Is it me? Is it me now?
Yeah.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
You sound like Al Pacino. You sound like Al Pacino in Scarface.
When did Howard the Duck go to Scotland?
I need more. Hold on. Let me try again a bit. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
That's like Borat. Give me your tears.
He's doing it to American
most awesome.
You cockroaches.
Go on then, Slugger. You're up. You can't challenge everybody else to do a Scottish accent.
Okay. I cannot do that.
Your accent's closest to mine than anybody. How can you sound further away?
I don't know. He kind of sounded like the Scotty guy from Star Trek.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, the Scotty guy that wasn't from Scotland.
Exactly.
Can't do it, Captain. I don't have
the power.
I cannot do it.
I can't even do a Scotty accent because it's that un-Scottish. I can't even pretend to do his accent at all.
But we don't have the power.
The fucking winds. They turned the winds against us.
They've turned the winds against us.
They turned the winds against us.
Yeah, winds. I funny enough, winds. I'm like one of the only people, and it's a Glasgow word. It's one of my travel words.
I picked up some of the kind of terms and stuff from watching Limmy.
Yeah. Well, he's from Glasgow, so that makes sense. Like that's winds is their thing. We call them bairns here.
Aye, Yoka. Go down to fucking Yucca, man. Get a fucking.
Pure get jibbed, mate. Pure going to get stabbed in the face with a fucking rusty knife. That's what's going to happen to you. Fucking come at me. I'll fucking get my white lightning bottle and tan you about the head with you dafty.
Oh, you fucking cunt. You fucking going nowhere. We're going nowhere to find out till we find out what cunt fucking glass this lass here. I lost it at the end.
You started off strong.
Like, we're fucking going nowhere till we find out who fucking glassed this lass. No, see, that glass, I can't fucking do
Glassed,
glass.
yeah, we've not even got anything, it's just glassed. And glassed this lassie. To be fair, there's a lot more like street slang now than there was when like train spotting days. Like the train spotting days, the accents changed so much. There's so many weird new words in that now. Like I swear to God, mate, my wee sister was teaching me all these new words that I've never heard of, and like I can't even remember half of them because it was just like that doesn't even make sense.
Dude,
like, what the fuck is that?
Here.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's the same everywhere. It's just because I'm old now and I never realised that I got old.
Exactly, same.
Sucks
everything is like lit now. That's what people say. Like, oh, that's lit.
That's already kind of an old one.
Yeah, even then, yeah, I was going to say that's old now. Like, I know lit.
Dude, somebody had to teach me what no cap meant. And it's something like they're not lying. I might even
be
getting it wrong. Yeah, no cap. It's new slang, dude. And even that's like a year or so old.
Well, I like that better than real talk. I hate that.
I'm going to do some real talk. As opposed to the fake talking that we do when we open our mouth and words come out.
Cash me outside. How about that?
Catch me outside. How about that?
But I hate the term bougie and Gucci because my little cousin was trying to explain, like, you got to get the Gucci inside of you. I'm like, I don't want anything inside of me that I can't smell. Like, no.
Come out my nose.
Is your cousin smuggling handbags out his fucking arsehole or something? Just like out of a fucking Marks and Spencer's or some fucking shit.
Gucci's don't just make luggage, though.
I'm not familiar with any of this slang. Like, am I out of the loop on this?
Fucking internet, they come up.
Gucci's been a thing for a while, and Bougie's just an old word coming back.
The internet's like a fucking year, and so much can fucking happen.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm wicked behind the times, I guess.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is where I have to call it a night. I need to try and get some sleep before I have to wake up early.
Good night, Deacon.
It's been good
night, dude.
Stay frosty.
Adios.
Bye.
Adios.
Bye, Deacon.
Go!
Sand people. Fucking sand people. Crab people, crab people. Look like crabs, walk like people.
Oh, God. Sometimes I feel like the world has been taken over by crab people, and that's why it doesn't make any sense.
Sometimes.
Underpants gnomes.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Collect underpants. Step 2. Step 3. Profit. Oh, what's step 2? Step 1. Collect underpants. Step 2. Step 3. Profit. What's step 2?
Gotta go to work all day. See you in underpants. Hey. Gotta go to work.
I love tweak. Underpants, Jones. Make it my underpants.
Tweak's fantastic. I love Butters as well, man. Butters is great.
Always hamburger for him. He's always the fall guy.
I'm so glad my mohawks grew a bit because when I first got it cut, like when I never gelled it or anything, or it's not up, like it kind of flops down a bit, and I get like the weirdest, shittiest Butters haircut. It's like fuck off. Ew. The haircuts I thought I would sport, Butters wasn't one of them. I'll be honest.
Fucking Butters.
I love Butters, man. Captain Chaos.
What a great character.
Professor Chaos, sorry.
That was such a nothing character, and they just blew it up. Like what?
Yeah.
I love Randy. Randy was the best fucking character, and they overdid him. They had reached the sweet spot with him, and they overused him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like, because when I watched that one where he's running a weed farm, is pretty fucking epic. And then he also was the start of COVID as well.
I don't know. Creme Fraiche and the Lord episodes will always crack me up.
Creme Fraiche, I think, was peak Randy.
Yeah.
The one where he stuck his bollocks into the microwave so he could get testicular cancer, so he could have medicinal weed, and he's there like it's a space hopper. Buffalo Soldier.
I love South Park, man. South Park still cracks me up now.
I like the one where they went to China and he's like, you know what you all need? Subtegrity.
Dude, well, that's what happened when they brought out the COVID episode. Fucking the whole bat and China thing in Wuhan was Randy and Mickey Mouse going on a bender together, and it turns out it wasn't even a bat; it was a pangolin. And then Randy just gets all these crazy flashbacks of humping this pangolin with Mickey Mouse. Like they just keep happening. Like the whole episode, you're like, what was that? Like what? What the fuck?
Mickey Mouse was like the best Mickey Mouse thing they ever did was when he was kicking the shit out of one of the Jonas Brothers. Like you don't talk to me.
You sell sex to children. You make teenage cars for Jingles Jingle. Now get the fuck out there. Put your fucking ass off. Get the fuck out there.
Oh, dude, I'm flying all the way to Colorado to hear about your problems.
Once again, Mickey Mouse will return to his ancient slumber after destroying Valhalla. It's like
there was episodes as well when they had like the giant guinea pigs, but they were like real live guinea pigs just wandering about. Like
it was Piss Take a Cloverfield.
Yeah, it was so fucking good.
It was because Cartman got all the Peruvian pipe fans arrested, and they were the only kids who kept the giant fucking.
They kept the giant guinea pigs at bay. Oh man, that was so fucking good. It was when you first see the giant guinea pig sitting there, you're like, what?
Oh, Sponge! The end of the month, the toy shop's open. I'm gonna fucking head to Smith's and World of Wonder and find that fucker you sent me. If not, I'll try and get him via mail order, and I'll work some magic, and I'm gonna have you putting a chainsaw to Brock Lesnar's fucking crotch. Are you okay with that?
Wholeheartedly, sign me up. Someone's got to take one for the team. I'll take Brock's nuts. Dude, I'm not even going to lie. Seeing my wrestling character on WWE, that was his whole thing for like the first year. It was just like he brutalize everybody in the balls. He had like every dirty ball shot move in the game, like every single one. And he finished with Goldust having them propped up in the middle of the ring, just like kicking them in the sack. Yeah, that was as close to my finisher as I got. Like in real life, I was like fucking the best. Just nutshot everybody. Can't beat a nutshot.
We gotta show you. I gotta show you my inspiration first.
Fucking awesome. Oh, my stomach hurts for laughing so much.
Yeah, Lady Frank syndrome, right?
Oh, dude, that Lady Frank thing was cracking me up. I was still laughing about that, like, fucking, like, 6 hours later, just giggling away to myself, like, why are you laughing? I was like that.
Arthur's still trying to get me. Arthur still wants to get me to do stop motion of that character's nose going up on fire. I'm like, Jesus Christ, was it really that good?
I mean, it was the best fail I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because, like, they burnt the tip of his nose, dude, and his whole face got melted. Just the tip of his nose. It was the weirdest shit, and it was like the worst candle ever.
It was like a blazing flame, too. It's like, what the fuck?
Could you not maybe like take similar, like for a similar effect? Could you not maybe like, I don't know, like hot glue like a wick into the edge, just the tip, just like a tiny bit of wick? Because it's
no,
literally like, I'm not even going to lie, like the whole fucking thing is literally just like a candle flame. At best, a candle flame. Like there is like literally nothing to it. It's literally like they just went, oh shit, oh fuck.
I'll see. Here, I'm sending Sponge. This is basically my inspiration for what I might do for the video.
Where is it sending?
Not comments, private message.
Ah, sweet.
Oh, hey, Wabi.
Fucking yes. Fuck yeah.
There's more. Hang on, I'll send you another one.
Love it. What was that, Ethel?
I was going to ask Wabi. Hey, I picked you a poster for the Trash Picture Theater episode of Lady Frankenstein. I just wanted to confirm. You like Princess Mononoke, right?
Hell yeah, I do.
Perfect. That's what I got you.
Okay, cool.
I didn't know what to pick, so I'm like, okay, well that's a good movie, and I'm like, I'm sure she's seen that, and she likes it because she likes anime. So
that's amazing. That's fucking fantastic.
I just wanted to didn't ask earlier.
It's so fucking cool.
Well, now I'm curious. I gotta look.
It's just Brock Lesnar getting
Chainsawed in the nuts.
Yeah, the first one is. The second one's a little more what we need. It's a whole running thing how much we hate Brock Lesnar on my stream as well. Like he's banned for every wrestling show of because we do a custom league, so like it's all like stuff that people have made. So it's like either I've made it or the community's made it.
If you want to take those pictures, you can. Sponge.
Oh yeah, that's fucking great. So fucking hyped. Like you have no idea how hyped I am for it.
Yes, you got the wrestling stream coming soon, right? Or is it already going? Or
yeah, we still need to lock down. I've been trying to get everybody, everybody's had stuff come up like this weekend, so like it's just been a bit chaotic. I've not had the chance to actually lock everything down with everyone. Hopefully tomorrow I can get that done and be like, yeah, buddy.
oh, nice.
And just basically wind them up. But yeah, so we're in good shape for it. Like I've already got like the channel and stuff like that, and I've got channel name, got the channels set up pretty much. We've got a rough logo, so yeah, just need to set down the plan of action for the talk.
Sponge, if I got a Piper figure and I robbed his kilt and stuck it on you, would you want me to do that, or just?
Hell yeah, dude! Like my character in the game wears a purple and green kilt. So like a kilt skill, I'm okay with a kilt. You don't need to change your kilt. I've got a red kilt. I actually own a red kilt. Like not far dissimilar to Piper's one. It cost me like a whole $90 because I'm a tight bastard.
They're fucking dear enough though.
They are. They're like stupid expensive, dude. And I was only wearing it just because I was going down all the way to England to go to a wedding. And I was the only Scottish person at the wedding, so I thought, fuck it, I'm going to England, I'm wearing a kilt. Pitches until the end, and then nearly got into like fucking so many fights down there. Like I swear to God, it was ridiculous.
Did you get to train or did you fly down?
We drove.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, were you able to bring the little dagger that was in? There's a fucking dagger kind of shoved into the crotch area, right?
The sock.
Okay.
Even we don't stick them near there, dude. Like you don't want to tempt fate. You've got no protection. There's nothing there. You've got no undergarments.
I thought that I saw one before where there was a little pouch.
Yeah. You've got your pouch. That's called your. Oh, what the fuck's it called? Man.
Fanny pack.
Pretty much. It's a glorified one. A sporran.
Yeah,
That's
but
that's your
I
little
thought I
bag,
saw
dude.
someone.
That's your phone and your money's in there. That's the key ingredients, and your weed if you're me. and don't get arrested. And hope you don't get arrested because if they check your pouch, you're fucked. Felt like a little chuggy kangaroo.
In fairness, man, fucking Woe betide a cop who be searching a fucking pocket that's next to your bollocks. In fairness, who'd really want to go fiddling
I
around?
mean, there was a whole thing. There was a video online, and it's like a police guy. He's got this dude up against the wall, and he's doing the whole fucking pat down thing, and he's patting like his legs, and he's like, "What's
Is
this?
it an
What's this?"
African guy?
Yeah. Grabs him by the
Have you a
grabs him
weapon? He goes,
completely
no,
by it,
that's
and he's like,
officer, that's
"What's
my
this?
penis.
What's this? What is it?" And he's like, "Sir, that's my penis."
That's my penis.
The police has got a grip it like firmly, like he
Yeah,
thinks
he
it's a
does.
weapon of some kind, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And he's like, "Whoa."
Those damn yellow vests, they have no shame.
Oh, dude, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Like it's just like this poor guy's just like, that's my penis, sir.
Can you please stop squeezing it so hard?
Like no, like he grabs it, he grabs it like it's a knife. I mean, just clamps on,
What the fuck?
and the guy's like, "Whoa, excuse me." Funny as fuck.
Like, stop checking me for testicular cancer. Don't squeeze the grapes, man. You're not buying the product.
You know what the worst thing was? Like you can clearly see that it was the whole thing. Like you can, there is no mistaking what it was. Like he grabbed him by the tip, pretty much. I was like, what the fuck? Could you imagine that poor guy?
I don't think that cop made a mistake. I think he knew what he was doing.
He's like, I got
Imagine
one
that poor guy's
shot.
girlfriend or significant other.
You should have seen his face though. Like honestly, as soon as he said what it was, like the police was like, not in the fact that it had already been recorded. Everything had been recorded and was up on the internet by the time the guy was in the car.
Fucking black hole.
I should have been like, "Oh, put your hands back. Finish what you started. Come on now. Come on now."
People complain about having camera phones and that, and like it's all too much in that
You
now.
started, so I can finish.
Legally, yes.
If you're holding on to it for 5 seconds, that means you have to finish.
Hey! Buy me dinner first. Buy me dinner first.
The guy,
As-
whoa, come back. I consent. Come back. Come back.
Yeah. I have a weapon. Lower.
Low harder. It's funny though because like the dude just looks so smug and he's like, it's my penis. Oh, it's such a funny video. It's so dumb.
I've seen video. You guys, the police over there, they're brutal. They're freaking
Dude, he
brutal.
was one of yours. He was one of yours, not one of
He's an
ours.
American cop.
He's
He's an American cop.
Yeah,
It was in Alabama or someplace like that, right, Sponge?
I think so. Yeah, it was like one of those places. But it's just the way he's patting him down, and he like he's doing like the feeling the legs and thing, and it's literally just as he gets to like maybe like pocket height. This dude's hung like a fucking horse. Fucking brilliant. It was just the look of horror on his face when he realised what had happened, and he was like, "I'm so sorry." That's some weapon you've got there. Like the fact you have to compliment a man on his penis before you let him go.
But that's sexual harassment. I don't have to take it.
I'm a strong, independent man. Oh, fucking great! I love videos like that. It's like the madness of mundanity, like just everyday things that become epically hilarious because these stupid people. Love it. It brings me so much joy. Oh,
Get
fuck.
that footage on your body cam, officer.
Body cam or is that my booty cam? Fuck. I love it. I love shit like that.
Have you guys seen one of the videos of Vladimir Putin busting his ass laughing when one of his ministers suggests exporting pork to Israel? He's like, "What the fuck?"
Oh boy, that had put a new late night commercials for the Christian Jewish Alliance. I don't know if you guys have them over there. They're on TV all the time over here.
Nah,
Are
we don't
they
get that.
evangelicals kind of fucking channels and shit like that, or?
No, it's just like on regular TV. It's a really long commercial too, and it's like they're showing all these 90-year-old Russian Jews, and they're talking about when Hitler was there, the Holocaust. And I'm thinking, all right, granted, you're like 90 or whatever, but what were you, 3?
Yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll be honest, I can't even remember the last time like I seen an advert on TV for any type of religion, unless it was like fucking Trash said, like one of the like evangelicus channels and shit. Yeah, but
I've seen the African preachers that come on at like 5 o'clock.
mate, I love them. Fucking love them. They're fucking
like
fantastic.
Sponge. I saw one. It was like a wrestling promo. Father bitches Bururadu. He's coming at you tonight. Father Huta. He's coming at you tomorrow. You have to be there. Repent now.
Like honestly, like if you've not seen them, I suggest you just watch it. If you're ever up to see it on, watch it because it is the funniest shit ever. Like they are intense, and I mean intense. Like it's fucked up how intense these guys are. Like they're proper like in the cameras facing it, but even people walking like in the crowd and shit, they're just grabbing them and physically shaking them, like enforcing God into them, like by physical force. Like honestly, it's the funniest shit ever. I was just like, and there else as well. The African soap operas are like so over dramatic. It's ridiculous.
This one minister comes out. This is Bishop Desmond Urutu. He is going to take the demons out of you. Be gone, demon. Be gone.
Yeah. But like when he grabs them, like he doesn't. It's not like he's just like grabbing them, like when like you see on the TV, like the power of Christ compels you and all that shit. Like he grabs them and like physically like slams them into the ground. Like it's like the Undertaker's just come out and just like bump down. Like what the fuck was that? And they're like wondering why people are collapsing. It's because he's just like crushed their skull with one giant hand.
It's like someone trying to fold a fucking deck chair the way some of these cunts grab these men. Come on, get out! It's like the fucking dude's spine is getting fucking a curvature like a fucking bicycle lock.
It's like some sort of skit you'd see on Mad TV or something. The minister just comes out, he starts throwing haymakers. I'll beat the devil out of you.
Literally what it is. It's the fucking maddest shit I've ever seen. Like because there's
got in the crotch and shit.
Like I can't even remember how I found it. Like I found it when I was like baked one night and I was trying to watch. I think I was trying to watch UFC or something. So I was like getting it on the cable and I was right up at the far end of the channels and I must have pressed the wrong fucking button and it like fucking ended up on this channel. And this guy come on and he's like, You need Jesus. You like, and he's in the camera, like virtually spitting on the camera, and you're like, what the fuck is this? And then I ended up having to watch it, man. Like I ended up watching like a 3-hour sermon for these guys, just crying with laughter. I was like, dude, man, this guy's fucking insane, like proper off his rocker. Like he's just grabbing people and like slamming them, throwing them left and right. And he's like, you will praise God. You're like, okay. You do not know the way. I will show you the way. Like grabbing them by the lapels of their jacket and like, yeah, like what the fuck?
Will you show us the way?
Yeah.
That sounds like fucking Ugandan knuckles type shit.
Like, it's funny because my brother-in-law sounds the exact same as Ugandan Knuckles. He's from Nigeria, but like he's got the same voice, so it's fucking great.
I never laughed so hard as like the first time I saw Ugandan Knuckles. That literally broke me.
I always
The one that was we was the African war chief on COD. Like it's just like that. It's like he goes into all these cod lobbies with all these kids and that, and he's got like their name and addresses and shit, and he says their first name,
Oh yeah.
and he tells them that he believes in voodoo and all this shit, and he's like, I brush my teeth with the blood of children like you. I know where you live, and then he says his first name, and the wee dude's like, what? What? Like,
What?
how do you know my name? And it's like, I know more than your name. And then he obviously beeps out as he reads him his address. And by this time, the kid's fucking freaking the fuck out. But he started off being like, kids are like cocky as fuck. Like, yeah, you can't do shit, mate. What are you going to do? Come and get me. And he's like, and he just says his name and address. And he's like, what? He's like, I'm so sorry, Mr. Voodoo Man. Like, he completely backtracks his whole attitude. It's funny as fuck. He done loads of them. There's just like so many different people that he's just like abused. Like parents and that putting their kids forward for this shit. I was like, who does that? Like, what a horrible human being.
Scar him for life. There you go.
Fucking salute parents like that. Let's get them a creepy fucking guy to stalk them on the internet. I'll teach them.
Work for those out of control teens instead of that boot camp. They just do that. They just get voodoo guy.
I see what you do at night when you put that needle in your arm. What? I'm free. I'm clean. I'm done.
Scare him straight kind of job.
Dude, that shit would work. Yeah. Do you remember the killer clown videos as well, where it was like the elevator would open and it was like a dead body and the clown would just blow its head up with like a big stupid hammer? Like people watching it would just run away screaming and that. It's like a prank video, but it's funny as fuck. But like, as soon as he busts the clown up, the dead body up, he turns around and looks at whoever's at the elevator door and just chases them with a big hammer. They just like freak out and start falling over each other and shit. It's like, I swear to God, in a life or death situation, you know which of your friends you can trust and which of the ones are going to fuck you up. See the one that's pushing you over and tripping you up and throwing you at the monster. That's the dickheads that you need to watch. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I love shows like that.
It's like that show, Scare Tactics, they used to have on Sci-Fi Channel.
Where they dressed up as like aliens and shit.
Yeah, and they had one where they had like
Dude,
a midget.
I watched that like last year. That was fucking fantastic.
They shit out of people.
There was one, and it was like it was like an old barn or something, and like they would fucking the alien comes in and that, and they're like the guy freaks out, grabs the fucking his friend who's a woman, just grabs her and throws him in front of her, and just like meh, right at the alien, like what a dick. I was like, oh man, that shit would make you question your friendship. so you would, you'd be like, you dirty bastard. You threw me at it.
And they had one with like a deformed, like midget kind of thing going on. It was creepy.
Yeah.
All right, people fall for that so easy. It's like, are you kidding me?
See, when you're watching it though, and there's the show, and you're like, how? Like, there has to be a point in time where you're just like, nah, wait a minute. Because like even with the alien one especially, like it doesn't even look like it's a convincing alien. Like you can clearly see it's a dude in a suit, but they just freak the fuck out. And
there's another one with like a giant rubber spider coming out of a wall, and it's like, I suppose if someone isn't expecting it, I reckon a lot of that was staged. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe
I feel like it's the setup for it, like, because like the setup must take about 10-20 minutes. Like they wait till they get comfortable before they fuck them over. Like it's quite funny. Like I would love to do shit like that just for shits and giggles.
They gotta do that show, but first they gotta dose them with acid.
Breaking people's mental states.
You could hold a banana up to them and it'll fucking scare the shit out of them then.
They're like the cats when you put a cucumber beside them. Moo. Get stuck on their back and shit.
They could call it freak out.
Oh, that would be great.
Ethel, I'm gonna turn in because it is now 4 in the a.m.
Ah, you've been a trooper, man. It's late.
No, it was cool. And let me know what your plan is for next week, and I'll get some stuff ready. But
Yeah.
Sponge, Sadie, Trenchy, been a pleasure. Ethel, thanks a million. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Great
Catch you
having
later,
you.
bro.
Thanks for
Marty.
Or
playing
morning,
songs.
whichever.
Gone.
Poof.
Ah, then there were 4.
Yep.
Indeed, there was. The door is 4.
So I think that went well.
Yeah, it was fun. I didn't know. Like I was literally trying to sit up and watch Farscape earlier. Like I watched my man. It's like I think I got to episode 3 or 4, and like I was dead. Like I couldn't see straight or anything. Like I was like, I had to went to bed. Yeah, I was like, oh man, shit. Like,
Yeah, that's what happened to me with Stargate. I made it through the first episode and just zonked out.
yeah.
It's something you can't get through all in one night. You know, you need time. Need some days. Get in a routine.
I do need something to start watching before I go to bed because I watched all of Community.
See, that happens to me all the time. Like it's like, like I think it's something. I don't know. I'll be like, you guys will be like, oh, you should watch this. I'll be like, right, cool. And then I'll go to bed and I'll be like, right, what am I going to watch? And I can never remember the name of anything. Like, bastard. What was that one you had me watching? True Blood.
True Blood, and then I had you watching the Doors movie.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good actually. I was quite enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it's 2 hours and 20 minutes long.
Yeah. We started watching it last night and got like 40 minutes in and was like, how long's this got to go? And it was like 2 hours. Like what? How? Like I felt like it was on for hours. Like I was just jamming out and like vibing.
The whole beginning, the first 40 minutes is like a bit of a story. It's like a music video biography because they're constantly playing the songs. You ever seen True Blood, Ethel?
No, I haven't. That was on cable when it was airing, and I didn't have it at the time. It was on like HBO or Showtime.
Yeah, it was an HBO show. I didn't watch it until later because one of my friends had it on DVD, but I'm a sucker for it now. But I'm a sucker for anything with vampires in it, to be honest.
A sucker for vampires.
Yeah.
Bim bim.
It's awesome. It's a good
I'm
show.
so weird about what I choose to watch. Like I don't even know. Like there's things like I've had on my watch list forever, and it's like I'm like, yeah, I gotta watch that. I'm gonna watch that, and then,
It gets to a certain time where you're just like, I've went this long now, fuck it.
yeah, I end up watching something I've already seen. I'm like, why am I watching this? I already seen this.
Yeah, me too.
I do that a lot.
We're more comfortable with things we know.
Vikings. I'm on I'm come on the last season of Vikings. Finally.
Oh, I gotta finish Vikings. I started season 1 and never finished season 1.
Oh, dude, you don't know what you're missing. Like season 1 was a bit slow, but then it's not even a bit slow. It just is slow to start, and then shit just gets insane, like exceedingly insane and faster. And then the next thing you know, you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like everybody's fucking everybody, and everybody's stabbing everybody. It's like what? Like
it wasn't even that I didn't like season 1. I did. I got up to like the last episode, and then I just never got to finish it. I guess.
Yeah,
I really liked season 1.
Yeah, it's really true. I really enjoyed it. Still enjoying it. It's just never ending.
Dude, we gotta add Battlestar Galactica, the new one, to our list of shit to watch if you have not seen it, Sponge, because that's a really good show too.
No, I've not. What was the other thing? I started watching Deadly Class. It's like a high school for fucking assassins.
Okay,
And
yeah,
it's
that's
like
right.
the normal high school drama, but like everybody's got like swords and poison and fucking like they're all trying to kill each other left, right, and center. It's actually really fucking good. Like some really good fight scenes and shit in it.
Isn't that like a Doctor Who spinoff? Or no, is that just Class?
I don't know, but it's not Doctor Who. It's filmed in Ireland. But yeah, that was actually really good. I kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that on Netflix. I'm not sure though.
It's so weird. I keep falling asleep watching like cooking shows lately because they're on the
Dude, I
over
had
the.
to stop because I kept waking up starving, like a shit.
I can't watch cooking shows without making something to eat. Yeah.
I was watching them, like it was like you falling asleep to these cooking shows, and I was waking up with the strangest cravings for random shit. And it'd been whatever they had obviously cooked when I was sleeping, and I was just like woke up and was like, "That's what I'm having for breakfast." Like, no, you're not having shrimp for breakfast. Why?
Like I've been watching this one show. It's like Culinary Genius or something, and I'm just dumbfounded by the prize money they're playing for. They're playing for £1,000, and as I understand that, that's like $1,000 or $1,050 or whatever American, which
maybe
is
1,200 at the most. I would
Yeah,
think.
probably be about 1,200. Yeah,
12. I'm like, that's nothing. That's such a shit prize. Like,
It
what
really
the fuck?
is.
I'm like,
but it's the
come on.
prestigiousness of the award and shit, getting stuff
like-
like that.
Even the
I don't
glass
know,
blowing
maybe-
show on Netflix is a better prize than that.
Even
like,
that fucking that one when it's the fucking idiots that can't cook. What's it called?
Oh, the one where they're bad at it. Fucking
Is
Nailed
it
It.
America's Worst Cook? Is it going to be something that simple?
There's one called Nailed It where they just.
Oh, Nailed It's really bad as well. But no,
Yeah.
like the America's Worst Cook one is like they're fucking idiots. Like one dude made chicken soup, and by like he made chicken soup by pouring it out the tin, and then served it in the tin with a cocktail umbrella. Yeah, and then it's just like, what are you doing? As the part of you believes, like, refuses to believe anybody's that stupid. Oh, Vikings, yeah, Vikings is really good, man. Like, I love that show so much. It's got some great characters in it.
That's one
It's
that
like-
I should watch.
I'm watching the show, and they're playing for £1,000, and like everybody's cutting their fingers, and they're getting yelled at by Gordon Ramsay, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I've seen that one. I think I've seen that one actually. Like with Gordon Ramsay, because I was like, what the fuck is this? Why is he even here? Like, how has he got roped into this shit? Because he just feels really out of place.
Like that dude has more shows than restaurants.
Pretty much, yeah. It's
He's
insane.
on like 10 different shows.
Like, I swear to God, he's probably on more than that because he is on a shit ton here. Like, he had his one at Christmas time when he was cooking with everybody at the same time, so you could cook your Christmas dinner with Gordon Ramsay. Then he had like obviously Hell's Kitchen and like the other ones, the worst, the terrible ones. Night Kitchen Nightmares, Hotel Nightmares as well. I want to go to the fucking one where it's the Hotel Nightmares where the guys sitting smoking weed and taking mushrooms.
I've not seen that one.
What the fuck?
He has like 10 shows.
I genuinely think there might be more. Like, I know we've got quite a few shows here where he's just like so many random shit. Like, there was one where he went to the prison service to teach prisoners how to cook.
Yeah, I saw that one too. And they're trying to sound tough and like gangster, but they're British. So it's like, oh, okay, dude.
Sam.
Like, what are you
Gordon Ramsay is so random. Like now he's beefing with like this vegan teacher.
Oh,
On, like,
everybody hates
TikTok.
the vegan teacher. Yeah.
Yeah, that
What?
vegan teacher. Fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
Who? I must have missed
More
this.
internet shit. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, more stupid internet shit, man.
It's like
One
It's
thing I like
entertaining.
about Gordon though is he doesn't yell at the kids on his kids show. I expected him to the first time I saw it.
Oh,
Oh,
my
yeah, the
god.
I forgot that one. Yeah, the one with the kids.
So it's
He's not
11
a
now.
dick.
So. He seems like a dick, but I'm glad he's encouraging to children.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, he's
he
with
only-
his own kids.
To be fair,
He
it's,
only-
like, it's not that bad. Like, even when he's yelling at them and that, like, I've heard worse in kitchens.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes it's warranted. Some of these people are fucking idiots.
You're not wrong there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I like Hell's Kitchen especially. Like that one where he's got the 2 bits of bread, puts them on her head. Like, what are you? And it is sandwich. Like, what the fuck? You'd be like, buddy, I will punch you upside the head.
I was watching Hell's Kitchen the other day, and they're trying to boil spaghetti, and they didn't have enough water, and the woman goes and pours in cold water, and they're waiting for the spaghetti. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like some of it's just like that's the thing. Like as well, they're like, oh, they're professional chefs and that, line chefs and shit. And some of the mistakes they make, you're just like, how?
Yeah, I agree.
It's like I've worked in kitchens before, but they haven't been like glamorous or hardcore kitchens, and it's like, Jesus Christ, some of this shit's elementary shit.
Like I'm not even gonna lie, I've worked in high class places and that, and even then, like some of the shit they do, you're just like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Like you're like cunts in McDonald's could do the same shit. Like, and they're not even cooking in McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need any training for that shit at all. Common sense is don't put cold water in the pasta, arsehole. Don't set yourself on fire. That's another key mistake. Don't do it. like you don't need someone to tell you not to set yourself on fire. You should just know.
Thanks, right?
We had a dude set himself on fire when I was at college, and like he'd leant over the oven and completely set fire to his tea towel, and like he's like, and like everybody's shouting. I'm like, dude, you're on fire, and he's like, look down at his leg that's ablaze, and he's like, oh, fire. And then picked out the tea towel and holding it up, just kind of looking at it. It's like fucking slapped him. Like, dude, you're on fucking fire, you idiot. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, to fucking stand and look at it. Like, fucking put it out, you fucking clown. Nah, swear to God, natural selection needs to happen faster. I'm not even going to lie.
It's bad. It's bad. People are dumb.
It was the same when everyone was eating, what was it, the Tide Pods?
Oh, God, right.
Like, what? That was crazy. Like, that was another one that was just so confusing. Like, I just feel like if that's the caliber of your thinking is that, that's going to be good for dishes, that means I need to put it inside me. You're just better just go away into the woods somewhere. Just go and lay down somewhere else. It's so fucking dumb.
Tide Pods. It's such a weird idea in the first place, you know? Tide Pods. I don't even get that. Just put the detergent in. Just put it in.
Put it straight into the machine, not your mouth.
I mean, apparently it's cool to like eat Tide Pods and lick toilets. It's like, God damn it. You wonder why people hate my generation. You know, you go around licking toilets and then you're like, why don't they respect us as human beings? It's like, that's why, motherfucker. You're ruining it for the rest of us.
Yeah, toilet licking fuckwit.
Did you see the meme where they were going around and licking ice cream in stores and putting it back in the freezer?
Yeah, licking ice cream, licking toilets. Like,
I seen one when COVID first happened. We had one here, and the dude literally went around and licked it all down one aisle, like licked everything in the aisle pretty much, like in a line, and then filmed it and obviously put it online and got arrested. Surprise, surprise! Like fucking arsehole. What are you in for? Oh mate, I licked a ball of ketchup. Fucking arsehole.
How'd they get you? Well, I put it on the internet with my face visible and everything.
Like, dude, to me, it was just gave him his name and address. He's coming to get me now. Fuck off, you fucking dick. I want to know who stood there with the phone and thought, I'll record you, mate, that'll be funny.
Then they're all like, why do people hate the youth? It's like, yeah, man, it's fucking stupid.
Have you noticed though, like when we were younger and stuff, like the older generation was like, we did stuff like that when we were young. Now we're just like, we never did shit like that when we were young.
I like Pixie sticks, but I sure as fuck wasn't eating dishwasher detergent.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's just crazy. It's so funny because, like, I always remember, like, my mom and even my gran and stuff like that, my granddad and stuff. They were always like, when I was small, they'd be like, we did shit like that when we were kids and that. And you're like, yeah, haha, very funny. And now you just look at the younger ones now and you're like, what the fuck are you? Like, are we even the same species?
Like, what possessed you, child? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, like, dude, I'm not even gonna lie. We've got like it's not so bad now because of the lockdown and stuff. But before the lockdown, we had like 30 fucking teenagers outside, like 10, like between 12 and fucking 14-year-old, smoking joints. Like not like little things, like fucking like mate, just like hanging out in the middle of the street, just smoking spliffs. Like literally like 30 of the little fuckers. Like what? Like it's crazy. Like I know there was like potheads at school and stuff like that, and here, there, and everywhere. But like, not like 30 of them just sitting in like the middle of a street where police drive past like every 5 minutes,
trying to get arrested.
No. The police won't do nothing to them ever. Like I think the police are scared of them. It's quite funny. That is really funny. Like they were like, "Give me your name and address." No. I'm like, oh, okay. What do you mean, okay? Give me your fucking name and address, you little prick, or you're going in the car. It's that simple. Get in there, you dick. It's fucking nuts.
Exactly.
But selling weed at like 12-year-old and shit like that. Like I genuinely had like this kid that was like 8-year-old and asking me if I was smoking a joint. Like, who the fuck are you? Fuck off, munchkin.
8 years old, you're not even supposed to know about that.
Like, dude, you can't even spell cigarette. Behave.
Yeah.
Fucking little clown. And then he was like, well, you go in and buy me some. No. Look at you. You're only a little guy.
He's like, nah, it's not the smoke, man. I'm gonna sell it to my fucking 10-year-old friend.
Like, dude, that wouldn't even surprise me here either, if I'm completely honest. We had people at school that used to sell like cigarettes. You'd get like 2 cigarettes for 50 pence.
I was that person because you could make so much profit.
Yeah. Dude, you were buying cigarettes for like $6 and you could sell them for like
a quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking great profit.
It's crazy. In fact, even the ice cream vans, like the ice cream vans used to sell single cigarettes. Just individual cigarettes that you could buy for like 20p, 30p.
I think that's why it's illegal in a lot of places to sell individual cigarettes.
Yeah. They're aiming at the kids.
That's what they. That's the cops in New York who choked that guy. That's what he was doing. Is he was selling Lucy's, and that's why they descended upon him and choked him.
Shit, I never did that. Fucking hell, that's crazy. That's nuts. But yeah, like it's a weird place. It's funny how this a lot of things are similar. Like even though there's 5,000 miles between everybody.
Yeah.
Fucking like how much like me growing up at the same time in a completely different environment, and now you guys grew up and shit, and it was like pretty similar experiences. Some things just transcend like across the sea.
It's the human condition, man. We all have similar struggles, even though we live in different lands.
Yeah.
It's funny.
We all had more common sense than the kids nowadays, apparently. Jesus Christ.
For sure.
Definitely.
My God, the worst thing we did when I was growing up was soda and Pop Rocks, and that was an urban legend. None of this Tide Pod bullshit. What the hell?
I was always afraid to fuck with Pop Rocks because of them, of the urban legends.
Look
Do
at
you
the
have any
role
urban
models.
legends? Sorry, Trench, on you go.
Oh no, my bad, Sponge.
No, go for it. Go.
I was gonna say, just look at the role models. Like when I was growing up, we wanted to be like Batman and shit. Now the role models they have now are like Jake Paul and fucking all these other idiots.
Instagrammers and YouTubers and shit. Yeah.
It's like
It's that damn internet what done it.
we had like Mr. Rogers and Batman.
Social media. I genuinely believe it's social media did it.
I don't know. There was MySpace wasn't that big before the internet got to me.
I mean, I'm sure the internet came first long before MySpace did.
Yeah.
we didn't have this Twitter machine. We had like Live Journal and Dead Journal.
I was corrupted by chat rooms. That's what happened to me in the internet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like IRC chat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
Especially if you had friends overseas, that was where you went. Is you went IRC.
Not gonna lie, I remember a guy coming from Amsterdam to live with my mum for a week for the chat room.
Wow.
Oh no, the dude was a legend, mate. He brought me like a new fucking joystick for my PC at the time,
so
and like
that
25
worked out
games.
for you, and you didn't get murdered.
I mean, now you're saying it now, it sounds terrible, but yeah, it worked out well. It wasn't my friend; it was my mom's friend. She would have got murdered.
Are you so sure about that?
I had a PC. I had a new controller for a new joystick for my PC and like 20 games. I was in like Nirvana, man. I had earphones. I didn't give a fuck. I was in like peaceful bliss.
I like how you said that like it makes it better. It's like I wouldn't have been murdered, my mom would have. So it's cool.
I would have had new shit to play with. It would have been fine.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have noticed until I got hungry.
You would have been like the kid in Idle Hands who like walks downstairs to make a sandwich, and then the sandwich is covered in blood. You don't even notice till you get halfway through making the sandwich.
Oh no, I think I would notice. I make sure to look at my bread when I'm making sandwiches. How do I know I'm not putting it on the counter? What was that?
Right. Idle Hands. What a great movie that was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I like watching all these old films though. Like, man, I'm not gonna lie, that Lady Frankenstein had me crying.
Dude,
I can't believe I was laughing about it for so long after as well. Like, just every so often it would just pop into my head and would just giggle. like why are you giggling? I was like, you should see the way that fucking film ended, just tits and ass, and that was it. Peace out. She's like, what? I was like, genuinely, that's how it ended.
I was trying to explain it to somebody too, and I was like, well, you know, Frankenstein, he makes the monster, but he sucks at it, so his daughter shows up, and she's like, hold my beer, and then makes sexy Frankenstein, and then they fucking, that's the end of the movie, basically. And then they're like, wait, what? And I'm like, that's basically it.
Yeah, and then you have to try and convince people that it wasn't a porno you were watching.
But it was so good, and the moment with the kid is forever ingrained into my head.
Dude, I downloaded the movie and shit. Like, I just need to clip the video and get a gift.
Oh god, I have in mind to put that kid at the end of the video as a stinger. I really do.
Dude, I am having that little dude on my Twitch channel. He will be famous all over again.
That has got to be one of the most abrupt endings I've ever experienced, though. Like, it wasn't dissatisfying. It was just like, wait,
there's one, and like it's a film, like it's a Scottish film called Ned's, and it's like these teenage delinquents and stuff like that. And this dude's just bullied and picked on and starts losing the plot and shit, and he goes crazy, and he ends up sellotaping like 2 butcher knives to his hands. Like taping them up so they can't let them go, pretty much. And then he just goes and starts fighting everybody. And then like he ends up with like, I'm pretty sure he ends up with like brain damage or something. And then they go away to like a fucking randomly, they walk through lions. Like I'm going to spoil the ending for you guys because there is no way you'd ever see it happening. And even when it does happen, it doesn't take away from the unbelievability any less. It's like these 2 kids from Glasgow, like inner city kids, and then they randomly walk through a pride of lions. Game over. Just the end. Just credits roll. Wait. Just as they walk happily hand in hand through a bunch of lions. Like a whole pride of lions, just casual walk away through the lions. Inner city Glasgow kids, like Scottish kids, never seen a lion in their fucking puff. Like there's no explanation to it whatsoever, just like lions end. You're like, what? Like, and like, I was falling asleep during it. Like, I'm not even going to lie. Like, I started to doze off because it was late. And like, but it was like, it was enough action to keep me like, wait, what? So like, I was like, this is actually pretty good and crazy. And then the end happened and I was like, did I fall asleep? Have I missed like a key moment in the point? Rewinding the fucking movie back, watched it again and was like, nope, still makes no sense. Like, just like, there's no reason for it rather than a bunch of really badly fucking green screened in lions.
There's a bunch of movies that just end abruptly, like Horrors of Spider Island, if I remember correctly, just stops at the middle of it. Just stop.
Where it feels like they run out of film.
Yeah, but at least they put up a the end title card, and it's like, oh, okay, what?
Wait, did you say
Yes, that's
Horror
kinda satisfying.
Fire Island?
Horrors or horrors? Yeah.
Horrors, but it might as well have been Horrors of Spider Island. The general plot is there's an entrepreneur hiring a bunch of women for a dance troupe that they're going to Singapore. So they get on a plane to go to Singapore, and the plane crashes in the most hilarious way possible. And they get washed up upon an island, and it's just this one dude, his lady secretary, and all these scantily clad dancers. One of them's like a fucking burlesque dancer, and apparently the island has radioactive spiders. He gets bit by a radioactive spider. He turns into sort of a man spider kind of thing in slacks, and it's really weird. And then like there's sailors, and they end up on the island, and then all the women try to get with the sailors because they're all lonely and it's hot on the island, and
and they need the sailors to fix their plumbing.
Yeah.
and the man spider named Gary, who the women call for quite a lot, ends up going on a rampage. Gary. That's all like 5 minutes of this film is just them wandering around going, Gary.
Wait, is that public domain?
Say what?
Is that public domain?
It is.
Oh shit!
I'm not gonna lie, fuck public domain. I'm watching shit like this anyway. I don't care. I'm finding this shit. It cracks me up. Like, I love watching old films like that. Like, it just kills me.
Oh, I wasn't kidding. There's an endless source of this stuff. It's just, I have years of content if I want.
Robot John for the first one, and then Nosefire for the second one. Nosefire / Fat Boy, because I was tossed up between the two. Like that little boy's reaction is the funniest shit I've ever witnessed. But that Nosefire is just like special.
It looks like it was a fucking accident. They were like, "Fuck it, keep it in."
Yeah.
It's the fact that he just kind of presents like, "Oh shit."
They kept the fire was so big at first, like it was just engulfed in flame, and then it's a little fire off his nose.
It's like, why is this monster attacking everybody? Well, maybe you shouldn't have caught his fucking face on fire and fucked up his face, man.
You burnt his nose off, you bastard. Just wants to smell the coffee.
It's like you had one job. Don't catch his fucking face on fire.
That actor that played Lynch, his last name is Fox, and he's in bed with a naked woman. I'm like, what the fuck? His name is Fox. Holy Christ.
That was fucking hilarious though, when he kind of is sitting there talking, and she just sits up and is like, and he's just like,
like the most gratuitous nudity. What the fuck?
It was the fact that she was like, she made the most of her screen time. It was like that. Get up, wiggle.
Yeah.
Sit the fuck down, Daphne.
Or the part where the assistant's like making out with her and she's not feeling it at all. She's got this thinking expression on her face, like she's like annoyed, and he's trying so hard. He's working his ass off. He's like really into it, and she's just like, nah, dude.
I like that wallpaper.
She got later.
And then they put him in the mentally handicapped person's body, and she's like, oh yeah, let's get it on. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And it was the shit Frankenstein's fucking when he dropped that chick in the water to kill her. They just dunked her ass just like not even any effort, just like meh.
that girl fucked her shit up.
There's no way you get hurt. There's no way.
buck ass naked and he just drops her on the rock. Like she didn't even hit the water.
They're driving at the beginning of they're driving the goddamn wagon and they hit the fucking wall.
That was the best beginning. Just bam.
It's the fact the whole fucking car rocks and they're like, oh shit.
It doesn't rock. It fucking slams. They're like, no, we won't refilm this. Fuck it.
It's good. Wagon still works. Horses are okay. Let's go.
They really did like putting horses in there, though.
Oh shit! It was fucking fantastic. So much tears.
Definitely one of those movies that I probably never would have watched on my own, but I am so fucking glad that I did.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah!
I can't wait to do more of them. Next Friday, like not this Friday, but next Friday is Horror Express.
That's a good one. I've seen it. We're probably gonna be able to take the piss out of it, but it's actually a decent movie.
Is it about a train? Why is it called Horror Express?
Oh well, they're on a train, but it's barely about a train.
Okay.
If it's the right one.
There's zombies or whatever on the train.
Dude, I'll
one.
find something like it's like my whole thing. Like I can't help it. Like I've got one of those ridiculous over the top reactions to shit.
And on the list for the following one, I think I've got Yongari, Beast from the Deep, and I Drink Your Blood is on that list. And Track of the Moon Beast. Oh my God, that's another really bad one. That one's really stupid.
I'm not gonna lie. See, the really bad ones are the ones that get me the most.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just love that shit. Like the cheesier the better. Like it fucking kills me.
Then it turns into Mystery Science Theater 3000, and it's super fun.
I mean, I just can't keep my mouth shut. Like I just can't help but say things that pop into my head.
And Spaceship on Venus is on that list for the next voting, which has its moments. There's one where the astronauts look like they're in gingerbread man suits, pretty much.
That's where Hansel and Gretel went.
There's the deadly Venusian slime, which looks like septic backup. There's that.
Shit.
You guys should check out the giant claw. That was like the funniest shit I had ever seen. Marty showed me that shit, and the stream got taken down sadly. But that shit had me dying the first time I saw the giant claw.
Well, that's public domain. Why did that get taken down?
He showed the wrestling clip of RoboCop's saving Stick, and then there was a Chucky clip, and yeah, he didn't know. We didn't know back then about WWE being assholes, so they like blocked the stream.
Oh, bastards!
Damn.
Right.
Hopefully by tomorrow night, my re-edit of Voyage to the Planet of the Prehistoric Women will be up, so you guys will be able to check that out with the theater treatment.
Hell yeah!
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah! For sure.
For He-Man.
Oh man.
Oh boy, that had its moments too. What with the fucking spaceship that looked like an adult toy.
The rocket.
Oh man, so much random shit.
That woman that just bit the head off the fish.
What?
There was a woman in a bikini and she just bit the head off the fish in that movie. And I didn't know it was real. And then I was like, yeah, that wasn't in the script. She just got scared and bit the head off the fish. I'm like, what the fuck?
Shit.
There's a woman who's afraid of sharks, and they throw a rubber fish in with her, and she was so afraid of the sharks, she freaked out, and she picked up the rubber fish and bit its head off.
What the fuck? That's great.
Robot John.
Robot John. The inappropriate crotch grabbing when they saved that one astronaut from the killer.
Just grabbed him by the ball sack, just lifted him up by the nuts.
Robot John pinching testicles. What the fuck?
It's like, you're still my man. You're not, you don't belong to that plant, man. You're still mine.
And then they kidnapped him. They stole Robot John's dead body and started praying to his ass.
Yeah, they were like rubbing on it and stuff, and then they're worshipping it.
Yeah,
They
Robot John was a pimp.
They put the chef hat on that one on Mamie Van Doren there because I guess she's head chef of the prehistoric women.
So fucking bad.
That was fantastic.
It was so bad, it was great. It just didn't make any sense at all. Like, you could tell that they weren't even, like, fucking the same film, like, filmed at the same time. Like, it was so obvious it was unreal.
I can't wait till we get to Frankenstein's Castle of Freaks. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Fucking cavemen in a Frankenstein movie.
That's a crossover I'd never expect.
I can't wait for that shit. I love this shit. It kills me so much.
Oh, dear God. There's so much. Fucking Manos. Manos, Hands of Fate. That's on the list somewhere down the line. You get to Manos. Fucking Torgo. So much. But, oh boy. I think when we get to Yongari, that's going to be good. That's like a Godzilla film, but not Godzilla.
I've heard of that one.
I have. You'll see the trailer of it on Voyage when that finally gets uploaded. It's in German, so it's like so he's like stepping on tanks, and it's like Stompen Pluken. You can hear or you can't hear it because I have it muted because it's in the background. But in the trailer, the German guy's like, "Oh, Justin Zazila got to Stompen Pluken." It's like put on like the fake plastic tanks you've ever seen. They look like they came from the dollar store.
Oh, that's the type of shit I like.
The cheesier, the better. Cheesier, the better.
It really is. Like, I just love cheesy shit so much. It fucking kills me. Oh, man.
You can keep their CGI with their fancy big name actors. Give me a movie with a rubber pterodactyl and a robot squeezing someone's nads any day.
Hell yeah.
Give me a nose fire every day of the week.
I want to see. Give me those drunk Italians running around the graveyard. Let's see it.
That was awesome. They were my favorite characters because they're like, we're gonna dig graves and get drunk, and that was their only characterization. I'm like, I can get behind that.
I think they were actually drunk in some of those scenes. You saw how sweaty and oily that cast was?
You have a point.
Dear God.
They were method acting.
Well, yeah, that's what they were doing. Uh-huh.
I need 20 bottles of the wine.
It's a good thing that wasn't filmed on a beach. There'd be some Greenpeace people coming to clean them off with Dawn.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh man, but
yeah.
All under everything now.
feel munchied. I feel like I need to get food.
I've been sitting here eating garlic nuts.
I don't know what type of food I've got. To be fair, I'm going to have to see what
Like
I can muster.
garlic peanuts, garlic cashews, like.
Oh, no, garlic nuts, like little dough things.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you said like garlic nuts, and I'm thinking, oh, they're like cashews or something.
that also
tasty.
sounds good, but no.
The garlic nuts are pretty good though.
They were in the super cheap thing at Walmart, and I was like, yes, please.
Hell yeah. Super cheap's my favourite next to free.
Right.
Free's the best. Free's the best. Back before the Rona, I used to frequent the dollar store. That was my place.
I always buy stupid shit from the dollar store because I'm like, it's only $1, and then all of a sudden I come home with just a bunch of stupid knickknacks and shit.
Oh,
Yeah, you've got like 2 bags. You're like, how the fuck did that happen?
Yeah.
Oh, my dollar store rocked. They had DVDs there sometimes, so it's like you'd come. They wouldn't be great movies, but you'd come home with movies. It's like I paid $1 for this. That app.
Yeah, we've got stuff like that in our one as well. Like every so often we'll have some movies.
The dollar store be having a lot of actually pretty good movies now. Like it's
Every once
interesting.
in a while.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I got my copy of Gentleman Broncos.
That sounds like a gay porn.
No, but it actually could have been at some point. Now,
Now
It's
you
about-
mention it.
it's about a kid who writes a book, and he's an aspiring novelist, and he goes to a writing class, and he shows his story about his screenplay basically for his novel to his teacher, and his teacher steals it and just changes the names. And like there's this scene where he's like trying to tell him how you can make any kind of name sound futuristic or sci-fi by adding the adjectives anus and enos to it.
That sounds amazing.
It's
my name
actually,
just sounds like sad anus.
it'd be sadinus. Sadinus.
Sad anus. That's like
Sad
my name
anus.
backwards is eat ass. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's funny because like they show what it would look like in your imagination of reading the story, and like it's weird because they're questing for yeast in the book. It's got these guys named it's really weird.
Sure.
I don't even know how to explain it without sounding completely crazy, but like they're in a futuristic alien planet and like they're surveying the landscape, and he's like, oh damn, surveillance does, and it's like a deer decoy with like camera eyes and lasers. Like
Okay,
what the fuck
yeah.
is this? But
Sounds like somebody
it's
was
not
tripping
quite.
in the woods.
Say what?
Sounds like somebody was tripping in the woods and saw like one of those fake deer.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the deal with the film. Like, it's trying to be bad and cheesy on purpose, but it's a comedy, so it's like I don't know. It's not in the same vein as what I'm used to watching, but yeah. Wasn't trying to be serious.
Right.
Not like Frankenstein, where it was trying to make a serious movie and like setting people's faces on fire. Or...
that girl was acting her heart out, man.
She was the only.
Yeah, she was the only one.
They made a whole movie around her boobs and ass.
Yeah.
And she's just trying to act her heart out.
I mean, like that kind of enhanced her performance, I would say.
The fact that everybody else sucked, or
Both.
Tranky's like, no, the boobs and ass. I mean, yes, the bad acting around.
I mean, they were nice. They were very nice. I'm not gonna bullshit.
I felt like going to the gym afterwards. Honestly, I'm like, yeah, I gotta work out. I look like crap. My ass does not look like that. I am jealous.
That just makes me think of when I went to California and I'm in Wisconsin, I'm like a pretty high number. And then I go to California and all of a sudden I'm a pretty low number.
Yeah, that's how it is here in Maine. It's like, okay, I'm doing pretty good for myself. I'm rocking it. Yeah, I don't weigh 400 pounds. Sweet.
Yeah.
I go somewhere else where people are good looking. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I'll just be over here drinking.
Yeah.
For sure. I gotta go, but this was fun.
Yeah,
for sure. It was nice talking to you, Sadie and Sponge. Great talking to you guys. And Ethel, thanks for having me.
Thanks for being on.
Yeah, no problem. I wish I knew more about the subjects we were talking about early on. I wish I knew a little bit more, but
hey, no, you did well. You knew about Firefly, and that was pretty good. And like I said earlier, it helps if there's somebody who doesn't know really what we're talking about, because you can ask questions, or you could be the person that says, "Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. That sounds neat."
We're like the person
that's what I did.
All the questions, the person that you're like, why are they there? And it's like, oh, so that way the audience has a perspective that they can ask questions from.
Yeah, exactly. I can be that guy.
Yeah.
That guy. Yeah. But you guys have a nice night. Have a nice rest of the stream. And stay frosty.
Adios.
On that note, I might head out as well and try to wake a certain someone up.
Yeah, I should probably end the stream. We're at 5 hours, 15 minutes, which is pretty long stream.
But yeah,
I don't have this one.
I'm definitely going to go watch that Stargate episode with the Wizard of Oz and all the sci-fi references and shit. I got to check that out.
Yeah, no, it's really good. I couldn't believe I spaced the Wizard of Oz part, but yeah, that's me.
I think I got like 6 seasons in, and then I didn't watch it anymore. So clearly, I missed some shit.
That's what happened to me when it was airing, and I regret not doing the rest of it, because had I known, I would have kept going.
Right? Exactly. But yeah, I will see you sometime soon, I'm sure.
No, totally. Anytime you want to drop in on a stream, you drop in on a stream. I'll add you if there's space, or there's always room somewhere. So
okay,
be about.
Have a good night.
Adios. Gone. Hey, Sponge. Sponge. You with me, man?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Everybody's peacing out, so I'm probably going to end the stream because
sorry.
It's a long stream, and I know it's like 6 a.m. over there or whatever. And
5, yeah.
I was close.
Yeah. Right, I'll catch you later. Bye.
Yeah. Thanks for being on the show, man.
Me.
Adios. And thank you, everybody, for watching. And I will see you next time. Don't forget to check out all those awesome people that were on the stream. And don't forget to stop by, not this Friday, but the following Friday, for the watch along for Horror Express. We'll take the midnight train to horror. And step on by next Sunday when I'll be doing another sci-fi stream, filling in for Trash. So I'll see you later, guys. Adios.